No news, no updates, nothing was heard. It was as if the 10th family had been set outside as an outcast. It was clear there had to be something going on, and Paul was starting to wonder if this was a tactic to put them on edge. The longer they felt this way, they would eventually tire themselves out, and maybe that's when they would return with another attack. The only good thing was that the attack hadn't happened yet. They waited a few days and finally, something did happen. None other than Prima, the new royal knight, had been sent to deliver a message firsthand at the north gate. He had been sent alone. The towers weren't activated, but even Sam, who was standing at the front, didn't know how they worked. Can it tell if he's planning to attack us or something? Sam thought. Please bring me to your vampire knights straight away, Prima demanded without stating the reason why he was there. However, Sam knew not to make them angry at this moment and started to escort him along with Dennis. The two of them kept an eye on him the whole way. It was out of fear after having just been attacked, and Prima didn't like it. As a royal knight, he should have been respected, but the eyes of the others were looking at him like he was an enemy. I should kill all of these misfits on the spot, Prima thought, but the words of the king, Bryce, were in his head, and he wasn't to cause a scene and deliver the message. Eventually, they had sent Prima to a meeting room that had been created recently. It had 2 offices inside that were placed opposite each other. On one of them, it was filled with paperwork. This was where both Paul and Leo would work. It was obvious from a look which desk belonged to who. I am here to inform you that a decision has been made, Prima announced. Quinn, the 10th leader, along with the one known as Alex, the Blood Fairy, will be executed at midday tomorrow. Those in the 10th family are to remain in their inner castle area and are not allowed to attend the event. Those that do not comply with this rule will be punished. After the execution has been done, there will be an investigation into the 10th family to decide who is directly involved with Dwight's death from the 10th family. Attempting to leave will also be punished. A group of royal guards will be placed around the castle to make sure no one leaves this area. They have been given permission to use force if an attempt is to be made. The terms that had been given were quite ridiculous, but both Paul and Leo knew that saying anything was pointless. The decision had been made, and complaining to the royal knight would mean nothing. Does this start from this very moment? Paul asked. There is already a group keeping an eye on you to see if you are to leave this place. The royal guards will be here soon. Make sure your towers and statues don't attempt to attack the royal guards. Otherwise, there will be trouble. With that said, it looked like Prima didn't even want to give them any more information, as he was already on his way out. Paul was just thankful the others weren't there to hear what was said, especially Peter, as he would have lashed out on the spot, possibly trying to fight with Prima. Another worry was the towers. They didn't know how they worked and were worried that they could possibly attack the royal guards as they approached. After much discussion between the two of them, Paul and Leo decided that they would call all those that were close to Quinn inside the usual dining room. They thought about not informing them, but they wanted to know how they felt so they could get an idea about what to do. However, when everyone entered the room, there was one problem. Is there a reason why Logan and Peter aren't here? Paul asked. I couldn't find them anywhere in the castle. Maybe they are somewhere in the inner castle area? Sam replied. Oh, those two said they were going outside to look for some lab or something, outside the vampire settlement. They don't know when they will be back. Sil casually replied, as if it wasn't a problem at all. What? Paul shouted, stunned, although he didn't know if it was good timing or not. If they had tried to leave now, it would be impossible. But he was now shaking at the thought of them returning and finding out about Quinn. Knowing the two, they would do whatever it cost to stop the execution. Hearing that the two of them were going to a lab, Leo could only think of one place. The place they had discovered a while ago in the mountains. While there, they didn't seem to have any troubles and Peter was strong, but still, there would always be some type of worry. We can try and go look for them? Layla suggested, seeing Paul shaking his head. That's the problem. We can't, Paul replied. Just moments ago, he had received a message from Ashley, who had remained at the gates. The royal guards had arrived to keep them in check. But they had also informed him that just before, they had a couple of visitors that had entered that should be joining them soon. Paul explained to the others what they had been told by Prima, and the room fell silent as they were struggling about what to think. So, if we try to save Quinn, it basically means we are going against the king? Fighting all the leaders? Layla asked. But what choice do we have? They are basically telling us they are going to kill Quinn. From the last conversation they had, Paul already knew everyone would fight trying to save Quinn. In a way, they also knew that if they didn't, their lives might become worse, and death would be a better option. As ex-humans and with no leader, they could only imagine how they would be treated. That may not be the case, a voice said, entering the room. The doors swung open and two people were seen. It was the guest Paul had been expecting, Silver, along with her little brother Fex, who was darting his eyes around the room randomly. Fex, Layla said, you're alive and look great. But it was clear that Fex had no clue who Layla was or anyone else in the room. Hey, everyone. I'm sorry if I don't know any of you. You know, I kinda have memory problems, but please treat me like you did before, and we can be cool, right? He laughed nervously. Although Fex coming back was a moment to be celebrated, their minds were still on the most important matter at hand, and wanted to know what Silver meant by her words. I had a meeting with Bryce. I don't think he is planning to kill Quinn at this execution. At least not yet anyway. Before that, he wants to find the real person that killed Dwight, and he also knows that there might be a bigger threat coming our way. A bigger threat? Sam said. Did something happen? Leo started to move and headed over to where Silver was standing. The others naturally moved out of Leo's way. Haven't we been around each other long enough to know you don't have to do that around me? Leo commented. Some of their faces went red out of embarrassment. Those from the cursed ship didn't know Leo very well, and seeing his eyes like they were all the time, just did what they had done out of instinct. I guess you already told Bryce everything we have found out, which means it's time for us to tell all of you, Leo explained. The ones framing Quinn. It seems they have been preparing for this for a long time. Silver nodded in agreement. We will explain what happened to us in the few days we were left, and once you know this, we can make our plan. The story both Leo and Silver were about to tell was during the few days back, when they met up with the original 8th leader and what they had discovered that had held them up for so long. After having just saved Fex, the group were on their way back, running as fast as they could through the forest. This time, not caring what type of noise they made. The main reason being, right now, inside the large box that was being carried on Silver's back was one of the 8th vampire knights. Hopefully, this would give them the answers they were looking for about who had attacked Fex and Kaz. However, the group were currently stuck in the forest, having met with someone they never thought they would see. Fex and Nate were surrounded by around 8 bloodsuckers. Each one of them contained strength that surpassed their own, speed that matched theirs. To get out of this one, they couldn't just rely on their power alone and would need to use their heads a little. The main problem was the original vampire that appeared with them, named Remus. Silver was on her knees, unwilling to fight someone that her eyes were never meant to look at. From the time she was born, she had been told that their very existence, what they were, was due to these people. She felt like if they wished their life was meant to not exist, then it was something that was meant to be. In a way, the original vampires were like vampire gods, and what punishment would a vampire get for harming a said god? The good thing for her, there was a man who didn't care who was in front of him. He strived to get stronger day by day, and he was ready to slice down whoever stood in his path, and Leo had done that very thing. Lacing his sword with the 2nd stage of chi, Leo was able to cut off Remus' hand. What kind of sword is that? Remus spoke while grasping the end of his wound. The sword was unable to cut through his hand until this point, so why would it be able to now? The reason was due to the way Leo had used the 2nd stage of chi. The 2nd stage was a casting over one's weapons rather than an infusion to give it strength. However, with Leo's ability, he had more control than anyone. He was able to change the shape of the casting to such a degree it was as if he had covered his sword with another sword made out of chi. It was almost a pure chi strike that Remus had received. What was even more shocking, though, was how the wound wasn't healing like it would before. Remus would be able to grow his entire arm back if something like this had happened to him, but it wasn't happening now. Down onward, from the middle of his forearm, The cut had been made and his hand was laying there on the floor. He could feel the fairy blood and another substance flowing through his body. First, Remus removed the fairy blood with his blood control, but his wound still didn't heal. Thinking fast, Remus decided to use his other hand to slice off his arm from the shoulder downward. It fell to the floor, and soon a whole new limb was seen growing from his body. This healing speed, it reminds me of Peter, Leo thought. The strange thing was, when Peter healed his body, it would take up the energy inside his body. Eventually, that energy would run out, and it would need to be replenished with human flesh. When Leo saw Remus regrow the arm, it looked like no energy was used at all. "You have an interesting body?" Leo commented. "Interesting," Remus repeated. "No one would speak of that if they knew the curse we carried." Remus shouted as he held out both hands, and started to fire out blood bullets towards Leo, with his sword covered in the chi. He was strong enough to deflect each of the bullets, and after 8 had been fired and had been deflected, Leo could see that the fingers that had fired were in the middle of healing. Shooting out the 9th bullet from one hand and the 10th blood bullet from the other, knowing these would be the last shots while he needed time to recover, Leo made sure to change his second stage chi from a cutting form to a grabbing form. When hitting the bullets this time, he was able to spin his body to add extra power in his step, and hitting it with the side of his sword, he grabbed the bullets, making them appear as if they were hovering when touching his sword, and swung them back, sending them towards Remus. They had hit his body, but he absorbed them like a sponge, seeing with no harm done, other than a few holes in the clothes he was wearing. Soon, though, Leo was upon him, and swung his blades, aiming for his hands once again. Remus could see the movements and pulled back, but his hands seemed to be dragging behind as if they weren't listening to him. "No, that's not right. It's as if my hand is moving towards the blade." Soon his fingers were being diced up by Leo, falling off like sausages to the floor. Leo had used his soul weapon to make Remus' body move in different ways. The person in front of him right now wasn't as strong as Roa. "I know you can heal from this, but can you heal quicker than it takes me to strike at your heart?" Leo asked, staying as calm as ever. "You are annoying," Remus shouted, making a fist even without his fingers, and suddenly his arm was chucked back, recoiling off in the air. He fired off a blood cannon. A large red ball of aura came out from his fists, and this was something Leo couldn't block with his sword. It was too close to spread his second stage chi. Hitting him, he was chucked back and sent skidding across the floor. The blood cannon was a large ball of red energy. It wasn't sharp like the blood swipe. He had managed to block some of it with his sword, but not without taking a large blow to his stomach. On the outside, his skin was barely hurt, but his internal organs felt like they had all been ruptured in some way, and the blood coming out from Leo's mouth was proof of it. Nate and Fex had their hands full, fighting the bloodsuckers. Due to their speed and strength, the two of them were staying close together. It was only thanks to a combination of them both they had managed to survive, but in total they had taken out only one of the bloodsuckers, and soon Nate's shadow MC points would run out, as the bloodsucker's strength was strong. "What are you doing, Silver?" Fex shouted, looking at his sister, who still hadn't moved. "You said you were my sister, right? You know, when you told me that and I saw you fighting against that other person, I thought you were really cool. I thought, I can't believe I have a sister like this. But now you're just going to stand there and let that man kill us all. You have to do something. Help him. Right now, you're a disappointment." Maybe the words of others wouldn't have gotten through to her with the state she was in, but hearing the words from her brother, the one she deeply cared for, and the one who she worried most about what he would think of her, had hit her a certain way. There was also another thing that gave her confidence. Seeing the fight between Leo and Remus, this man was no god. When Leo was close with his blade, he had a fear in his eyes. A god wouldn't show fear. She stood up from where she was standing and grabbed the doll with her strings, ready to join in the fight. However, turning around, she soon saw that both of Remus' hands had healed and another blood cannon was coming her way. The only thing she could do was place the doll in front of herself and block the attack. As soon as it hit the doll, its limbs were torn apart, removed from the threads of string that tied them together, and its torso was sent hitting her own body with the blood cannon. The powerful attack was felt in her gut, and the wind was knocked out of her. You are all idiots. This could have been a lot easier, Remus said, now having fully recovered, looking like he hadn't been in a fight at all, apart from his clothing looking different to before. Both of his arms were ready again, and firing out another blood cannon would finish the two of them off. Getting up off the ground, Leo was able to use chi to strengthen his organs, so he could continue on the fight. For how long while they were still heavily damaged, he didn't know. This is going to be a hard fight alone, but I don't think it's one I will lose, Leo thought. Guys! Fex cried, but no matter how much he wanted to help, he and Nate were stuck in the middle of the bloodsuckers. But at that moment, black mist started to appear from Fex's earning, something that had never happened before. The mist was starting to take portal-like shape, and as two bloodsuckers jumped towards them, a large claw as big as a human body appeared, slicing the two of them in half. Out from the black portal was none other than the Bone Claw. What the hell is that? Fex shouted, never seeing a beast like that before, and it had appeared from his earring of all things. Was that me? Did I do that? Maybe it's like the bull? Hey Bonnie, save them. The Bone Claw looked towards Fex, with its hollow dead eyes. It made him realize straight away that he was not the one in charge of it. Why is the Bone Claw belonging to him here? Remus said, his body trembling in horror at the thought of who it belonged to. The instant the Bone Claw had appeared, it was as if everyone in front of Remus had disappeared. His only focus was on the strange creature that had seemingly sprung out of nowhere. The one who had realized this the most was Leo. He could tell by the change in his aura as it flickered in response. The only thing he didn't understand was why. How would it come to be that these two knew each other? However, Leo wasn't going to waste this opportunity. While Remus was unfocused, they could use this time to recover. He quickly opened the lid of the flask that had been given to each of them and started to drink the blood inside. Quinn was cautious about them going away in the first place and wouldn't let them leave without taking one. Not that Leo wouldn't have. Silver, upon seeing Leo doing this, did the same. Soon their bodies were healing on the go. Silver, now no longer hesitating, knew what she had to do. The only reason why she had survived was due to the robust puppet, but now her father's gift was seemingly destroyed. Stretching out her fingertips, a string from the ends appeared and started to attach to the torn body parts from the doll all around. Soon the body parts started moving towards the torso piece. With some quick hand movements, the doll was nearly in the same condition as before and could be used in the same way as well. It's a good thing this thing isn't alive. If it gets destroyed again, I will just rebuild it. While the two of them were preparing for a second round with Remus, both Fex and Nate were staring at the strange creature in front of them. They still had all the bloodsuckers surrounding them. Now though, they looked small. The Bone Claw itself was slightly larger than the bloodsuckers, and its limbs and claws were nearly 3 times longer as it touched the floor. Hey, that thing's on our side, right? Fex whispered over to Nate. Our side? Does it look like it's on our side? And besides, weren't you the one that summoned it with your vampire mumbo-jumbo magic? Nate answered quite frantically. The reason being, he was hoping the strange beast that had just sliced one of the bloodsuckers was on their side. In an instant, the Bone Claw started to enter a black portal, and soon a claw was seen coming out towards one of the bloodsuckers. It tried to hit the claw back, but its long sharp fingers just sliced through the bloodsucker's hands, and with the Bone Claw's other arm, it sliced upward, cutting the bloodsucker into 4 separate parts like butter. The great weakness of the bloodsuckers were that they didn't have much health. If there was a vampire or beast that could overpower it and manage to hit it, then they were easy to deal with. Although the Bone Claw's movements with its legs weren't fast, its long hands were quick as ever. With its ability to teleport to any position it wanted to in a short area, it didn't need to be quick on its feet. Soon, the others saw this became the outcome, as one by one the bloodsuckers were ripped apart. The Bone Claw teleported to each one, finishing them off in 1 or 2 blows. It didn't take long, but the bloodsuckers that were proving to be a threat for both Nate and Fex were no longer a threat. Turning around, it then started to look towards Remus. Its hollow eyes stared at him, and slowly it started to walk over. The two young boys won't be much help in this fight, but maybe the creature that Quinn carries can help us, Leo thought. However, there was no way for them to communicate with it. Leo would just have to be happy for now that it was on their side. Now knowing that Remus had a few tricks up his sleeve, Leo went for a different approach. He swung his blade out, firing off a blood swipe. Silver did the same but not getting closer and tried to get her doll to charge in. She knew her strings wouldn't be strong enough to hold him, so she could only rely on her skills controlling the doll. Remus avoided Leo's strike, but he decided to take on the doll's 6 limbs, which each held a sword in its hands. He hardened the outside of his body with the blood-hardening skill and took the impact head-on. The doll was stronger than expected, as a few cuts appeared on his body. But this was never the goal in the first place, because right behind him, the bone claw had teleported and was striking down its claw on top of his head. Moving over to the side, Remus allowed for the claw to go through the side of his neck, but after digging in a few inches, it had stopped there. The group thought their 3-pronged attack had worked, but instead, a smile had appeared on Remus' face. "You are not as strong as you were before. Why is that? Is it because your master isn't here? Is this all the energy you can muster while on your own?" Remus shouted, and as if reacting to his shout, a red energy could be seen emanating from the wound, which had completely destroyed the bone claw's claw. The arm has been hit and could no longer be seen. It was leaving behind a trail of mist and nothing else. It backed away, teleporting elsewhere, but Leo didn't let up. He now was constantly throwing out blood strikes. He was being conservative before, for fear it would use up the blood in his body, but if he didn't try something, they could all very well end up dying. Holding out his hands, Remus started to move them slightly, and at the same time it looked as if the blood swipes moved as well. They eventually were thrown off course, and without Remus moving they crashed into the trees and floor around him. "You have no blood control, do you? Are you really a vampire knight?" Remus mocked. The doll Silver was controlling once again tried to attack Remus. This time, he didn't use the blood hardening and allowed for the blades to pierce his body, creating several cuts all over from head to toe. Then, just like with the wound the bone claw had made, from all the wounds themselves they started to glow a faint red. The color got brighter and brighter, eventually letting off a flash of red. The others turned away at the energy. Leo went over to the other 2 in the 10th family, spreading out his chi, hoping to shield them from what might come. When the red aura and light dimmed, the doll this time wasn't just torn apart. It looked like it had been ripped into a million small little pieces. Our family's sacred treasure was destroyed just like that, Silver thought, as she looked down at the pieces of the doll. The situation was bad, and it looked like the original leader had another trick up his sleeve still. "If I use my soul weapon, maybe I can take some of his energy and redirect it into me. With the chi control, I should be able to make sure I don't take too much of his energy to turn me into one of those beasts, but maybe that's what's needed to defeat him," Leo thought. He was thinking of anything to get out of the situation they were in. At that moment, the bone claw was seen standing next to Fex. It looked at him as if it wanted to say something, but no words had left its mouth until one had entered his head. "Master, master!" A high-pitched voice was heard in Fex's head. It was none other than his little companion known as Ham. "The bone claw, it says it wants you to call all the others to where you are? What, and why would that be of any help?" Fex argued. With its hand that was uninjured, the bone claw lifted one single finger and started to draw a circle. Following its long finger, a purple line could be seen, and when the line connected to its original starting point, what looked like a dark portal had opened. It was one no one had seen before though, and a color unrecognizable to the others. Seeing this and thinking that the bone claw was at least on his side, he decided to call out to the others. "Everyone, get over here. Come on quickly," Fex shouted, and he was the first one to jump through the strange portal. Silver, picking up the large box, followed after her brother, soon running in, along with Nate and the last one, Leo. "Where do you think you're going?" Remus shouted. The cuts on his body still hadn't healed, but it looked like he was using his own blood to somehow power himself. He formed it into a blood net, and soon threw it out towards the portal everyone had jumped through. Seeing this, Leo resorted to one last thing. He sliced the ground beneath him quickly into a square and continued to run forward. Then, when he was at the top half of the square he had cut, he slammed his foot down to create a wall between the two of them. The net sliced through the wall, crumbling it, and when the wall fell, Remus could see no one. The others had escaped. The question was, where had they gone? On the other side of the portal the Boneclaw had created, they were all looking at the area they were in. It was one none of them had ever seen before. "It can't be," Silver said. "Are we in the familiar world?" The energy sensed from Remus was building up, and Leo could feel it. He knew that Remus still had a lot left in the tank even after fighting and using so many abilities. Although Leo and Silver weren't hurt, it was hard to imagine them winning without getting seriously hurt in the process or losing something of importance. However, Leo was clear what their goal was. It was to bring back the Vampire Knight in one piece, not to defeat Remus. If he was on his own, then maybe he would use everything he had in his arsenal to try to defeat the person in front of him, only risking his own life. He had even considered that for a second, but the problem was what that would cost. Which was why, when he saw an out to their situation being created by the mysterious Boneclaw, he decided to take it. The energy that was coming from the portal was one similar to the familiars. It wasn't a portal that he was used to or had seen before himself either. Knowing the creature belonged to Quinn, he thought it would do them no harm, or at least he hoped. When each of them went through, it worked the same as the other teleporters they had used. An odd feeling that only lasted for a few seconds before they were chucked into whatever was on the other side. This was when they found themselves in a place that was unrecognizable to any planet they had ever been on. They rubbed their eyes as they looked upon everything around them. Everything was covered in a green and blue hue that seemed to stem from the sky. It was reflecting onto the trees and the ground they stood on. Large mountainous terrains were spread everywhere, while the mystical colors could be seen floating about. Creatures were flying through the strange giant clouds that seemed to all be formed together, yet moved in a way that felt like it was its own. The creatures they could see, all were lit strangely as if they were surrounded by a glowing substance. It all seemed mystical. What stood out the most, though, was what was floating about everywhere through the air. There were glowing balls the same size as a snowball. Millions surrounded them and spread out all over the place as far as they could see, keeping an eye on the strange slow-moving balls. It looked like, when the creatures got close to these strange balls, that they would absorb them into their body, temporarily giving their body a greater glow. There was only one person who had the faintest idea where they could be, and that was Silver. Something she had studied, but she had only heard words being described of this place, so she was unsure. "This can't be. Is this the familiar world?" she blurted out, trying to match it to what she had read in the past. Something that was discovered long ago by the 10th family's original leader. He had written it down in his journal describing the place he had been to, but no one else had been to it, so others thought he may have made it up. Still, it was something that was gone through with students when learning about familiars. It was clear now that this place really did exist, and for some reason the Boneclaw was able to bring them all here. "The familiar world? Is this another planet?" Nate asked. "If what I read is correct, this is not another planet. It's almost as if we are in another universe different to our own, but also connected. This is where the familiars like the Boneclaw you saw before come from. This is where they rest and contracts are formed, making a bridge between our two worlds." Silver explained, although she didn't feel like she was the best expert to explain this, for she really didn't know what this place was really either. "If the Boneclaw could have done this, why didn't it do this from the beginning to hide us then?" Vex asked. That was a question that none of them knew, and they wondered where even the Boneclaw was. "Hey!" Nate shouted. "Where are you?" Nate realized that to get out of this place, they would most likely need the Boneclaw to create a portal back as well, but the Boneclaw was nowhere to be seen. "What are you doing?" Silver shouted at Nate. "Are you an idiot? What if a familiar comes and attacks us? Not all of them are followers of vampires. In fact, some of them love to fight and try to test their strength against vampires." Of course, Nate knew nothing about familiars, so he was unaware, and he felt like lately he had been getting scolded by Silver a lot. "I think we better hurry and find the Boneclaw." It won't do us well to stay here for long. Leo interrupted them. What do you mean? Fex asked. At that very moment, from each of them, a small ball of energy was seen lifting from their bodies. It looked almost identical to that of the small glowing balls they could see all around them. When it left their bodies, it joined up with the other millions of balls of energy. They suddenly all felt a little weaker and lightheaded. What just happened to us? Silver said, grabbing her head. Leo was probably the only one that understood what was happening. For the energy that was leaving their body was chi. What just left your body was your chi. What we also call it, though, is life energy. I think I know why the Bone Claw didn't bring us here. Because this world, the creatures here, they all feed off our life energy. If we stay here too long, soon all the chi will escape from our bodies, and when it eventually runs out, it will start to take our life force as well. Leo explained. Maybe they wouldn't have believed Leo's words, or trusted him too much before the light had left their bodies. But they had all felt it, and linking the two, they could see what he had said made sense. The problem was, what direction should they go in? There wasn't a clear path anywhere, and everywhere looked almost the same. The mask doesn't seem to be working here either, so we can't contact Quinn, Nate said with the mask in his hand, which he had summoned from his shadow. The good thing is our abilities still work in this world, but we are on a time limit. Closing his eyes, Leo started to try to spread his ability as far as possible so he could sense everything around them, hoping to find the Bone Claw this way. Doing this, he was unable to see the finer details, and if other things were to attack them that were close, it was possible that he would be unaware of them, but with the others around him he thought it was quite safe to do this. Opening his eyes, it seemed like there was some good news. The creatures from this world, or familiars as you call them, they all seemed to be heading to one place, as if something had caught their interest. Maybe that is the Bone Claw, or it could be something else altogether. I usually would say it was unsafe to go towards the dangerous unknown. But we don't really have the time to be wandering around this area either. Agreed, Silver said, and soon all of them were heading off towards where the familiars were heading. Letting the others walk in front, Leo decided to walk at the back of the group. What he didn't inform the others about was he had sensed one of the familiars following them from behind. It wasn't one he had felt before, and it stayed a distance away from them, as if it was curious. For the time being, Leo would leave it, as they continued their journey, ready to face it if necessary. What Leo didn't know was the familiar wasn't interested in the group. It was interested in him. The group continued to travel, being directed by Leo. They passed many giant mushrooms that were as large as trees, that had yellow or green tints. Small little familiar bugs scurried everywhere across the floor. Eventually, they no longer needed Leo to guide them because they could see many of the creatures heading a certain way. It was as if they all hurried towards a big event to the point that they all ignored these outsiders. Just then, Nate saw what resembled a large deer go past them, but it didn't look like just any regular old deer. This one had antlers that were 2 times the size of its body, towering over its head. So are familiars something all vampires can get? Nate asked after developing an interest in the surrounding creatures. It seems to require a certain aptitude, yet there are not many who want one in the first place. Silver replied. Vampire knights can choose to connect with a familiar through a ceremony, which opens the link between this world and our world. We offer them a drop of our blood, so they can sense our power. The familiars are not supposed to reveal the secrets of their world, so while we don't really know things for certain, we can speculate. Those familiars that wish to form a bond will fight over each other, and the winner eventually forms the contract with the vampire who had initiated the ceremony. Then what about your brother? How come he's got that flying bull when he's not a vampire knight? Nate questioned. Hearing this, Fex touched his earring as it started to vibrate a little. Hem clearly knew they were talking about him. So you're my familiar? Huh? I wonder how I got you? As a rite of passage, direct descendants also go through a ceremony to connect with a familiar. The chances for one appearing are quite low, although there have been cases when direct descendants manage to get familiars later on in their life, despite none appearing during that first ceremony. It's unclear why, and the most popular theory in that regard is that either one can somehow gain the necessary aptitude to summon one. Rarely there are also cases where familiars appear on their own in our world. We don't really know how this happens, but they also can connect with vampires of their choosing. My brother is such a special case, where Ham appeared on his own before Fex came of age for the rite of passage. Silver explained. That being said, I can see that you seem to desire to contract one, but you really shouldn't. The reason they are not popular even among regular vampires who would be able to connect with familiars is because many have died because of their familiars. They are quite strange. Each one is unique when deciding what they are attracted to. When you make a contract, it's almost as if you don't hold up your end of the deal, it will try to kill you. Listening to Silver speak, and looking at the familiars, Nate was wondering just how strong they were. He knew that beasts had their own power ranking, with some having almighty power, so was it the same for these familiars? If they could kill vampires, then they had to have some strength, and the bone claw from earlier was definitely stronger than himself. It was safe to say, if they did get into a fight, underestimating the familiars was not a good idea. Their journey so far had been relatively safe, although they saw many different types of familiars pass by them and come up close through the mushroom forest. Not one of them seemed to be aggressive. So Ham, is this really the world where you came from? Fex asked, wanting to know more about his little companion that had helped him. Kinda. Ham replied. Our world is large, and this is the first time I've been to this area. Besides, I hardly come back here. When I'm resting in your earring, I can choose to see what you see, or head back here until you call me, but I choose to look after my master. Besides, your world is way more interesting than anything that is going on here. Then do you have any idea why all the familiars are going somewhere? Fex asked. I have no idea, but maybe they felt something. I could come out and try to see, but I'm a little worried that if I do come out of the earring, then I will act just like them. And what if I get split up from you again? Ham replied. It was clear that Ham and Fex shared a good bond. It looked like he would have to treat his little familiar to something once they returned. Suddenly, vibrations through the ground could be felt. The mushrooms' heads seemed to shrivel slightly, as if they were reacting to what was happening. The vibrations continued one after another, as if something large was walking. It was clear whatever it was had quite some weight to it, which was strange considering the size they had seen of everything before. But then they all could finally see what was heading their way. Towering over the giant mushrooms was a creature of titanic proportions. It walked on all fours and was 3 times bigger than an African elephant. What was most notable was its long winding neck like that of the old dinosaurs, and its large single ready eye with 2 horns sticking out of its head. That thing's enormous, Nate couldn't help but say. If that was a beast, it looks like it would at least be a demon-tier beast. It's almost as big as the giant crab we fought. How foolish are you? Asked Silver. You can't base everything on size alone. There are plenty of beasts that are small yet far more powerful than you would think. So just because one is large doesn't mean it has the strength or speed to match it. It was very true, especially since humanoid beasts that were the same size as humans were said to be the strongest. Still, even though Silver spoke her words, she had to admit there did seem to be some strong power radiating off of it, as it glowed more than the others and the floating balls were quickly being absorbed by the large beast. In the middle of their small argument, once again they felt something pulling away from their bodies. Their heads started to feel light-headed, and then another ball of energy escaped from each and every one of them. By now, the beast wasn't too far away from them, and the ball of glowing energy that had left their bodies started to immediately head towards the large beast. Just like all the other balls of energy, its large body absorbed them and it started to glow. However, as soon as it did, it looked down to where the energy had come from. It seems to like the taste, and now wants seconds. Fex started to panic. The long neck started to swoop down towards them, diving down like a snake flying through the air. Seeing this, each one of them prepared on themselves, but they were all feeling a little weak after just having some of their energy taken away from them. If I fight using chi, then it will only mean my demise will be quicker. Leo thought about grabbing his sword, trying to think of the best option, but it seemed like he wouldn't need to act. The energy that had been following them, the small but powerful energy, started to hop between the smaller mushrooms. going from one to the other at a great speed. It eventually hopped onto the largest mushroom in the area, and when the beast's head was close, it leapt up to meet it. "What's that little black thing?" Nate asked. It was quite hard to see from a distance, but what was obvious was the size difference. It looked like a mouse going up against a cat. When finally a small paw was placed on the giant familiar's head, a pulse of energy was felt as ripples were seen going through the air, sending the beast's head away. The small black object landed back on the mushrooms, and it looked like the large family was now continuing off on its way to where it was going once before. Did that little thing just save us? Nate wondered. The small black object started to hop from mushroom to mushroom. Eventually it was running towards the group. Noticing this, they became startled and prepared for battle. "Don't draw your weapons. It's not planning to hurt us." Leo held them back. They were unsure though, but it wasn't like they could stop it if they could, as it ran past all of them, only to hop on the top of Leo's shoulder. Soon, sat on top of Leo's bald head, seemingly claiming the spot for itself. "Meow!" The cat went, licking its paw. "A cat!" Fex blurted out, able to see that familiar was a black cat, with big eyes, and a small red slit down the middle of its forehead. "Well, it looks like someone wants to make a contract," Silver pointed out, giving Leo a smile. All the others were staring at what was lying on top of Leo's head. They were looking his way and couldn't keep their eyes off of it, although Leo couldn't tell this. There was no reaction from their auras after all, but the reason for them doing such a thing was simple. It was because they were looking at what had decided to lie its fat body on top of Leo's head. It had spread its body wide and had its two large paws dangling on top of Leo's forehead, just shy of reaching his eyebrows. The others seeing this were all thinking along similar lines. "Cute," they thought. "Hey Leo, you do know what's on top of your head right now, right?" Nate asked. "I mean, I know you can't see, but you should still be able to feel it." Leo's reaction to the whole thing was what had startled them the most. He didn't move, he didn't try to attack the creature, and he acted as if everything was completely normal. "Of course, I can feel it," Leo replied, which was a relief to the others when he said this. "I know it has been following us for a while, but just like humans, creatures emit a different aura when they are preparing to attack. This little one has been following us for a while now, and it has no intention of harming us. Although I have to admit, I never thought that it would end up protecting us." Those words reminded them that although the cat looked cute now, yawning and lying on top of Leo's bald head, it just managed to repel a giant beast with a single paw, making Silver's point from before very valid, that it wasn't the size of the creatures that mattered. "Well, it just means this familiar is very special. Do you know what it is?" Nate asked, turning to Silver, the knowledge dropper of the group. She didn't mind explaining things. Since her teacher days she was used to it, and Nate actually was her student at one point, which was probably why Nate found it natural to ask her questions. "No, I'm afraid I don't. But you have to remember, the familiar world is large, just as large as ours. There may be even more familiars than humans, and amongst them, there will be special ones. We have familiars that we know of and have recorded, but I can't say I have them all to memory, nor do I know which this one is," Silver explained. At that moment, the cat finally looked like it had finished taking its little rest and hopped down from Leo's head. Now it was on the floor on all of its fours. The others could see that the cat was quite fat. It had a large round body, making its head look relatively small, but this just made its appearance even cuter. "What a fat cat," Fex commented. Immediately, the cat turned its head and held out its paw. Seeing this and remembering what happened earlier, Fex flinched and held his arms up to protect himself. Closing his eyes, after a few seconds he felt nothing. When he looked back at the cat, it was simply just liking its paw. Then what appeared to be a grin on the cat's face appeared. "No, did that cat just trick me?" For that to have happened, the familiar must have had a good grasp on the human language and at the same time have a high level of intelligence. Its next set of movements were strange. The paw it was licking until now. It suddenly dug one of its sharp teeth that looked like a fang into it. Blood was now pouring from the paw. It held it upwards and was holding it towards Leo. I was right. It looks like the familiar is looking to make a contract, said Silver. Although it's not the conventional way, it seems insistent. Leo looked at the cat for a few seconds and stared at its two eyes, not looking away. It was as if the two were locked in a battle where neither one of them could blink. Leo has won this battle, that's for sure, Nate whispered to Fex. How can he lose a staring competition? Drawing his sword, Leo hovered it an inch above his own finger. What is it that you want in return? And how do you know I will be the one to give you what you are looking for? Leo asked. The others heard nothing, but in reality, the two of them were speaking to each other, as the cat was able to send its voice directly to Leo so only he could hear. You have a desire stronger than I have ever felt before. Even now, you are filled with energy, all for the sake of improving yourself. I never thought I would meet a human that would match my taste. Several drops of blood have entered the familiar world, all of them so dull and straightforward. Yours is interesting. As long as your desire stays strong, I and you will not have a problem, and you will be helped out in many ways to come. We, familiars, live a simple life and we don't ask for much. Besides, without my help, you all will not survive this place. For helping you, all I ask is to come with you. Most of what the familiar said, he did not care about, but the last words were what had affected Leo the most. What is your name? Leo asked. My name is Ovinik. Just remember to always have your desire, or things could go very wrong. Having heard enough, Leo moved his blade an inch, making a cut on his thumb. A trickle of blood started to fall, and immediately the familiars in the area started to turn their way. However, slamming its paw onto the ground, another pulse of energy was sent outward, and the others soon stopped. They ignored them, continuing to go onward to their destination. Leo and the cat walked closer together until eventually, both wounds had touched each other and finally, they could feel an exchange of energies within each other. A few seconds later, and the cat started to glow brightly until it had disappeared, and now, on Leo's forehead, between his eyebrows just slightly above, he had a black circle appear. Although I do not know what or who that familiar is, it certainly seems you have made a strong ally that will help us in the future, Silver said with a smile. Where's my familiar? Nate complained and wanted to shout out. Give me something cool like that deer from earlier or something. Alas, it seemed like nothing was interested in Nate. Let's go, Leo ordered. It says what we are looking for is in this direction. The others didn't argue. They knew that Leo and his new familiar must have been communicating, and the cat seemed to be directing them in the same direction as they were heading in anyway, along with all the beasts. Soon, though, the terrain started to change as they left the mushroom forest, and the purple skies had gone dark, turning into a black-gray color. They were now at the base of a large mountain in front of them, and there were no signs of other life anywhere in the area. Stepping out from the forest, they could see hundreds of different-sized familiars all heading over to one place, and now they were part of this group as well. You're telling me not one of these guys is interested in partnering up with me? Nate continued to think about it, but he soon stopped as they could finally see what they were looking for. Up ahead, all the creatures had stopped and were gathered around something. In what looked similar to a type of throne made from bones, sitting down was none other than the Bone Claw. All of the familiars were heading to the undead king, to give their respects as he had returned to this area in a long time. Standing on the open black hard ground, they could see that the area was covered with familiars of all different shapes and sizes. They had formed a semicircle roughly 10 meters away from where the Bone Claw was sitting. This is crazy. They seem to be treating the Bone Claw like some sort of king, Nate noted, amazed and a little bit jealous of the treatment. Their group were in the middle of thousands of familiars and they hadn't taken a step forward just like the rest of them, for fear they would be doing something out of place. I thought it was just a nickname, but it looks like it might be a deserved title instead. Silver mumbled to herself. What name is that? Nate just had to ask. The Undead King. Finally, it looked like something was happening, as one familiar stepped out amongst all the familiars and started to walk towards the Bone Claw. It was the large antler deer they had seen earlier. When half a meter in front of the throne, It bowed its head slightly. The faint glow around its body started to brighten bit by bit. Soon after, a white glowing ball came out from the deer and flew towards the bone claw. The deer repeated this process several times, and when it stopped, the initial glow around the creature's body had dimmed to a level where it was barely visible. Soon after, it quickly left the scene, heading back to its space, and when it did, the surrounding balls in the area were being attracted to the deer. Once it had absorbed a few of them, the deer regained its glow once again. After the deer had left, the next familiar stepped forwards and did the same. More and more familiars joined. Without seemingly speaking to each other, they orderly came forwards and offered up the shining balls to the bone claw, who kept absorbing them. Seeing everything, Leo was trying to guess what was happening. The balls of energy. I thought they looked and felt familiar, but now it's starting to make a little more sense. He thought. They are exactly the same as chi, which also explains why what comes out of our bodies is chi as well. The chi is able to be absorbed into their bodies, unlike ours. Is this why they have a fascination with connecting to the human world? But then why have the familiars chosen to make contact with the vampires? From what Leo had learnt so far, vampires didn't seem too knowledgeable about chi in general. In fact, he had yet to meet a single vampire that knew about it, and when he had tried to teach the vampire students, they had been unable to. Of course, there weren't many humans that knew about it either, but from his experience, they had varying degrees of potential in allowing it to grow in their bodies. After a few of the familiars had finished going forward, they had eventually stopped, and for the first time the bone claw stood up from its seat. Its menacing size was apparent, and it was clear he had an overbearing power here. This guy. How dare he act like he owns this place? He didn't even ask me for permission before taking everyone's power. A voice spoke inside Leo's head. It wasn't hard for him to figure out who it belonged to, since he had already heard it not long ago. From the way you're speaking, am I correct in assuming that you are actually the leader of this place? Leo asked the black cat that had disappeared after leaving the black mark on his forehead. Indeed, and you have even correctly assumed that it's just this place. As far as I know, you have several leaders in charge of different territories as well. He's lucky that he came across my territory, and I'm in a good mood since I met you because of his actions. If he had tried this in any of the other places, there would be hell to pay. Especially for him as he is right now. I have seen him a couple of times, but this is the first time he seems so weak. Has the person he contracted with not let him fulfill his desire? Maybe he didn't choose the best person this time. The cat sure was talkative, but Leo was happy about it, since he had been able to learn a lot. The bone claw that Quinn had obtained and the black cat that Leo obtained. Both of them appeared to be strong, powerful figures in the familiar world. However, Leo found it strange that the cat claimed that the bone claw was weak. He had seen it help the others, and it certainly didn't seem like something that could be described as such. It also made Leo question just how powerful it was under normal circumstances. Looking at the bone claw standing up, this was when the others realized something different about him compared to the rest of the familiars. It lacked the faint glow around its body. It looked just like they had seen it in their world. It started to raise its hand, and at the same time all of the families in the area started to light up. Soon glowing balls of light started escaping their bodies. He now had enough energy to show some of his power, and all of the balls of energy were heading his way. They entered him one by one, energizing him. So that's why he is in that sorry state. The cat commented. It takes a lot of energy to force open a rift between our two worlds, and right now he's gathering energy to send you guys back. I wonder why he's trying so much for all of you? Oh well, it's better for me in the end since he hasn't asked to borrow my power. Although Leo couldn't see it, he could hear how smug and satisfied it sounded. With one of its long dangling fingers the bone claw held out. It pointed towards Fex, who was in the crowd. At this moment, not knowing what was going on, Fex started to sweat nervously. Have I just been selected for some sacrifice ritual or something? Fex asked, looking at the others for help, and eventually stared at Nate, thinking he would be a better choice. Hey, what the hell? Don't throw me under the bus. Nate could practically read Fex's thoughts. After all, he would have done the same. He will not harm us, Leo assured them. He is trying to send us all back. Eventually Silver was the one who gave Fex a nudge, and was following straight behind him. The others soon moved forward, and with their support he felt less nervous. Not knowing everything and at the same time learning so much that was new to him as experiences he didn't want to forget. When Fex arrived in front of the bone claw, he knelt down unconsciously. He didn't know why he did it, it just felt right to him to kneel in front of the creature. It then touched the earring on his ear. After it dangled in place for a few seconds, it lit up and Hem appeared in front of them. "Please don't take all my energy away," Hem pleaded immediately, begging and kneeling on the floor. "I only have a little bit of energy, and if it's taken away this little bull will die." "Huh? Oh, you just want me to speak to them for you? Haha. That's great then. Sure, I can do that," Hem said as he stood up, and his mood had changed in an instant. There were a few nods here and there from Ham, and he turned around to speak to the others. "His Majesty says, I have fulfilled my promise by protecting you all, but I will not be able to do it again. I will be sending you all back, but I must remain here to gather more energy before I can return. Creating a portal here, I can send you back to the same world, but it won't be to the exact same spot that we left. I can only promise you that you will end up on the same planet. Don't make all my efforts be wasted in vain. Live." It didn't look like there was much time to decide anything as the bone claw drew a circle in the air, which appeared on the ground surrounding them. It was time for all of them to head back. Although the tale Leo and Silver had told so far was amazing and beyond what they could have ever imagined, it didn't explain what Silver meant by her words, saying that Bryce wouldn't attack and how something bigger was on the horizon. Little did they know that this was because it was only the first half of their story and there was still a lot to go from when they had returned. It was explained further by Ham that when they had moved to the familiar world, they had also moved from the position they had entered as well. Although the bone claw could have gone back and opted a portal up, their time wasn't on their side. If 2 more energy balls were to escape from their bodies, then it would possibly be life-threatening. As such, they had no choice but to go through the portal that had been created and hope for the best. The vampire world was not exactly the smallest, so they could only rely on luck to end up somewhere near the vampire settlement. Going through the portal only took a few seconds, and when they arrived it was as expected. They were in the forest, but there was nothing resembling where they had come from, and nothing to tell where they had ended up. "I feel different. Oh, His Majesty, the Bone Claw King is no longer with me," Hem shouted as he flapped his wings, happy to be free. The rest couldn't share his enthusiasm. "But didn't that Bone Claw protect us?" Fex pointed out the reason for their disgruntlement. "If we run into that vampire again from last time, it will be really difficult for us. We can't escape. I don't think the Bone Claw would have been able to help us a second time in any case," Leo stated. "It must have used up a lot of energy creating those 2 portals. Otherwise it would have returned with us." "So is that the last time we will see that thing?" Nate asked. Truthfully, Leo didn't know, but he had a feeling it would be the last time. There had to be a reason why such a powerful being wanted to stay in the human world, and it hadn't really appeared to be the type to help them out of the kindness of its soul. "Finally! How long has it been since I have been here?" The cat purred inside of Leo's mind. "It's so rare to find someone with your quality of chi. No wonder that bonehead had stayed here for so long. I'd love to taste some, but I will leave it alone for now. I don't want you dying in the middle of nowhere, since you might need your strength." Silver, who had been carrying the large casket on her back the whole time, placed it on the ground and opened it up. She was worried that their little captive might have been damaged when they had gone to the other world, but she was wriggling about tied up, showing full well she still had strength. Still, the others could tell that the energy inside her had also been sucked away. All of them were currently weaker and not at full fighting strength. Using what they could, Ham flew up high in the sky and tried to tell the others what he could see. Silver had done some exploration in the past, so if they spotted some sort of landmark, maybe they could find their way out. Mountains, smaller mountains, scary-looking mountains. Ham kept naming them all as he saw them. "Anything else, Ham?" Fex shouted from below. "Did I already mention the mountains? Hang on. There is something there." Ham corrected himself as he noticed something else a little behind a mountain. Flying back down, Ham delivered the news. He first described the different types of mountains, but nothing seemed to give Silver any idea of their current location, except for the next thing the flying bull described. It looked like a giant dome created from the ground, but the center of it was all cracked. It didn't look natural, that's all I'm saying. Ham reported. The group needed to make a decision, head towards the stageman-built object, or split up in different directions to return to the center once they had found something. Split up? Did none of you guys ever watch any movies? Nate complained. If we split up, they'll get killed off one by one, and knowing my luck, I'll end up being the first one. Hearing Nate speak out about it, while they didn't think it would be as drastic as he had described, they decided against splitting up, and with no better idea they headed towards the dome. While on the way, Nate would constantly try and get in contact back at the base, but now it seemed like everyone in their base was currently busy all at the same time. It just made them feel tense about the situation and rush forward. Leo placed his hand out against the top part of the dome and made a sign for the whole group to stop. I can sense vampires. All the way out here in the middle of nowhere? But it makes no sense, we aren't even close to the waterfall. Silver wondered. But that original vampire guy didn't come from the waterfall, Vex argued. He had to have come from somewhere else, right? What if this is where they're hiding right now? Leo was quite confident that it wasn't the case, at least that the man they had met before wasn't here. Somehow he had known where they were, and Leo wondered if it had anything to do with their prisoner. Make sure she doesn't hear or see anything, Leo warned, and soon the vampire's knight's ears were plugged up with cotton balls made of string as well. With Leo's ability, he should be able to sense anyone else before they sensed them. The group decided to continue forwards, with Silver being the most keen. Hearing what Vex had said just made her want to find out if it was true or not. She wanted to bring back as much information as possible as they could. Using Leo's ability, they took a path that would Delbert avoid the vampires that seen. However, following them as they got closer to the dome, they needed to follow them from behind. Finally, they could see the crater in front of them, but were unable to see what was inside from the top. They could see two female vampires holding a male vampire walking towards the dome. Hey, is it just me, or does it look like they're treating that man like a prisoner? Nate asked. It was true. They could see that both the females were practically dragging the male vampire by his arms, as if he had been passed out and his legs dragging on the floor. What is this place? They're wearing the castle uniform, so they must be from the settlement, but were nowhere near the settlement, Silver said. When they entered the dome, the door they had gone through closed behind them, and the way Silver was shuffling her feet, it was clear she wanted to follow them inside. After what we encountered last time, we need to be more careful, especially with the state we're in, Leo cautioned, closing his eyes as he spread his ability one more time to get an idea of what was inside the strange place. Straight away, Leo could sense multiple auras, many of them similar but at the same time a lot of them different, and it wasn't just a few, there were more auras than that at the bloodsucker base in the waterfall. However, something was strange about them. Some felt weak and weren't moving about much. What did you see? Silver asked. Leo explained what he could see, and the others couldn't really figure it out much either. So, there isn't anyone strong that we can't take on in there? Nate asked. Leo nodded, but it looked like he had one more thing on his mind he wanted to say. About one of the auras I felt, it was exactly the same as one of the auras at the 10th castle. Someone inside has the same aura as Alex. A blood fairy was an illegal subclass. If one was created, it was the leader's responsibility to get rid of it on sight. If that didn't happen, then the vampires could only assume you were not only going against their wishes, but was plotting something against the vampire settlement. These subclasses were explained to have a high potential to either be used against them or ruin the current lives the vampires had built up for themselves at the moment. Same as Alex. Who's Alex? Silver asked, confused. Of course, Nate and Leo knew what they were talking about, but Silver didn't. Alex's existence was unknown to her, and she wasn't part of the 10th family. Even if she was Vex's sister, if she found out, there was always the risk she would tell her father or someone else and get them in trouble. In all honesty, not even Leo really knew who Alex was that well either. Only that he was a special subclass vampire that had created his weapon. After seeing the way the vampire from earlier reacted, he was starting to understand why Quinn had asked him to keep it a secret. There are quite a few subclass vampires inside. Leo continued, ignoring Silver's question. If we take what we saw earlier, assuming they are taking prisoners inside, I don't think the best of things is happening inside. A facility disguised behind a mountain, out in the middle of nowhere away from the vampire settlement. It certainly feels like they are hiding something, said Fex. It was clear that quite a few of them wanted to know what was inside, but they would need to be careful if they were to investigate. Suppose it was true that the 8th family was involved. In that case, it means as soon as they saw them coming, they would be able to send a message to the others almost immediately. With the state they were in now, if someone like the last person they had met was called, they probably wouldn't survive. So instead, they decided to rest for the night. Their bodies needed to recover what was taken from them. Yes, they would try to avoid being seen, but it would most likely mean another showdown if they were seen. They took it in turns resting as they kept an eye on the dome. It was too large to see all the sides of the dome, so they just looked at where the other 3 vampires had entered from. Eventually, while it was Silver's watch, she could see 2 girls leaving, whom had entered the dome from earlier, but the man was not with them. Heading back to the vampire settlement? Placing the large box on her back down, she decided to follow them from quite the distance. She inched closer and closer as a test, and eventually, she realized that the 2 of them weren't at the level of a vampire knight. If they were, Leo would have sensed it, and they would have discovered her by now. She followed them in their general direction for a while through the forest until eventually, she could see it. She recognized one of the mountains that could be seen from the castles if one was to look out. The 2 girls were definitely heading back to the settlement. She tried to inch closer to them. If they were vampires from the settlement, then they would have an emblem on their clothing stating what family they were from. Silver mainly was traveling up high through the trees, but having taken one step too close, the 2 girls turned around. "Did you hear something?" they asked. "There are beasts on this planet, so hearing something isn't that uncommon," the other replied, and the 2 continued on the journey. Coming out from behind one of the tree trunks, Silver realized that she couldn't get any closer without a confrontation. If they were able to sense me from that far, then they would have had to at least be at the noble level. So the leader involved is willing to work with their inner castle vampires. This whole thing smells rotten. Returning quickly, Silver was worried that she had left her post when she was meant to make sure the others were okay while they were sleeping. Upon returning, though, she noticed that Leo was already awake and was leaning up against a tree. "Did you find out what you needed to?" he asked. "Yeah, I did. I found our way back. But we need to check out that facility first." Those 2 girls seemed scared. Silver said as she looked towards the 2 boys who were fast asleep, as if there wasn't a care in the world. "Thanks for looking after them. Feel free to go sleep. You couldn't have gotten much. I didn't sleep much before as a human, and it's even worse now as a vampire. Besides, we have more lookouts compared to before." Leo pointed to the top of his head, directly at the circle ring. It was actually the cat that had informed Leo that Silver had gone off somewhere. After the 2 boys had woken up, they didn't see anyone else enter or leave, so it was time for the 2 of them to enter. Walking up, they noticed that security was very minimal, almost as if there was none at all. I guess if they are vampires from one of the 13 families, they can't just leave when they want like the bloodsuckers, Silver thought. Leo noticed something as well. He still found it strange that those that he could sense hadn't moved. It was as if they were locked up. There was no door to enter the dome. Just part of the wall had been almost cracked to look like a cave entrance. Leo suggested it was safe for them to all walk through, and so they did. They entered the cave-like tunnel and could hear the sound of screaming and groaning echoing through the tunnel's walls. "Hey, should we really be walking towards those noises?" Fex asked. Eventually, they had reached the end of the tunnel, but it wasn't the end of the groaning. Leo could sense that in a large circle shape as large as the dome itself, different types of energy spread out around and leading upwards. Ham was the first to be sent ahead. If they spotted him, most would think it was just a weak beast. After leaving the tunnel and looking around, he returned. I would say it's pretty safe for you guys to go ahead. But be prepared for what you're about to see, said Ham. They trusted Ham a little, but it wasn't until Leo said it would be okay as well, that the group continued to move forward. When they had exited from the tunnel, Leo and the others could finally understand what he was seeing. This facility was one giant prison. The center of the dome was flat ground that looked to be mostly destroyed, and it made the whole place look almost like an arena, but instead of an arena full of crowds, it was one full of prisoners. Spread across the edge of the dome were prison cells, each with one person locked behind them. What do they want to do with all these people? Vex asked. That's what we are here to find out, Silver replied. As she started to walk around the edge past each of the prison cells, they saw nearly every type of humanoid vampire subclasses possible. The groans and screams were coming from them, but as they tried to speak or reach out, their minds seemed wholly broken down. They were unresponsive to the group's calls or presence. A blood fairy, Silver said in shock. They have a blood fairy. Nate looked at it. Its appearance was similar to Alex, but it was a sad sight to see. It looked like its wings had been pinned down to the floor, only allowing one to move its body. And the blood fairy eyes looked dead. What family is behind all of this? Why are they keeping so many different subclasses here? Silver said, speaking out loud. Eventually, they had stumbled across a man that seemed saner. As he responded to them, running up to the bars and grabbing them. I'm sorry for whatever I've done, but please let me out, he cried. This one was a regular vampire and was the only regular vampire they had seen so far. Judging by the fact that he wasn't as worn down like the others, they guessed that he was the one that had been brought in not too long ago. I'm sorry, but please, I don't remember anything. The man screamed. These words from the man meant far more than they realized. What do you mean, you can't remember anything? Vex asked while gulping. The man touched his head. My memories, who I am, where I am or what this place is, they are all gone. The group asked the man as many questions as they could, but as expected, it was a lost cause. He couldn't remember anything, so he had no way of answering their inquiries. Still, his particular situation reminded them a lot of how Kaz and Vex were when they first had found them. However, the strangest thing was how the man was even unable to remember how he had ended up in his cell. Even after telling him 2 girls had brought him here, it didn't jog anything in his brain. Silver was hoping that he could at least describe what he had seen on their uniform, but it was all hopeless. Wait, where are you going? Are you not going to set me free? He shouted as the group continued on their way. If we did that, then the others would know that we were here. Have you lost your common sense as well as your memories? Silver questioned him harshly. But you can't just do this. After seeing all this, if you leave, you are just as bad as them. The man continued to shout, pulling at the bars. He was desperate, but the main reason why he felt like this was because of how all the others around him were acting. He knew he would end up the same if nothing was done. When those guys return, I'll tell them that I saw you anyway, so you might as well let me out. Still, the group continued to ignore him and continued on their way. Hey, what if he really tells them about us? Won't that be trouble for us? Nate asked. Don't worry, on the way back, we can deal with him. And as Leo said, there doesn't seem to be anyone to guard this place. They should be rather confident in their cells and hiding place. Silver replied. Vex looked a little down after talking with the man. After all, he could relate to not having any memories and nobody explaining what was going on. Luckily, he had been important enough for people to come to his rescue. As for the man and everyone else in this facility, even if they had someone looking for them, how likely was it that those possessed the necessary strength? I know what you're thinking, but we can't help them, Leo said. At least not yet. Think about what would happen if we did. A lot of these subclasses would probably just get killed if they were to appear in the vampire settlement. After we find out what is going on and that it won't put our or other people's lives in danger, then we can act. Leo knew full well what acting before knowing all the small details could result in. He had once lost everyone he had cared about because of it. After going past every single one of the cells, they had come across a couple more subclasses that seemed a bit saner than the others they had met. They could be communicated with but were close to a breaking point. Just like the first, the others also had their memories removed. However, one of them seemed to have seen something when asked if there was anything there. The subclasses pointed at the flat cordon in the center of the area that looked to be just empty ground. "Hey, I think that man is trying to tell us something," Nate noted, running over to the flat ground. He looked at the center, and then walked over towards the edges. "Hey, I'm right. You see how the rubble of the ground is spread off towards the sides? Yet, for some reason there's none in the center at all, which can only mean one thing." A clang sound could be heard after Nate had finished his explanation, since Leo had used his sword against the ground. "It appears we have a trap door, and quite the hidden one," Leo concluded. The next course of action was to try and find a way in. This facility just kept surprising them more and more, and they didn't feel like leaving before unearthing all the secrets they could find. Eventually they found that, on the second floor, there was an operation room. It was empty just like the rest, and even the inside of it looked to have been made with metals that were a little rusted. "Does this mean that this facility has been here for a long time?" Silver wondered. "Doing all this right under our noses." Depending on the material, sometimes Leo's senses wouldn't allow him to see through them, and this turned out to be one of them, making him just as curious as his companions about what was underneath. The controls were simple enough, even for Nate to use them as he pulled a lever, and the mechanics behind the door started to move. As they had learnt, the arena floor was a large trapdoor. From the center it started to slowly pull away in two halves, and what little burble there was would fall down the center while the rest moved to the sides. "Looks like the blockhead isn't so useless after all," Silver commented, and they all looked over to Nate, who grumbled under his breath that they were underestimating him. Once fully opened, they could see a large swirling staircase going around the edge, and the team decided to carry on moving forward. Once they had awed around to the stairs, looking down they could just see the bottom. The whole thing was made of a strange metallic material. It made the whole area feel cold and blue. Before they started walking down the stairs, they were looking towards Leo for new answers. "I think you will all be surprised as me, but the area down there is almost an identical replica of what is up there," Leo explained. "There is a major difference between the two though. All of these above ground are vampires, or vampire subclasses." Here Leo could feel it. Nearly every single thing alive in this underground facility, on the other hand, is a bloodsucker. Confused them, but they did get the okay from Leo to move forward. Walking down the spiral staircase together, they were able to see for themselves. The bloodsucker looked more hungry than ever, never taking its eyes off them. Walking down more, they saw the same thing repeating again and again. Unfortunately, it looked like they had all lost their minds. Even if one tried to ask them a question, they were unable to answer it, just like those above. There was no one they could speak to here below. Silver soon realized that the sheer number of bloodsuckers behind bars was far more than should be possible. They had already passed around 200 cells, and it looked like there were around 200 more to go. "What are they planning to do with all of these?" Silver asked. But no one knew the answer, apart from the person who had brought them here. This was when Nate also noticed something strange, something that had bugged him as he walked around the whole place. "Where are all the women?" Nate blurted out. "You teenager, do you really need to think about things like that at a time like this?" Silver glared at him. "No, that's not what I was thinking about. I just pointed out that we have only seen men in these cages so far. Don't you find it at least a little bit weird given the number? I could understand if it would have been a dozen or so. But there are hundreds down here, yet every single one is male," Nate explained. "Is that really true?" Fex wondered as he tried to remember what they had seen so far. He had been more interested in their subclass than their gender. "Of course. Trust me, I would have kept a note or something if there were some girls around," Nate replied, blushing when all three gave him strange looks. Silver, who had quite a good memory, started to think back. She was unsure if it was a big deal, but it certainly did seem a little strange. It wasn't as if only men could turn into bloodsucker, and the same was true for the subclasses. Putting aside that it does seem strange, does this information help us in any way? Silver asked. "I don't know yet, it just reminded me of a place where the opposite was true," Back when I went to visit the second family for CIA to get her memories back. I was surrounded by girls and had been wondering where the men were. It was just a thought, but now it makes me think, could it be they were brought here? Turned into these monsters? Based on what Nate was saying, it sounded like he thought all the men that should have been in the second leader's area had been placed in this facility, locked up. It was a crazy theory that if Silver had heard before, she would have just dismissed it. Right now, with the circumstances the way they were, she was willing to accept this theory. A leader was allowed to elect who they wanted in their inner castle area. If they wished all of them to be women, then that was the leader's choice. It did not matter how obscure the request was. However, what was more concerning than Nate's theory was the second leader themselves, Cindy. Nate's suspicion had become her suspicion due to her ability. All of these vampires having their memories lost, it wasn't too strange as a powerful vampire leader should be able to do such a thing with their influence skill. Other than using the influence skill to remove one's memories, there was another way other than using the influence skill to remove one's memories, and that was with the second leader's ability. Although according to Cindy herself, this was impossible. She was only able to reverse time so far back it was different for body parts as well, or so she claimed. This would mean with her ability, it would be impossible to remove every single memory about themselves. The power of the ability varied from leader to leader. Some were better with it, some were weaker, but leaders hardly ever got into scuffles to test such things, leaving the other leaders to rely on only their word about their powers. Every leader knew the other ones were hiding their true strength. If Cindy claimed she couldn't do such a thing, then the others would just have to believe it as there was no evidence. There was no way for them to force the other. I think it might be time for us to head back, Leo suggested. There is nothing left to explore here, and based on what we have found, it looks like some type of bloodsucker and subclass breeding ground. Hiding this away, they must have bad intentions. What was more concerning for Leo, though, was the connection in his body going wild. He could tell something was happening to the 10th castle at this moment, and they needed to return. They needed his help. Wait, shouldn't we get rid of these guys? Right now, they're trapped behind a cell. We can kill them so they can't be used to attack us. I know they will find out about this place was discovered, but they won't know who discovered it, said Nate. It wasn't a bad suggestion, but Leo was against it. Even with our strength and numbers, killing 400 of these guys won't be easy. Can't you see? The bars have been made of the same material that they create the castles out of. Making an attack through these bars would be difficult, making the task take even longer. I also think knowing about this place can be used to our advantage. Silver agreed. We stumbled upon this place by accident. The enemy probably thought we would never find such a thing, but knowing about it can make it clearer for us to know their goal. Finally, we can be one step ahead of them rather than always one step behind. There was another person that didn't want to kill them, and that was Fex. These people had been turned against their will. As he looked into one of their white eyes that did nothing but stared right back at him, Fex didn't feel scared. Instead, he felt sorry for them. I wonder if there was a way they could be turned back. Before leaving the place, Silver did one more thing to those vampires that were saner than the others. Just in case, she used her influence powers on them to remove any memories they had of them in this place. Usually, she wouldn't do such a thing, but they had already lost their memories, and the one she was removing wasn't one that was particularly meaningful or long. Doing such a thing, as long as she was able to, should have been an easy task. We must move as quickly as we can, Silver shouted. And that's what we discovered while being away. It was what held us up for so long, Silver said, having finished explaining what herself, Leo, and the others had gone through. All of this was reported to Bryce? Sam asked. Which means he knows about the bloodsucker and the other blood fairy which would have been used to kill Dwight? This was the proof they had all been looking for. The only bad thing was that Leo and Silver didn't know Quinn had been framed using the blood fairy. It seems all the signs are pointing to Jill and Cindy having worked together, said Paul. Yet somehow she had convinced the other leaders that she was the better one compared to the other leaders. Layla, upon hearing Cindy's name, clenched her fist tightly. She couldn't believe for a second she had trusted her and thought she was a good leader. She knew how the other leaders must have felt, but she had also seen her dark side when CIA had been killed. What I'm worried about is after learning all of this, Bryce has decided to continue with the execution, Sam said. Why not delay it until he finds the other blood fairy so it can be used as proof? Do you really think he won't kill Quinn just because he thinks it isn't Quinn? No, Paul answered. If we know Bryce, which I'm not sure we do, he will use this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. He'll get rid of Quinn first and then get rid of Cindy second, but if Bryce doesn't act soon, then the army of bloodsuckers could be used again. So we are back to where we started, Layla complained. The story was nice and all, but it still doesn't guarantee that Quinn will be kept alive. It just means we have ways to prove Quinn's innocence and know who the real enemy is. Tomorrow we have to act. Down in the king's castle, unaware to everyone something was going on. Quinn was cooking up his own plan. He never did want to rely on others. His arms had grown slightly in size, his hair had partially fallen out, and his fangs had winded. His arms were shaking, and the cuffs connected to the walls were starting to rattle. Quinn! Quinn, are you still there? Alex shouted. Come on! You're not going to turn and eat me, are you? Alex screamed. There was a manic wildness in Quinn's eyes, but hearing Alex's words, they had disappeared. His transformation was still the same though, with his bulging muscles still on display. When canceling his transformation, his hair started to grow back slowly, and his muscles shrunk smaller. That was good, we were almost there. But I would have lost it without you. Let's go again, Quinn shouted. Ever since Alex had joined him, every day, Quinn had been trying to learn how to become a bloodsucker to utilize its extreme strength without losing his sanity. Luckily, Alex was a great help as words from the outside while he was in the middle of losing his place helped get him back on track, and he was making progress faster than ever. Quinn could turn but would begin to pass out. Hearing Alex's encouragement would kick him out of that stage, but his body was still that of a bloodsucker. However, he felt it was risky having to rely on Alex every time he wanted to transform safely. They did the test again, and this time, there were no words spoken by Alex. So let's see what you do now, Quinn said with a smile. Now, all I need to do is wait, and there will be a big surprise for you. To those in the vampire settlement, it didn't seem like a long time ago that they were all talking about the same thing. As members from each family were gathering at the plaza to witness yet another execution. The difference was, this wasn't just any execution, but it was one to do with one of the leaders, something the young vampires had never witnessed in their lives before. Did you see the royal guards? They have gathered around the 10th castle. Yes, I did. I guess they're making sure the execution goes well and don't want anything to happen. But why is the 10th leader being executed? Do they suspect he has something to do with the royal knight's death? I can only assume that is to be the case. But it's not only those from the 10th castle. They aren't allowing any vampires that belong to the 10th at all to attend. The talk in the vampire settlement was true. The royal guards were stationed around those that lived in the 10th area, while those that belonged to the 10th family in name were told not to attend. There were no complications to happen this time as everything was planned to go smoothly. Underground under the king's castle, Quinn and Alex were silently waiting. They had used up all the conversations they had within them. They had been together for several days now, and with only the two of them together 24/7, they had learnt a lot about each other. Quinn had explained his background, his life at school, and how he was treated so badly and how he saw others being treated the same or worse, while Alex's background was a little different to what he had expected. Before the war, apparently Alex's family used to be quite wealthy, owning many real estate properties in the big cities. However, after the war most of their properties were destroyed, and the government had done nothing to subsidize them. They wished to build up their name and wealth again, but found it difficult after the introduction of abilities, where power was more important than anything, and it was something they didn't have. I guess a lot of people lost different things due to the war, Quinn thought. The reason Alex was interested in Quinn's offer initially was because he wanted to raise his own forging empire and bring his family name back up to what it used to be. He knew working for someone else wouldn't be possible. Even though it didn't quite work out how he originally planned, he was pleased. Working hard for your family, huh? Quinn thought as he tried to think back to his own parents, but he knew very little about them, not enough to even feel sad that they were gone, but only to feel down that others had a family when he didn't. You still think like that? Vincent said. Even your system is a constant reminder that it isn't true. Looking at his system, Quinn understood what Vincent was trying to get at. You're so cheesy, man. But you're right. Maybe when this whole war is over I can start thinking about raising my own family as well. Quinn thought it sounded a bit weird for someone his age to start thinking about a family, but he realized it was due to his life that he had lived while being Vincent. The one thing that Vincent felt fulfilled by was seeing his kids grow up, and because he had children he was at peace when leaving this world, thinking that he was at least passing something on, and it was the whole reason Quinn was here today as well. Although Quinn didn't know it at first, that the two of them were related. A family, huh? You know that to do that, you need a partner. Do you at least have someone on your mind? Vincent asked. Thinking about this question, Quinn's cheeks started to turn slightly red and his body temperature was rising as he thought of the possibilities. Hey, are you okay? Alex asked. It's just gone a little quiet. I guess it has been for a while. Quinn thought for a second Alex could see what he looked like, but it was impossible from the way the two of them were chained up. It was just Alex speaking out of awkwardness with the silent room. Now with the two having shared their stories together, all they could do was sit there and wait. They knew nothing about the planned execution nor what was happening above. But at least Quinn was pleased that it didn't look like the 10th were getting attacked anymore. As soon as they open those doors, depending on what will happen or what they will say, depends on how I will act as well. Quinn wasn't 100% with his ability to transform into the bloodsucker, while still staying sane. If something went wrong while trapped in the room, he could end up attacking Alex, which was something he didn't want to do, and he wasn't sure if he would have the strength to break down the door holding them inside either. So he had decided as soon as he was taken out from those doors, that's when he would transform. That was when he would do what needed to be done. However, there was a major problem with being a bloodsucker. His health would be incredibly low and he was unable to use blood skills, including the blood bank. Essentially, one hit from one of the leaders or someone powerful and he could be a goner. A double-edged sword. That was why when he saw who had come to collect him, he was in for a bit of a shock. The sound of the doors opening was heard and it had been a while. What he didn't expect was for it to be a bald-headed man walking in, and not one the ones who he enjoyed their company. The door shut behind him, and now the only ones in the room were Bryce, Alex and Quinn. Are you ready, boy? It's time for you to head out to your execution, Bryce said with a smile. The stage was set and the vampires were having a weird sense of déjà vu as they looked upon the execution platform. It wasn't too long ago that Fex, a direct descendant, was the one to be executed. Now once again, the council leaders had gathered and were left standing on the ground of the execution platform looking outwards. Some of the leader positions had yet to be filled, as the execution was deemed more important by Bryce, and Quinn's matter was to be dealt with first. So the vampire knights of their respective families stood in their place instead for the time being. Finally, the king had arrived with his two royal knights, following behind them. Covered in a chain on their feet and hands were both Alex and Quinn. There were two short tables set for them, with a curve in it where they could nicely rest their heads, and on the stage itself, a clean, fresh sword that had yet to be used. The executioner that had been selected was Muka, who would use the blade to sweep both of their heads in one clean motion. While being brought up to the platform, Alex kept looking at Quinn. He knew what Quinn had been practicing underground and was wondering why he hadn't transformed yet. Weren't you going to escape before it got to this point? Or is it because the king was the one that came to collect us? Alex thought. When Alex was placed in front of the table, there were many on the ground that couldn't help but gasp at his sight, because now he wasn't hiding his wings like he usually would. The ragged shirt he wore, with holes in its back, displayed his two wings on his back clearly. Is this why the 10th is getting executed? Due to him having held a blood fairy? Now it makes sense why they went to storm the castle. The vampires were soon filling in the gaps of what had happened. Whether it was true or not, it was the only thing they could guess. And it didn't help that there were already rumors spread around about this very thing. When Quinn was brought out to his own table, the vampires started to look around. Same with the leaders. Cindy, who stood in the middle of all the leaders, seemed quite pleased. She always had a smile on her face, but this one was a little larger than usual. It looks like not a single one from the 10th family is here, she thought. However, she was wrong, very wrong. A few miles back on top of one of the regular households, Logan was in position. He had picked the highest regular house, and with everyone away there was no security at all in the pooling area for the vampires. On the roof of the building, he had built a strange contraption that almost looked like a sniper rifle. He had it propped up and was lying on his belly staring down the scope. What he was looking at were two regular ordinary-looking vampires. One which had curly brown hair, and the other next to him slightly taller with black hair. "I hope we can pull this off, Peter and Borden," Logan said. A few days before an order from the king was received. It was to prevent anyone from leaving the 10th castle. By this time, Logan and Peter had left the vampire settlement already. Little did they know that their little trip to improve little Borden would turn out to be a blessing in disguise for more than one reason. Leaving the settlement without anyone finding out was quite easy given Peter's ability to disguise himself and Logan as whoever they wished. Nobody raised a fuss when they went out of the settlement's gates, as the guards were far more interested in those who tried to enter. Once they were out of sight, Borden climbed out of Peter's large pocket and hopped onto his shoulder. "Finally, I can breathe right," he said while stretching his arms. He was looking forward to their destination. Logan wanted them to go back to the lab where the supposed Dalkey had been created, especially after learning that his parents had been kept captive there in the past. He felt like there should be a connection there, and perhaps even a few things he had missed during the last time they were there. As for why Peter was chosen to come along, he was the muscle of the group if needed. If they ran into any vampires, they could pretend to be some no-name villagers, but if that didn't work, then Logan was pretty confident that there weren't many that could take down both Borden and Peter at the same time, even if they ran into one of the leaders. "I see you have taken a liking to Paul's gloves," Logan commented as they continued to walk through the forest. "They are light, but there is still something missing to them. It just doesn't feel like me," Peter commented. "Do you remember a long time ago you let me try out the game? There was a weapon that I took a liking to, but I don't remember what they were called. Those things that looked like batons? Only you held them." "Oh, you're talking about the tunfas. Yeah, they would suit someone like you. They would provide you with some extra range, and you could still use your fists to hurt your enemies," Logan replied. "Still, these are great because of how sharp they are, and I would want something a bit more secretive," Peter said in a slightly excited mood. "Do you think something like that is possible?" Logan considered Peter's request, and he quickly came up with a design. Once they were back, he would create a blueprint for a large blade that ran up each of his forearms, and when he wanted to activate it, it would appear out from underneath. What made him think of this was the active skill that Quinn would use with his weapon. This always gave him the extra range when needed once in a while. "Alex has been taken, but there might be something I can come up with for you in the meantime. If everything is still at the base we're heading to, then I should be able to make you one before we leave," Logan promised. He had brought a few items with him, mainly crystals of different levels for what he was going to do with Borden, but also some miscellaneous things that might prove useful. The base should also have plenty of equipment left over that would allow him to create a new beast gear weapon for Peter. Eventually, they reached the base, only this time without running into any trouble on the way. They entered the mountain and started to walk through the tunnels. Logan's memory was great, and he remembered the way from last time they had come here. When eventually reaching the Glathrium-made door, the same system welcomed him. "Welcome, Mr. Green." Entering the facility, it looked the same as before. It hadn't been touched, and there were many empty large glass containers big enough to fit a human in, filled with nothing inside, but had large tubes leading off to different locations. When they reached a crossing, there were several doors leading to different places, and there was one room which Leo had told them not to enter the last time they had been there previously. For that was the room with the demon tier beast. Apparently it still had great power, more power than the demon tier beast they had met before, and it was possible that he would go mad if he stayed there long enough. Heading straight forward, Logan entered a room where a large digital display nearly the width of the room was in front of him. Terminals with all sorts of stored information were in the corner of every room. This is the room where Mum and Dad had been kept for years and eventually made the Dalki. It feels weird being here, Borden couldn't help but say. He recognized part of the entrance where they had come in from, but not the rest of it. He didn't have bad memories of the place, but it was weird visiting the area where he had first opened his eyes. Straight away, Logan went off to work, touching the several terminals and gathering what information he could. Before he had been skimming through information trying to find out what this place used to be, but now he had more of an idea. There were several failed projects that had been created before the success that became the Dalki, and he wanted to gather information on them. His main concern was to discover why Borden was labeled to be an even bigger failure than the Dalki that had been created. After several hours of gathering information, Logan had come up with a theory. The Dalki were created using the demon tier beast. Part of that energy was also used in creating Borden, but at the same time when creating the green serum from Borden, only low-tier beast crystals he had on him at the time were used. From what he could gather, the energy output from the demon tier beast was no longer what it was before. It appeared that the number of Dalki that could be created from at least that particular demon tier had hit its limit, and if there were any more that were created they would come out with problems, just like Borden. Was the vampire the one that set up the link between the lab in the 10th castle and this one? It seems like it had been kept a secret from the vampires and he was working from the 10th castle. He must have also been working here. Is that how I accidentally created a Dalki version of Borden? Logan thought. If this was the case, then there was a solution to the problem: find a demon tier crystal and somehow infuse that power into Borden. It would have to be one that matched with the original one that created the Dalki. However, that seemed impossible. He could use any old demon tier crystal, but that might only have a temporary effect, although temporary was fine for now. If he didn't have demon tier crystals, then he would just have to use the next best thing he had on him, which was emperor tier crystals. Is there anything that I need to do? Borden asked. I just need some samples of your blood. But other than that you will be fine, Logan replied as he got to work. Just like before, Logan was hoping to create a few green serums the same as the ones received at the lab, but it would have to have Borden's DNA imprinted inside it. Luckily, he still had information from the last sample he had created, and Borden also shared the same DNA. Then, using the Emperor tier crystals, he would create a better serum that could be injected into his body to give him more time. How much time, and if it would restore his body to normal, he didn't know. Logan was working tirelessly, yet once in a while he would leave the room. He had Peter help him a few times, breaking one of the pipes leading to the large containers and seeing what was inside them. There was some gold-colored liquid in there, and he took samples of this as well. It turned out that the gold liquid contained traces of energy from the demon tier beast. There were a few times where Logan was tempted to go look at the demon beast himself, as he thought studying it further might give him more results or answers. However, some information he had found out during his research had warned him against it. It was a journal from his parents during the time they had worked on such a thing. Apparently there were a few times where they had entered the room where the demon beast resided and images appeared in their head. The vampire that had held them captive had to drag them out of there after he had heard their screams, and after that incident they had never ventured in there again. Logan also made sure to pass on this warning to Peter and Borden, although he was unsure if the two of them would be affected like he was considering how they were. Finally, Logan had gotten nearly everything down to the last detail. He had created the best serum he could possibly create. Now there was only the last step needed: melting down the Emperor tier crystals and adding it to the green solution, but when he went to look in his storage box, he also noticed a few bright red crystals in there. These were blood crystals, the crystals harvested from the battle the 10th family recently had. He had been given some to do some research on, and he still had them on him. The vampire was focused on creating a blood substitute, so he tried to mix the beast's DNA with humans to get human blood. There were also some attempts on vampires made, but vampire and human bodies aren't the same. Then what would happen if I used the blood crystal instead? Logan wondered. After spending a few days at the lab, Logan had gathered everything he needed. He had even found the time to create new weapons for Peter. As for the serum, there had been enough to create 2 vials of green liquid. How long they would last for, or more importantly what effects they would have on Borden, Logan was unsure. He suggested they should test one out before they left, but Borden insisted that he trusted Logan and he thought it wiser to have a second dosage just in case. As for Peter, he still wore Paul's gloves on his hands since they were made with fairy blood. However, there were now 2 single long blades hidden under his clothing where his forearms would be, that could retract as he wished. It was safe to say he was pleased. Luck seemed to be on their side, since just like on the way to the lab they didn't run into any trouble on the way back. When they had reached the vampire settlement, things seemed to be a little more rowdy than usual. "What is going on?" Logan asked, as many vampires were out on the street all talking to each other excitedly. Yet, the tension in the air around didn't seem to bode well. Using his hearing, Peter listened in to all the conversation he could, while Logan was gathering information via his small spiders. Between the two of them they quickly figured out what had happened while they were away. How Quinn's execution was set and how the 10th castle was surrounded by the royal guards to prevent them from doing anything about that. This is not good. If the others can't leave the castle, then how will Quinn get out of his predicament? Logan started to rack his brain for a solution. In the end, it felt like that it may very well be down to the 3 of them to break Quinn out of this whole mess. Some time passed, and it looked like the execution was proceeding as scheduled as those from the families and pooling area were moving forward. Heading down a dark alleyway, the disguised Logan and Peter met up. "Well, it looks like Quinn is going to have a hard time breaking out of this one." Peter concluded his research. Logan nodded. "I also failed to find a way for those inside the 10th castle to escape undetected." Logan replied, "The royal guards have made sure to have all our exits covered, however. I doubt that those inside the castle will do nothing. They will try and help Quinn escape. The problem is the royal guard's strength is nothing to laugh at. Each one of them is meant to be at the same level as a knight. Even if they do try to break out, it will be hard to make it in time, especially since Bryce must have ordered the leaders to stop us as well." Logan replied, "Damn it!" Peter shouted in anger, nearly punching the side of the house they were meeting behind, but quickly stopped himself, worried his strength might give them unwanted attention. "Screw it all. I'll just have to disguise myself as one of them and break the chains off Quinn. I'm sick and tired of all this vampire crap. Let's just break out and leave this place for good." Quite frankly, Logan actually felt the same way as Peter right now. The vampires and the whole situation surrounding them was just tiring them out. "Let me help," Borden declared. "If I use the serum, I should be able to do the same as last time. As long as I can use my strength, I can break the chains that are holding Quinn and Alex." Although Logan wasn't against the idea, the problem was they didn't know how much strength Borden would regain, nor how long he could fight for. Fighting without that information would be troublesome and risky. What if Borden lost his strength in the middle of the fight and because of it lost his life as well? "Don't worry about me," Borden said with a smile. He then moved his small hand and snatched the syringe Logan had been holding on to. Before the others could react, he had already injected it into himself. "At the end of the day, I'm just a clone, right? I just want you guys to promise me one thing. If anything happens to me, look after the kids from the Blade family and bring back Borden," he said, grunting a little and falling to the floor. At that moment, his body started to change. His body was growing by the second, and his hair with it as it reached nearly the bottom of his waist. Soon, Borden was back to the size he once was. Lying there on the floor with his clothes ripped off him, he started to clench his hands and touch all over his body, including the dangly parts. "I'm back. It worked. My body is back to the same size," he proclaimed excitedly. "I have to warn you, we don't know if this is permanent or not. So please don't get too excited," Logan reminded him. "And you probably should not waste any time. Think of every moment as possibly the last." "I know," Borden nodded. "We should act under the assumption that we don't have a lot of time, so let's get moving. First we need to get you some clothes," Peter pointed out. This was an easy task, since nearly all the houses were empty, their occupants having left to go to the execution. Stealing some clothes for Borden to wear was simple, but seeing Borden standing next to Peter had given Logan an idea. something that would give them the best chance of survival. Quinn suddenly noticed something. He could feel that other than Alex, who was by his side, there was another connection out there in the crowd. However, he was unable to pinpoint where it was coming from exactly. Did someone come here to try and break me free? Quinn thought, but looking over the vampires he didn't recognize anyone. Yet that made him think of the first person he had turned. Ironically, that assumption did not make him happy in the least. Of all people, why the hell is he the one out here? He's gonna ruin everything. My whole plan. Quinn started to panic, yet there was really nothing he could do, especially since even he didn't know which one Peter was. Maybe it's just someone wearing Peter's mask. Standing out in front of everyone at the edge of the platform was King Bryce. When he raised his hands, everyone in the settlement bowed their heads down, and then looked up at the king. This sight pleased Bryce greatly, making him almost forget about all the bad things that had happened as a grin appeared on his face. Thank you all for coming here today. Alas, today is not a joyous day. Bryce began his speech. We are all here to witness the execution of the 10th family leader, Quinn Talon. He is a grim reminder to everyone that no matter what era we are in, there will always be those who think of themselves first and foremost. As the new king, it is up to me to uphold our laws and the vampire code. Alongside him there is another member of his family, a subclass created by himself, who shall receive the harshest punishment. You may have heard the rumors, so let me confirm. The 10th family has indeed been harboring a blood fairy. Hearing these words, a few gasps were heard between the people, but not many, as there were only a few that knew what a blood fairy actually was. He is a subclass that is a great threat to us vampires. It is clear by keeping this subclass that the 10th leader has been planning to ruin the lives of us vampires, as he has already done to the late Royal Knight Dwight, and so his punishment must match the crime. I decree that both of them shall be executed today. The sword was picked up by Mukka. It could be seen in the distance as it shined and glistened even in the dark. He looked at the two of them and shook his head slightly, but not enough for it to be visible to those watching from below, yet Quinn was close enough to see it. Mukka didn't want to do this, but he had no choice. After I stated that I would save you, I was unable to in the end. The only thing I can give you to now is a quick and painless death. I shall perform a clean cut. Mukka thought as he started to walk up to the first person, who was Alex. The sword was raised and pressed against the back of Alex's neck. It stayed there for a few seconds before it was lifted up in the air. It stayed there as Mukka hesitated for a few seconds, but that was the perfect opportunity. A red beam of energy came out from far off and hit the very tip of the blade, throwing it off balance. Now that's our go sign, Peter shouted, as the two jumped over the other vampires and were heading straight for the stage. You think we didn't expect this? Cindy taunted, as three leaders including herself appeared in front of Borden, surrounding him. At the same time, the other leaders, including the white vampire knight that Peter had fought with, surrounded him. The normal vampires left the scene as soon as possible, afraid of getting caught up in the ensuing fight. This wasn't the same as last time, where some leaders might choose to help out and some were not attacking. It was everyone against that of the 10th family. The red beams of energy continued to fire out at Mukka, but he carefully avoided them after having felt their power. Logan's sniper rifle used pure energy created from the blood crystals they had obtained. Unfortunately, as a vampire leader, Mukka was too fast to be hit by them after knowing to expect them. I don't want your family to get hurt anymore, Mukka shouted. So I shall end this, and with the death of both of you they will have no more reason to fight. Quinn, seeing Peter and a stranger coming to help, thought the fighting had already happened, and he couldn't let Alex die in front of him. When the sword swung down at Alex's head, the sound of the wind being sliced could be heard, and soon after, half of the sword was seen falling to the floor. I was wondering when you would call me, Leo said. We have been waiting for this. Don't worry, we knew you would do this, Paul replied as well. Seeing how Peter had joined in already, Quinn had decided that it would be finally time for him to use the system's summon skill, bringing both of his knights to his side. Good. Now break me out of here, and let's get the hell out of this place. before I really start tearing all these guys apart," Quinn shouted. From the very back, miles away, looking through his scope, Logan had a good view of everything that was happening. What he was surprised about was, even with the power of his new weapon and the use of blood crystals, that the leader Muka was able to avoid his attacks. Leaders were clearly stronger than he had anticipated. As he was confident, if the weapon was to be used against a vampire knight, they would struggle to avoid such an attack. The other problem was, unlike last time, Logan was hoping there would also be those on Quinn's side. Those that would not join the battle. That way, Borden or Peter would be able to get through, but that didn't happen at all. When the sword was lifted, Logan started to imagine a life without Quinn for a brief second. What would be left of all of them after it happened? Would they be lost without a leader? Would someone take his place? And would Logan be able to find out the truth of his family? Lastly, he realized how much of a loss Quinn would personally be for him. However, the blade was stopped, and two of the people Logan had a lot of faith in were seen on stage. He had no clue how Quinn was able to do it, but Quinn was always full of surprises, just like the towers he had made. What Logan liked even more was that both Leo and Paul were wearing the masks he had created for them. Before, when arriving in the settlement, Logan had attempted to make a call their way, but the signal wouldn't even get through. He had a suspicion that it was quite possibly due to the royal guards surrounding the area. Maybe they had predicted that someone from the outside, or the human world would try to contact them, and had set up a device to block all incoming communications. Still, he knew his masks worked after testing them with Peter's mask, which meant only messages sent within the 10th castle were being intercepted. A similar device used on as the teleporter blocker perhaps. If I have time to study these, I can find out how they are affecting our equipment. Now seeing the two of them there right next to Quinn, they could coordinate everything together. With three, Logan thought this was nearly impossible, but with Paul and Leo they might be able to pull it off. Peter, Borden, make sure the leaders don't reach the stage. Leo, Paul, I'm counting on you both to break Quinn free. If we can get out of this, I think I have a way we can all get back to the human world. Sorry, I can't help any more than that, Logan said, and everyone went straight into action. On the stage were Bryce, Muka, and the two royal knights that would always stay by the king's side, Kyle and Prima. Immediately, Leo went to strike at the cuffs surrounding Alex, who was closest to him. His sword had sliced cleanly through. The cuffs fell to the floor, and Alex was finally free, quickly moving behind Leo. A material that even Quinn couldn't break with his natural strength was broken with a strike. This was out of everyone's expectations, but they didn't know Leo was using the power of his second stage chi. As Leo turned around to free Quinn next, another person had appeared in front of him. Your skills are adequate, but skill won't mean much if I'm faster than you, Prima said smiling, striking Leo across the chest with his small rapier he had in his hand. Leo was unable to block the attack, but at the same time, when the blade scraped his skin, it did nothing. Does speed really mean much if I can defeat you in one strike? Leo replied, striking diagonally upward, going across Prima's chest. Unlike his attack that had done nothing to Leo, Leo's strike had revealed a deep cut ripping through his clothes and piercing his skin. This is the 10th vampire knight? Why does he have the strength of a vampire leader? What was even more worrying was the wound wasn't healing, and a stinging pain was felt within him that was soon starting to spread. You idiot! Cindy shouted from below, off the stage. Remember that the 10th family has been harboring a blood fairy, and the report from the attack stated that they have weapons made from their blood. Don't get hit. Remove it with your blood control now. But it was a little too late for that warning. On the other side, Quinn had summoned Paul, and Kyle was now in his way, blocking his path. Just like when Paul had fought against Jill, he had wasted no time activating his soul weapon, and floating around in a circle were 6 green balls of poison. However, this opponent was not as easy to deal with as Jill. The poison was fast, but if it couldn't hit his enemy, there wasn't much Paul could do. Every time a ball would get close, Kyle was able to use his cape to block the attack, and then immediately he would change it to a spiral, acting as a large spear, thrusting it forward. Paul's poison was purely an offensive ability, so he had to rely on his speed to dodge the attacks. He couldn't focus on trying to attack with his poison ability at the same time. You know what would be good right now? If someone hadn't taken my damn gloves. Paul thought, but he hoped that at least Peter was making good use of them right now. For he was also surrounded by 3 strong vampires, one of them being the vampire leaders Jean and Sunny, while the other one was a vampire knight, a white like himself. For a second, Peter was slightly confused as he looked at the white that wore a hood, covering most of his head, but it still allowed him to see his distinctive facial features. Aren't you meant to be dead? Borden flattened your head last time, Peter said, vaguely remembering the events when attempting to save Fex. That was my brother. The white shouted in anger and was the first one to go in, throwing out his fist. At the same time, Peter did the same. When the 2 fists had collided though, there was a clear winner as the white's fist shattered within itself. Knowing what he was tough, Peter knew he would heal, so he used the spike gloves and stabbed them into his chest. It was too fast for the white to react. How? The white thought. I saw him fight against my brother last time. My brother and I are equal in strength, and last time he was outmatched. Could it be, his creator really has gotten that much stronger in such a short time? Peter was getting ready to use his new weapon to stab right through the white's head, finishing one of them off early. But before that could happen, some blood could be seen flying through the air heading his way. A few seconds later and the blood exploded. It wasn't a large explosion, but it served its purpose as Jean just wanted the 2 of them to be split away. While Peter was startled, Sunny took advantage of the opportunity. She didn't have an ability that was that helpful in a fight, but she was still a leader who would be able to match Peter's strength and speed. However, when she took a step forward, another red shot came out from afar and had stopped her from moving in. I have to be careful, Sunny thought as she looked at the ground where the red beam had hit. It had caused quite a lot of damage to the floor. She remembered the power from before, how it had nearly knocked the sword out of Mukka's hand with his grip strength. Although everyone was faring well, at the same time, Quinn was worried, as it didn't look like they would be able to do much, and there were still leaders and vampire knights that hadn't joined the fight. Looking at Borden, 2 spikes had appeared out of his back. He wasn't using his full strength, but he was constantly trying to get out of the position he was in so he could at least get to where Quinn was. If I use more strength, then it might shorten my time, Borden thought. But how much time do we have? The same thought was also running through Quinn's mind. Alex was on stage, hiding behind that of Leo. He was worried that if he attempted to fly, they would quickly hit him down out of the sky. While Quinn was looking to his right at Alex, he didn't notice that a blood swipe was coming his way directly at him. I have to get out of here, Quinn thought and started to fill in his energy with the red energy inside his body. Still, he soon noticed that this was a waste of time, as the blood swipe was blocked, and a shadow was cast over Quinn from the person's back. Why did you stop my attack? Cindy shouted from below. What do you think you are doing, Bryce? Leo's sword was continuing to clash against Prima's, but once in a while Prima's speed would win out and another small hit would be made on his body. After having removed the poison from his body, as Cindy had suggested, he was back to his usual self and was fighting at full strength. This time when attacking, he was more cautious than before. If I want to win this fight, I can't just treat this man as another vampire knight. I have to fight against him like he is a leader. What was strange though was that Prima's attacks were faster after the first hit, and after a while longer of trading hits, Prima managed to get another hit on Leo's shoulder this time. Still, blood wasn't drawn, but when Prima came in thrusting multiple attacks, he was even faster than before. Now I have an idea of what is going on, Leo thought. It's his ability. After he successfully gets a hit, he will get a speed boost, and it seems like his ability will stack with each hit. What an interesting ability, but there must be a time limit. As long as I avoid getting hit for a while, I will be able to return with my own attacks. Knowing this, Leo reverted to his own blood attacks, throwing out swipes of blood and keeping Prima's attacks away from him. For some reason, it seemed like Prima was desperately dashing in, hoping to get another hit in. Looks like I was right on the ball, Leo thought. However, he was soon distracted, for he felt an energy source heading towards Quinn. If he didn't do something, then Quinn would be hit by it. Leo was ready to act, but then he saw that one other was already moving before him, as if they were always ready to come in at any time and block any attack that would head Quinn's way. It took a second for everyone to process what they had just witnessed. Even then, they weren't sure if what they had seen was correct, nor the reasoning for the person's actions. For some reason, the very king who had ordered Quinn's execution had just blocked an attack. It wasn't until Cindy verified what they had seen from her words that they realized it wasn't a mistake. "Bryce," Cindy shouted again. "I will ask you again, why did you save that traitor's life?" It was such a drastic scene, and confusion had spread so much that the fighting all around had stopped. After all, Bryce the king must have had a reason for interfering, and there were those families that still didn't believe that Quinn was responsible and wanted to hear what was to be said. "I didn't think you would actually come through on our deal," Quinn said, looking at Bryce's back. "I guess you at least kept your word." Bryce scoffed a little and didn't even turn around to acknowledge Quinn's words. "You are a lucky boy. You shouldn't thank me. Things just happened to come through in time." "Prima, Kyle, stand down," Bryce ordered, and even though they didn't know what was happening, they decided to comply and stepped away from both Leo and Paul. "Cindy, you are shouting at me like I am another leader, but I do have to remind you that even during this moment, I am still your king," Bryce said, with anger in his voice at those last words. He was no longer hiding the hatred he had for the person he was looking at. His eyes had naturally lit up red, and there was something Bryce was never able to hide when he was angry. It was the veins on his hands that would show. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty," Cindy corrected her tone, giving a slight bow and biting her lip. "But forgive me, have we not all gathered here, with the whole vampire settlement and its leaders to witness the execution of a traitor?" "Yes, you are right," Bryce stated, looking back at Quinn, and nodded towards Leo. It was a clear sign that Leo was able to act without him interfering. Using his sword, he cut the chains off from Quinn's hands and feet, and he was finally free. "So, he wasn't lying after all?" Alex whispered as he rushed over to Quinn's side. "It seems to be the case," Quinn replied, thinking about the moment the two of them had met in the underground cellar. Before their execution, Bryce had visited them to bring them out, but he had come alone. Without his royal knights by his side, it was strange, but when Bryce stated he wanted to speak to Quinn alone, it became a little clearer. "Your execution has been set, and we have had some news about what has happened, but there still isn't enough evidence. However, I can't delay this any longer," Bryce explained. "The wheels are already set in motion. Quinn, what I need you to do is delay your own execution for as long as possible. You are buying your own time, and if you are successful in this, then we can all get out of this alive. Well, at least the people that should still be alive." This was the reason why Quinn had decided in the end to abort his plan of turning into a bloodsucker once leaving the room, to do his grand escape. However, Quinn was unsure why at this very moment he had finally decided to intervene. What was he so desperately waiting for? "Now, let's all find out who the real person is that has been working with the bloodsuckers, killed our royal knight Dwight, and has attempted to frame the 10th family for all these things," Bryce stated quite confidently. Still, Cindy was unfazed, and even started to break out in laughter. "Wow. So you really are trying to pull the wool over all my followers?" Cindy replied. "You have already become king. What do you have to worry about? Are you really now accusing me of all these things? Everyone knows that you have hated me because I was close to taking the position as the next queen. Are you afraid that they might think you are unfit to be king? I would say if you are the one saving the 10th leader, then it is more likely you are covering up for something." Those listening in to the whole conversation honestly didn't know who to believe at this point. For one thing, it was clear. Quinn did have a blood fairy, and Bryce had saved him, while there was currently no evidence for these crimes against the second leader. Not publicly anyway, like there was with Quinn. "Why do you think I have waited all this time to act?" Bryce stated. At that moment, someone else was heard walking onto the stage, and it was an old face Quinn hadn't seen in a while. "You did the right thing, believing in me and my father, Quinn. Thank you for not killing him back then," the voice said. "Did she Regain her memories back? Quinn thought. That's right, Kaz said, standing at the front next to her father. I Vampire Knight Kaz Kane was attacked along with fellow vampire Fex from the 10th family, and it was all her doing. She pointed. Cindy Cha of the 2nd family. Some families were aware that Fex had gone missing, however, they didn't know he was attacked or about the memory loss, and they definitely didn't know that something happened to Kaz. Her words were even a shock to them all. Other than the 13th leader, Lee, this was the first time they had heard that Kaz had been attacked. Attacking one's vampire knight was similar to declaring war on that family, unless they had a good reason for doing so, or had been ordered to. From the words she spoke, Quinn had gathered that it seemed like somehow, Kaz was able to regain her memories, and this was the moment Bryce was waiting for. But how was he able to get Kaz's memories back? Quinn wondered. By now Quinn was pretty sure Cindy was behind everything due to what he had learnt from Alex. With her ability she was able to return one's mind back to a certain point in time, similar to what she had done with CIA. So Quinn wondered how Bryce was able to remove it. Was there someone with the ability to negate abilities, or possible Cindy herself was able to reverse the reverse, but this seemed very unlikely. Cindy would never help out Bryce. The main reason why Quinn wanted to find out was so he could help out Fex. I will now declare your wrongdoings in front of everyone in the vampire settlement and to the other leaders, Bryce said, moving forward and pushing Kaz slightly behind him. A little over 2 weeks ago, Kaz and Fex were traveling together to return to my castle, when the two of them were attacked. Kaz's body was pinned to the wall, while Fex was taken away. Later on, Fex was to be found at the Bloodsucker settlement, and had been saved thanks to a collaboration act between the 13th and 10th family, but there was one problem. Both of these had no memories of the attack and had no idea who had attacked them. Seeing where Bryce was going with this, Cindy couldn't help but speak up. So now that your own daughter has regained her memories back, and she has pointed the finger at me, should we all just believe that I was the one who had done it? This just further proves my point that you two could have been working together all along. After all, we know the 10th was keeping a blood fairy. Bryce didn't say anything, but gave her a quick stare, which caused her to take a slight step back a bit. He didn't move, but it was a reminder that she shouldn't interrupt the king when speaking. So Bryce continued. In this situation, one would try to focus on regaining their memories, but if it was done via the influence skill, there would have only been one person who I could rely on to get them back, those from the 2nd family. However, I guess it was a good thing that I never did trust you, Cindy, said Bryce. I was focused on the why. Why would someone go through the trouble of attacking Kaz and taking Fex away? And why the need to frame the 10th leader as well? After the royal guards did some investigating, it was found out that they weren't the only ones that had a lapse in their memoirs, but several of the direct descendants from the other families were unable to remember what they were doing between certain hours of the day. Usually, this wouldn't be too much of a concern. It was only a brief moment that they couldn't remember, but certainly strange. Yet, there is one thing that is needed to not only open the King's Vault, but to also open the Absolute Blood Book. Now walking to the front comfortably, stepping one foot after the other was Quinn, and he didn't even have the best expression on his face either, as his eyebrows were frowned and the wrinkles on his forehead could be seen. Staring at the one person that had caused him so much trouble. It's nice to meet you again, clown, said Quinn, thinking back to the person who had extracted his blood back when he was underground. It's safe to guess that the guards protecting my cell also have a lapse in their memory. Getting my blood? I don't have any direct descendants, so you need to get the blood from me. Of course, approaching the leaders directly to take their blood would have been impossible, so you aimed for Kaz, Fex, and all the others. For once, the usual smile that Cindy would have on her face had dropped. Her hands were left hanging by her sides. She wanted to say something, but she knew she didn't have to. It still wasn't enough to convict her at all. Right now Bryce and Quinn were just acting like a bunch of detectives, spouting links that could just be made up on the spot. Cindy, Bryce spoke, and she lifted her head again. You think we stopped there? We learn of all your plans, it's useless now. We know Jill, the 8th leader, was working with you. Her vampire knight was found with the bloodsuckers. Hearing her name, Jill's face was full of panic, and she immediately started to look around at what leaders were around her. "And there's more." Another voice shouted out. Being marched in through the crowd was the royal guards, and they had surrounded a group of people. In that group was Silver and those close to Quinn from the 10th castle. As expected, they were already planning to make their move, and when charging out through the front gate, the reaction of the royal guards was not what they had expected. The guards told them that they would escort them to the plaza, and Bryce had informed Silver of a little more that day than what she had told the others. An investigation was run into those from the second family. Out of all the families, the second family has had more vampires born than any other family, yet they never reached the limit. From reports, they have also had the highest crimes committed that would be punished, and vampires perished under infighting. Yet, when we go to ask those in the second family, it seems like there is no such thing. I wish we would have found out sooner, but there was a clear pattern. All the vampire men that were promoted into the inner circle didn't last long. They weren't just receiving a normal punishment, they were sent away to be turned into bloodsuckers or vampire subclasses. Seeing a sweat appear on Cindy's face was giving Bryce a satisfied smile, and he wanted to give her the last push over the edge. "If you plan to take me out with that army of yours, then that would be useless. Prima has already been sent out with a group of royal guards, and we got rid of every single one, apart from the blood fairy we kept for evidence, of course." Fex too had been brought along, and hearing this he was a little saddened. Silver looked at him for a second, and it was the reason why she hadn't told him. She knew he wanted to save them, but she also knew what Bryce's course of action would be after finding out. "You're saying that I'm involved in this?" Jill said, placing the palm of her hand on her chest. "Just because my vampire knight was found, who knows what type of words Cindy could have used to threaten her. I have just been following orders from you this whole time." "Both Kaz and Fex can verify that this happened to them," Quinn said. "And even Alex is a witness in all of this. The one that brought him to Cindy's castle in the first place as the original 8th leader. I find it hard to believe that you knew nothing about this, when the leaders are locked up in tombs below your castle." Hearing this, there were many gasps from the vampires in the crowd, and even the leaders looked at each other in disbelief. An original was woken up, and not only that but the 8th original. "We can prove if what Kaz has said is true or not right now. Anyone feel free to use the influence skill on her and ask away," Bryce said. Standing forward, the first one to volunteer for this act was Muka. "You all know that I have been accusing Bryce and suspected Bryce has been behind this whole thing the whole time. So it's safe to say I don't trust him, and it is true even now. If I'm the one to use my influence skill, and Kaz is telling the truth, we should all get our answer." He walked up to Kaz, and Kaz was ready to allow him to use his skill on her, when the sound of clapping was heard. "Bravo, bravo," Cindy said, smiling once more. "There is no need to use the influence skill on her. You caught me, you were right. I was the one behind everything. You did so much digging. I guess the one thing I underestimated was for a bunch of vampire elite leaders to put so much trust in a human-turned-vampire." Then grabbing her black dress, she pulled hard, ripping it completely off herself. "But what are you going to do about it?" she said, with the red blood armor covering her entire body. As soon as Cindy had ripped off her black dress, everyone's eyes couldn't help but be drawn to what she was wearing underneath. Some had never seen Cindy wear anything other than her black dress. There were even rumors going around that she slept in it, and even when she fought just moments ago she kept it on. Now, having taken it off, everyone could finally see what was underneath. It just wasn't what they had expected. To see the blood-red armor. The red color darkened on the edges of the armor, slowly getting more intense in color towards the center. Each piece was carefully crafted using one of the strongest blood crystals from the past. This armor was one of 2 that were known in existence. "The blood armor," Bryce said, as his eyes gazed Cindy up and down. He wasn't looking at her but the armor that she was wearing. Soon thoughts were beginning to consume his mind. That someone like Cindy, someone who didn't deserve it, was wearing this incredible armor made his whole body boil inside. His right hand was tense so much that one of his bulging veins burst through the skin and was now slowly dripping onto the floor. A first even for him. It was expected that someone had to have the armor when the king's vault was found empty. but Bryce expected that there would be someone bigger behind this mess. How could the vampires let themselves be outwitted by her? So this means it's true. The second leader was really behind everything. It has to be, otherwise why would she have the blood armor right now? The onlookers were visibly confused at the events that had occurred and had taken a step back. After having all those accusations thrown at her, she was now admitting to those crimes. However, showing the armor didn't mean she would be turning herself in. She was ready for a fight. Cindy, Mukka mumbled, not knowing how to feel. A lot of his anger thus far had been directed towards Bryce, and Cindy had even helped him and his people many times. After discovering the truth, he felt guilty, not just because he had accused Bryce but for other reasons as well. Cindy would often come by and visit the cells that were in the 14th castle. It was normal for convicts to take their own lives. Sometimes they even fought against each other and lost lives. But now Mukka was learning what she had done to her own people. He feared that those prisoners suffered the same. He was starting to realize that her willingness to help him constantly was just so that she could get closer to her own goal by getting him on her side. With her ability, she could have tricked everyone. She could have made it so no one remembered what she did, or saw where she had been, leaving no evidence behind. How were we all tricked by this person? He thought. There was a reason why Mukka never suspected Cindy in all of this, because there was one thing that didn't make sense. Why go to all this trouble to get the blood armor and the absolute blood book? If she had never framed Quinn for Dwight's murder, then both him and Jean would have still voted for her, making her queen. If she became queen, she would naturally inherit these two items. Was she afraid that Quinn wouldn't give her his vote? No, even Quinn at the time only became suspicious due to Fex and Kaz, meaning all of this started even before. Everything she had done just sabotaged herself from becoming queen in the first place, and this is what Mukka didn't understand. Everyone clear the plaza now, Mukka shouted. The second leader, Cindy Cha, is responsible for stealing the king's items, and for the royal knight Dwight's death. She is resisting, and this place will soon become a battlefield. After Mukka announced his warning, he also sent out his two knights to make sure that the crowd were to leave the area safely, and they did so quite quickly. Being caught in the crossfires of a fight between leaders would hurt many of them. This is going to be a difficult fight, Quinn. With the blood armor, you will need the help of the other leaders to take her down. Vincent horridly said. What do you mean? I understand that the blood armor might be strong, but just like the blood weapons, won't it need human blood to activate its power? She might have a flask, but then the blood will run out quickly. We just need to buy time. Quinn expressed his thoughts based on his own experience with his soul weapon. Also, after witnessing Arthur's fight, Quinn knew that unless a blood weapon got a constant supply of blood, the time frame it could be used for was limited. All of what you said is very true, but that's only if Cindy hasn't learnt from the absolute blood book. You see, that book has special power. It treats all blood the same, including vampire blood, and when using it, it will power the armor as well. I'm afraid if she had the blood armor, she would have already obtained the book and has been learning it since the day she got it. The vampires had left the plaza and now it looked empty with so few people in it. But those from the royal guards and from the 10th family had remained. They didn't want to leave Quinn alone for this one. They weren't able to help when he was captured last time, and many of the leaders were worried that there were others working with her. At that moment, Cindy turned to Jill. Well, it looks like we have no choice but to fight ourselves out of this one. You know what to do. Jill was still on the floor on the brink of tears. She couldn't believe what was happening right now, but still she agreed as she got up off the floor, nodding her head, wiping the tears away. Soon they weren't the only ones standing there. In total, 3 additional men were now standing by her side, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Seeing this, straight away Leo and Borden attitudes had changed and they were ready to go for a second round. This was because one of the men that had appeared was the original 8th leader. It looks like the 8th family is heavily involved in all of this after all, Bryce said. Judging by the fact that every past 8th leader that is still alive is here at this moment. Bryce was an old vampire, and he recognized them all. They were all the past leaders who had gone into eternal slumber, apart from the original vampire. However, Bryce knew who the original was based on old portrait paintings they had. "Don't blame them," Remus said. "They are only following my orders and commands. Since the whole of the 8th family is originally mine, they must comply with everything I say, even if I have to force them to." Lifting up his hand, Remus snapped his fingers, and at that moment a large explosion in the vampire pooling area was heard, followed by sounds of vampires screaming in the distance. "Prima, you are the fastest one. Head with the royal guards and go off to investigate," Bryce ordered. He did so, but soon explosions were heard going off in different areas as well. Bryce was startled about what was happening. He had killed all of those that they were hiding in the secret settlement. He thought that Cindy wouldn't have had a chance to coordinate an attack like this, so what was happening? Because of this, he had no choice but to send off more leaders to investigate all the different problems that were going on. Sunny, Muscat, Lee and Muka were sent off to investigate as well, while the rest remained to deal with the trouble in front of them. "Are you sure you can take us on with so few leaders?" Remus said. "You are going up against an original after all, and one that has the blood powers and the absolute blood armor." "I don't understand," Bryce said, pulling out his sword that was used against Quinn in their fight. "Why would an original be teaming up, or following the orders from the 2nd family? Do you have no pride?" "Pride," Remus repeated. "That disappeared a long time ago. All I care about now is getting rid of the 10th family," Remus shouted, charging forward, throwing out a blood swipe. It was aiming straight for Quinn, but it would never reach him as Leo stepped in front, smashing the blood swipe with his sword. Soon Remus felt a strong blow hitting him in the right side of his rib, chucking him across the whole length of the square. Looking at who had delivered such a strong blow to send an original flying around like nothing, they could see a blonde-haired boy, with 3 spikes sticking out from his back and scales running up his face. "It's time for round 2, and this time it will be longer than 10 minutes, Borden said, cracking his knuckles. Meanwhile Leo stood behind him and prepared to back him up. "What is a Dalkey doing protecting the 10th family?" Cindy thought, grinding her teeth. The continued explosions were going off all over the vampire settlement, and the screams from the vampires continued along with it. The vampires that had just left the square and were returning to their homes were now suddenly running about in a panic, and soon the sound of fighting could be heard as well. It was apparent that the explosions going off all over the settlement weren't from any special devices of any sort, but it was from fighting. From vampires using abilities against each other. The leaders that were sent off to deal with the commotion were trying their best to settle everyone down and find out where the explosions were coming from and what was just happening exactly. One of these leaders in particular was Sunny, leader of the 5th family. She was extremely worried about members of her family as they were considered weak. Her ability allowed her family members to communicate with familiars, but due to the rules surrounding familiars, there weren't many vampires in her family that had them, so they were to fend for themselves. At the same time, not all vampires in the settlement were fighters. They had greater strength than your average human, but some didn't strive to be stronger and just enjoyed living their day-to-day life in the settlement. Being from the 5th family, she had more settlers than other families. Trying to get to the commotion located closest to her castle area as quickly as she could, she summoned her familiar, and soon a large black wolf the size of a house was seen by her side with a horn sticking out from the top of its head. What was unique about this wolf was it was able to change its size, and on its front paws it had beast equipment to power its attacks even further. Shrinking down, the wolf eventually was the size of a small elephant and was now half the size of what it was before. "Noir, I will need your help. We have to get to the castle as quickly as possible," she ordered, as she quickly jumped on the giant black wolf's back. Noir nodded, understanding what her master's desire was, and was off. Noir was fast, even hard for a vampire to keep up with. Her speed was her main trait that she used when fighting, but they didn't get far before Sunny had spotted someone she knew quite well. It was Rokeen with his own little black rabbit familiar, and he was crying out for help while dragging a student over his shoulder. "He's hurt. Come on, help," he shouted. Sunny jumped off from Noir and tried her best to help as she could. "Here, give him some blood. He should be able to recover faster," she said while handing over a flask, but she knew she wouldn't be able to do this with all those she would come across. She only carried a few flasks with her for emergencies as most vampires did, but with this level of damage they needed something better. Can you explain to me what happened? Why is he hurt so bad? What is attacking them? She asked. It's those from the 8th family. Those in the pooling area and those from their inner castle. They're attacking everyone left and right, any vampire they can see, regardless of what family they are from. The other vampires have started to attack back. But some of them are our friends. They are hesitant while the 8th family doesn't seem to care. Why is this happening? Rokeen shouted desperately, hoping that he would get an answer, but Sunny had no clue. This wasn't something Cindy's ability was capable of, nor Jill's either. Are the whole of the 8th family in on this? It can't be. Unless they were threatened with something, or does it have something to do with the original? While in the middle of her thoughts and checking if the vampire from the 5th family had recovered, from the roof of one of the houses, a vampire had leapt off and was ready to claw their eyes out as it fell down. Thinking fast and using her legs, Sunny kicked Rokeen and the injured vampire away. With her strength, she was able to send them quite the distance sliding across the floor. At the same time, she rolled backwards and the vampire's claws had dug into the ground. It didn't take long after for Sunny to deal with the vampire. Once getting up from her roll, she kicked his elbow, breaking it, then grabbed the back of the vampire's neck and slammed their head into the floor. She lifted it again, making sure he was still alive. You have committed a great sin, attacking one of the vampire leaders, Sunny stated, but realized saying any of this was useless. Tell me why you are doing this? When looking at the vampire's eyes, even though he was looking at her, at the same time she felt like the vampire wasn't really seeing her. These images, the voices, get them out of my mind. You demons, I need to get rid of them. I need to protect everyone. Get rid of them all. The man screamed, and soon, Sunny had hit him at the back of the head hard enough to knock him out. Those in the 8th family are attacking everyone, but I don't think they are doing it of their own will. The vampires are losing their lives on both sides for no reason. Not all the vampires are strong enough to do what I just did. I have to help, she thought, gritting her teeth. We have to help everyone we can. Rokeen, everyone I knock out I want you to pile on the back of Noir. Once we have gathered 10 people, then take them to the 13th family. Tell them to use their string to tie them up. We're going to try and save as many vampires as possible. Back at the Plaza Square, fighting between the leaders and the others had already started, and it seemed like the other leaders that had been awoken were experiencing the same thing as those from the 8th family. When the other leaders tried to call out to them, they didn't respond, and instead it appeared as if they were mumbling away. At the moment certain groups had formed to fight against the leaders. Paul and Kyle, who had just been fighting moments ago, were now going up against one of the 8th leaders. The Vampire Knights, who were replacing Prima the 12th and Kyle the 7th family leader, had also gone off to help on their order, for they feared that the opponents they would be facing were too strong. There were rumors going around that the vampires were unsure of whether they were true or not, but it was commonly heard amongst the vampires that each generation the vampires got weaker and weaker as the bloodline diverged. If it was true, even though they were leaders going up against other leaders, it wouldn't be too easy of a fight. The groups had teamed up, Leo and Borden against the original leader Remus, Paul and Kyle against one of the other 8th leaders, David and Susan against another 8 leaders, and Jill against Jean. Some of these groups naturally formed as leaders tried to make up for their weaknesses, and there were those like Jean who were confident in their strength. As for those that belonged to the 10th family that had come along, including Silver, they were busy dealing with the vampires that were beginning to enter the square. Those from the 8th families were rushing to the square almost like madmen, and to support them was Kaz as well. Will Leo and Borden be okay against that original? Quinn said, concerned, but he had his own worries. Up until the last moment, they had been sedating Quinn with Susan's needles, stopping him from recovering his power. However, thanks to Bryce visiting him and the execution being delayed, he was able to recover his MC cells and some of his chi, but not all of it. Using the Shadow Void skill, he could create a space that allowed his MC cells to restore twice as fast, but then he wouldn't be able to see anything that was happening on the outside. It was a struggle, but just thinking about it would waste more time. If he helped now, he would only be able to fight at a fraction of his true strength. But there was one thing he could still do, turn into a bloodsucker, but that was a huge risk. "What's with that look on your face?" Bryce asked Quinn. "The day I ask you for help will be the end of me." Standing by Bryce's side was Prima, who was ready to support Quinn and Bryce and also had a determined look on his face. "The one that will cause us all trouble is not the original, it's her," Bryce said, as the two of them were ready to take her on. Quinn couldn't believe it, but right now he was rooting for one of his enemies. As soon as explosions and fighting was heard all over the city, there was one person who had made the tough decision to break off from the group he was with and headed straight towards the settlement, diving right into all the fighting. "With the others here, they should be all right without me. Quinn, you won't hate me for this, will you?" Peter thought as he ran full speed out of the square and between buildings. He continued to run and didn't care who got in his way, as he bumped shoulders with those in a panic, and even knocked a few people over on his way. He ignored the cries of pain around him, and continued moving forward. In front of him, on the floor, there was a female vampire, who was grabbing onto her teenage son. There were those who were fighting on the sides against each other, and it looked like they were hurt. Peter wasn't sure what was going on, but with all this happening he knew there was one person in trouble: Logan. Logan had remained far back in the vampire settlement, giving them their support when needed with his new weapon. It was safe for him to stay away from the fighting, but now the fighting was everywhere. However, with the vampires returning and the chaos and fighting going on between the vampires, Peter knew there was now a chance that Logan could get involved. Peter didn't think Logan was weak. He knew he could hold his ground, but it was different here in this world. Logan wore the spray that made him appear as a vampire to everyone else, but if one scratch appeared on his body, then all the vampires would be attracted to his blood, and not just the ones that were attacking the other vampires. It was possible that even those around him that were injured would be wanting his blood to heal themselves. At that moment, as Peter had reached a short distance from the woman and child, one of the 8th family vampires was seen leaping towards them. "We must get rid of all the demons attacking the vampire settlement," he screamed. The mother's arm was bloody, while the boy was injured and didn't look like he could move very much. She gripped the boy tightly, bringing him in closer and placing his head across her chest. "Our king, please save us," she said, knowing that it was possibly her end. Running past them, not slowing down, the vampire had come into Peter's field of vision. "Get out of my way," Peter shouted as he threw his fist. The vampire, seeing this, tried to block it, but Peter wasn't holding back his strength, and when the punch landed, the vampire's torso was ripped from its body as it went flying down the street. Quinn was just as strong as the other leaders, and Peter's strength was the same. Regular vampires would be no match for him. The woman looked up and could just see a young man running off in the distance. "Who saved us?" she thought, not recognizing the vampire. While going through the settlement, this had happened a few times. Peter didn't stray from his path, and many vampires tried to attack him. Each one that did, he continued to deal with them with a single blow, saving other vampires all around. "We were saved. But was there a vampire that strong?" I know him. He's from our 10th family," another replied excitedly. "He's the Special White." Some of them started to remember Peter from the Fex rescue mission. Right now, though, they didn't care what family he was from. The vampires were just happy that someone was able to help them and save them from the attackers, even if it wasn't his intention. Logan being where he was could see everything that happened, and when it had happened, the vampires were returning to their homes from the square. They were all walking nervously after learning of what happened to Cindy. But everything changed the moment the vampire with the curly mustache snapped his fingers. In an instant, some of the vampires that were walking with them started to grab their heads and attacked those left and right. There was great confusion, as the vampires from the pooling area didn't know what was happening, and were unable to tell friend from foe for a while. It was only later that they realized that it was all the vampires belonging to the 8th family that were attacking. The only good thing was that Logan was in a high position, while most of the vampires were down below. He started to pack his weapon away, and changed his suit into the speed type. I have to get back to the 10th castle. That's the safest place for me right now, Logan thought as he used a grappling device to swing him from building rooftop to another. He could hear and see the fighting going on from below, but he knew there wasn't much he could do, until the fighting eventually had reached the rooftops as well. Finally, vampires who were willing to fight against their comrades had appeared, and with two sides fighting it had gotten quite violent. One vampire was chucked up into the air, and as the two of them were falling, both of them were swiping their arms, firing blood swipes at each other. For now, Logan thought it would be best to ignore them all. That was until on the large flat rooftop he was on, something had crashed in front of him only a few feet away, kicking up a storm of dust. When it finally settled, he could see that one vampire had defeated another, as one was on the ground lying dead. I would hope that the one that survived isn't one of the crazy vampires, he thought. The vampire turned to look at him. Another demon. We must protect the settlement at all costs, the vampire said. I guess I was never meant to be that lucky, Logan thought. He quickly activated the crystal slots located on his forearms, and in turn 2 red blood energy blades were created. He would have to deal with this vampire quickly before others turned up, and he had to make sure he did it before the energy blades ran out of power. In a fight like this, trying to insert another crystal from his inventory into his suit of armor would be the death of him. The vampire was quite wild in his attack, so Logan patiently waited for it to initiate. Even if a vampire was faster than him, he knew he only had to attack at the right time, and not attempt to randomly attack or dodge. Then, he would at least be able to do something. As its claws swung out, Logan swiped his thin energy blade, cutting right through the vampire's arm. It fell to the floor, but there was no sign of the vampire slowing down. If you're in the air, how are you meant to dodge? Logan said, as he changed his other blade into a cannon shot, firing it right at the vampire's body, hitting it straight on. It was a risk, as he had used all the energy in his right arm, using it as an energy shot rather than a blade. But it seemed to do the work, since the vampire was no longer moving, and most of its body had disappeared. Placing another blood crystal in his arm, Logan was prepared for anything, and was getting ready to head to the next building. He got his grappler ready and fired it out. However, while it was in mid-air, and before attaching itself to the other building, a rumbling could be felt from underneath. The whole building began shaking, and soon the roof itself was collapsing. Logan was falling through all sorts of debris and fell right through 2 floors to finally land at the bottom. Luckily, his suit of armor had protected him from getting any external injuries. If he was to bleed now, then it would certainly be bad. What caused the building to collapse like that? He thought. A few seconds later, he had found the answer, as pieces of the building were chucked everywhere as if they weighed nothing. Not too far from where Logan was, something was coming out from the rubble, and the first thing Logan could see was a pale, bald head. Soon, though, he realized as the creature started to stand, it was larger than a regular vampire, and with all its other features on its body, it was clear it was a bloodsucker. Straight away, it leapt towards Logan, but it was too fast. Instead of trying to attack, Logan switched to his arms to change into the defensive type of suit. The spiders worked quickly, moving parts of his armor to increase the size of its forearms. Still, when he was hit, Logan was slammed to the other side, with the only thing stopping him was the house wall. With the strong impact, Logan could feel blood filling up in his mouth from internal damage, but he refused to let it spill out of his mouth. He looked down at his arms, and the armor was destroyed, but he wasn't cut. The bloodsucker was ready to try the same thing again. And even with its basic stupidity and attacks, Logan couldn't block it a second time. You should fight someone who fights more your style, a voice said, grabbing the back of the bloodsucker's head and slamming it onto the floor. Then, from its forearm, a blade extended outward, stabbing it through its head, killing it in an instant. When Peter looked up at Logan, he could see no visible blood. Looks like I made it in time, Peter said. Logan smiled, but soon his body started to jolt, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. A couple of coughs were made, and the blood from his internal injuries had spread out across the floor. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in anymore, Logan said, with his teeth and tongue covered in blood. A few seconds later, and the place was surrounded with vampires. Vampires that were injured from the fighting, even those that were fighting each other just seconds ago, all had one thing in mind. They wanted Logan. "Come on. I'll kill anyone who tries to touch him," Peter shouted. Seeing how everyone fighting in the plaza square was at least holding their ground for now, Quinn had decided to use the Shadow Void skill to create a dome around himself. It wasn't particularly large because it didn't need to be, but the first thing he wanted to do was regain his Shadow MC points. On the platform, the small little dome had been created and he remained inside. Quinn could have also used the Shadow Lock on himself, taking him completely out of the fight. However, in this space he was unable to regain his MC points as fast, and right now time was a very important factor. At the same time, sitting in the dome, Quinn started to meditate and he could feel his chi energy coming back once again. "Just wait, Cindy. The second I'm out of here, I'll pay you back for all that crap that you put me through," Quinn thought. Guys, just wait a little longer. It was almost impossible for him not to worry, while the rest were outside fighting. Outside, the Shadow Dome was noticed by Cindy as well. "That boy, he is someone I have to watch out for. He is a dark horse that could ruin everything, and with that shadow power of his it is a problem, especially if he calls him," Cindy thought, referring to Arthur. Seeing this, Jill looked towards Remus, and gave him a slight nod, and soon he placed his fingers up towards his head and twisted them slightly. Those that had come from the 10th family were busy fighting members of the 8th family once again. Only this time, they didn't seem to be as alive as before. Their eyes looked slightly dull. It was clear that something was up, especially their mumbled words. However, in the middle of their fight something strange had happened. They soon were ignoring those in front of them, and instead were trying to run past and head to the stage. That's when Sam spotted others coming from behind the plaza, and out from the sides. All the vampires were heading towards the stage. "They're aiming for Quinn," Sam shouted. "If his shadow gets attacked, then it will lower his MC points and he won't have time to recover. We have to protect him." Everyone had heard Sam's words, and were quick to act as they rushed over to Quinn's side. But they wouldn't reach him before the others did, and all the other leaders seemed to be occupied with their own fights. Those from the 8th family that came from the other areas were seen climbing the stage, and Bryce and Prima had just let them past, without attacking a single one. "I told you to stay out of this. We don't need your help," Bryce thought. As one of the vampires finally got up on the stage, he didn't have far to reach Quinn, but soon he felt something wrap around his feet, and he was thrown back down to the ground. Another vampire had climbed on the other side, and a stomp on its fingers forced the vampire to let go. Standing on the stage were two girls, Silver and Kaz, and they wouldn't let any of the vampires get on stage. Nate placed both his fingers in his mouth and started to whistle out. "Look at that. We the 10th family have the baddest girls protecting our leader," Nate said excitedly. "Aren't they from a different family?" Linda tried to correct him, but he ignored the comment and continued to cheer them on. Now, on the ground floor, all those in the 10th family were also protecting the bottom area of the stage. They struck with their weapons and used their shadow abilities to cover each other's backs. Erin, in particular, was impressive as she was getting stronger each time she dealt with one of the vampires, but would alternate between attacking and helping the others, as the words of Leo went through her mind. Layla, on the other hand, wasn't doing too well. She hadn't transformed into any of her other forms and was just firing out arrows, but finding it hard to not interfere with those fighting. It seemed like she was holding back her power, or she just had something else on her mind. However, it didn't seem to matter. Although those from the 10th family were few and outnumbered, they were far more impressive than a bunch of regular vampires. "It looks like the one that is controlling those from the 8th family is the one they call the original vampire," Leo commented. "Borden, if we want to stop the others from getting hurt, it would be in our best interest to get rid of him as fast as possible." "Don't worry," Borden said, setting off kicking the ground with his feet. His powerful legs pushed off the ground beneath, and the floor was chucked up. "I'm already on it." Just like before, it looked like Remus was able to recover from Borden's powerful hits, but this time, Borden didn't want to give him the time to use his powerful abilities. so he decided to take the fight to a close combat level. At first Remus seemed to be struggling, he was getting hit, and finding it hard to regenerate on the fly. With each punch delivered by Borden, it would destroy all the bones in that part of Remus's body. The others seeing this were wondering if this was something all original vampires could do, or if it was just special to Remus. However, soon Remus was getting used to Borden's speed, and he was able to tap the fists slightly to throw them off edge so the attacks would miss. The momentum of Borden's punches were strong, so as long as Remus could hit his fist away at the right time, he could make it so Borden would carry on going forward and punch nothing but the air. At the same time his body was thrown off balance and Remus kneed Borden in the stomach, hitting him away. "Remember, there are two of us this time," Leo shouted, swinging his sword vertically. If Remus didn't do anything he would be sliced halfway through his midpoint, and even he wasn't sure he would be able to recover, especially with the bald man's strange abilities. Using the blood hardening, he tried to block it as much as he could, but the blade was still piercing through his waist. He had no choice but to use his hands to activate the blood cannon ability. Firing them off towards Leo, he was hoping to take him out of the fight. Loud bangs were heard as the two cannons successfully had hit, but it hadn't hit Leo, instead it was Borden. His hard scales were falling from his body, and green blood had been spilt, but he didn't have the face of someone who had just been hurt. His face was full of smiles. "Do you not remember? The more you hurt me," Borden shouted, grabbing both of Remus' hands while they were in the middle of healing from the blood cannon. "The stronger I get it." Using his great strength, which far outmatched that of Remus, Borden was able to rip both of his arms from his body, and then without wasting time, he swung his own limbs at him, hitting him in the head. They exploded as they hit his body. It was a gross sight to see, as part of the arm was flung all over the place and blood was swinging everywhere. "Let's see how much you can heal if I keep tearing off your body parts like this. It has to end at some point, right?" Now with his arms in the middle of healing again, Remus didn't have much to attack either and could see the swordsman was coming at him again. "This is really troublesome. I have to do something," Remus thought as he looked towards Borden. Then a few seconds later, as Leo was swinging his sword down ready to cut Remus's head in half, he felt a punch in his stomach hitting him away, sending him across the floor. Luckily, Leo was being cautious and had the second stage of chi covering his whole body, but it didn't completely help him negate the damage. Looking up at who had just done such a thing, he could see that the one that had hit him was none other than Borden. "Why are you attacking me?" Leo asked. "Why, because you're the one trying to hurt the people I care about," Borden replied. Leo quickly realized that whatever was affecting those in the eighth family was now affecting Borden, and he was seeing Leo as his enemy. For a second, both Borden and Leo had the upper hand against the original vampire. Even for an original, it was too much. Although the original was strong and had good martial arts, he was only slightly better than Leo and Borden. And his strength was actually weaker than the three-spiked Borden. With the two of them, it looked like they would soon win their fight. That was until Borden suddenly switched sides and had attacked Leo. For some reason, Borden was mistaking Leo as the enemy, and now Leo was the one who had to face two against one. "Well, it looks like your buddy has changed sides." The cat spoke in Leo's mind, not literally changing sides. "Do you want me to give you a hand? This could be a tough fight, and it would make it a 2 against 2. However, Leo made sure his grip on his blade was correct, held it in both hands, and carefully looked at both of their auras. There is no better time to improve than when you are faced with death and a tough situation. One must take this to learn as much as one can. Making such a scenario like the current one would be impossible. It only comes every so often, Leo stated. "Exactly," the cat said excitedly. "If that wasn't the answer you were going to give, then I would have thought I had selected the wrong person, but I don't want you to die this early. If the situation arises, whether you like it or not, I will get involved, even if it means having to kill your own friend." Borden dashed in and was even faster than Remus, but similar to a bull, as long as you could direct where its attack was going to go. One should be able to avoid it, and that's exactly what Leo did with his soul weapon. Activating it, he could see the strong aura coming off from the Borden, and started to direct it to a certain place. Borden felt like his punch was being sucked into a certain spot, like a vacuum, and had eventually hit the air by Leo's right side. Due to Borden's incredible strength, it wasn't an easy thing to do, and Leo was wondering how many more times he could do such a thing. At the same time, he was preparing for an attack from Remus, but it never did happen. "Remus, I'll get you," Borden shouted, swinging another fist. This time Leo had to block it with his sword, and at the same time he dragged the energy away to weaken the attack. Touching his skin, Leo also moved some of his energy into his own body. Due to Borden being half-human, the Dalki energy was more similar to that of Chi or a beast. There was no risk of turning into a bloodsucker himself like if he was to take Remus' energy. Why didn't the other vampire attack? It was the perfect opportunity, and I'm sure they would have had time. Leo thought. At that moment a few blood bullets came out his way, but Leo was able to block them all, and soon after, Borden attacked him again. Now Leo was starting to understand. The two of them were attacking him, but not at the same time. Whatever Remus was doing to Borden most likely took a lot of effort. So if he wanted to attack, he would have to break his concentration for a few seconds. To Leo, rather than fighting two at once, it felt like he was more fighting one after the other, and Leo had a good guess what was going on with Borden right now. On the battlefield before Paul had fought with the 8th leader Jill, the two of them discussed what had happened back then. She had injected thoughts into his head from others around the battlefield. What if someone with a more powerful ability was able to show someone images, and what if they could make up those images? Was that why the 8th family were attacking everyone, calling them demons, and why Borden was mistaking Leo for Remus? It is also the reason why he is unable to use the ability against yourself, someone who does not rely on eyesight. The cat added. Whether or not Leo had figured things out or not, didn't matter, because Leo had his own way of dealing with things. Ignoring Borden for the first time, Leo was the one who charged in first, and he did so against Remus. Following quickly behind him was Borden, and it would be impossible for Leo to outrun Borden, but it was never his plan in the first place. Everyone was quite close in the fight, and Remus would be distracted, sending certain images to Borden's head. His reactions would be slower. With him charging in, he would have to either cancel the images he was sending or fight himself. "You think I can't fight you with at least one hand?" Remus said as he fired blood bullets at close range toward Leo. He had blocked a few of them, but also a couple had gone into his arms and shoulders. Ignoring the pain and moving the chi around his body to support those hurt areas allowed him to push through. "I'm not going to be the one that takes you down," Leo thought, using his soul weapon at the last second. He moved out of the way but changed the flow of Borden's aura behind him, so he could direct the attack to where he wished. That's exactly what he did. Borden's punch wasn't heading for him now but was heading straight for Remus. A powerful punch was felt in his gut, blowing it half away. Seeing this, Borden screamed in anger. Are the images still being shown in his head? If Borden is seeing me as the vampire, is he seeing Remus as me? Even angrier, Borden went to punch Leo again with even greater power, however just like before, using every last bit of his soul weapon's energy. Leo was able to alter the aura and redirect his attack so it would hit Remus's head. The punch this time hit the right side of Remus's face and had blown half his head off, but Remus still had a smile. "Do you think I would die before getting my revenge on the 10th? You think this pain is even the same as I went through, being experimented on? None of the vampire families deserves to live, they just sat there and did nothing, and that cursed 10th family is still alive. Bring me Jim Eno. Let me skin him alive," Remus shouted, without realizing he was lying on the floor staring at the sky, unable to move. His body was already starting to heal, but his power over Borden had finished. "Here, use my sword," Leo said, panting, giving him the sword created with the blood fairy's blood. Leo was spent, his energy was used to redirect Borden's attack, and it had taken up all of his soul weapon's power. Also, "Carry me on your back." The vision had ended for Borden, the second he had hit Remus in the head. When he saw his body falling to the floor, and Leo by his side sweating, he quickly understood what had happened. Doing as asked, Borden put Leo on his back, and then he could feel something strange. A warm feeling in his body. It looks like the Dalki have chi as well, Leo commented while moving the energy around his body. Although I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It might be good now, but to learn that our enemies can get even stronger is frightening. The reason why Leo wanted to be on Borden's back was so he could use Borden's own chi, and from it, use the second stage chi to coat the sword in his hand. With the Blood Fairy's power and the second stage of chi, there should be no healing for the next thing they were about to do. Walking up, Borden didn't hesitate to slice through Remus's head, and then soon stabbed him with the sword in the chest. A few seconds later, and it looked like Remus's body was turning to ash that was being blown away in the wind. One of the original leaders had died. At that moment, the vampires that were trying to scale up the platform attacking Quinn had stopped. They were confused at what was happening, and the sound of fighting all over seemed to end. It was only when the cries had quietened down that Cindy had realized what had happened. That useless piece of crap. I healed him when all he had left was his head, and then he goes and dies just like that. I see now, too much time was spent on the originals and we always saw them as gods, but now I see that it wasn't true at all. What god falls that easily? Right now, I would say I am more of a god, wouldn't you agree? King Bryce, Cindy said, looking at Bryce's bloody hand, holding onto his sword, and Prima, who was passed out on the floor next to him, while Borden and Leo were busy fighting the original vampire Remus. The others were all busy dealing with their own opponents as well. There was no slacking or time for any of them to rest. Paul and Kyle were both fighting together. Although, it turned out the rumors about the older generation vampires being stronger were true. While fighting, Paul and Kyle would both use their blood swipes together, just to match up with one of the 8th family's past leaders. If they didn't, then the old leader's swipe would overpower theirs. However, just because one had the strength of 2 people, it wasn't the same as fighting 2, and the 8th leader would soon find that out. Paul had activated his soul weapon and was using it well, attacking him all around. At first, the leader was able to dodge a few of the poison balls. But soon he found himself trapped by Paul's ability. Although the poison ability was something new to him, his soul weapon was not. He had years to perfect how to use his special earth balls created from his soul weapon, and he now could do the same with his poison. The good thing was, even if his poison was cut or hurt, they could reform, and touching them with one's skin wasn't the best idea, as the leader was finding out. From a desperate attempt, the leader started to use his blood skills, firing off blood swipes, blood bullets and more, but not a single one touched Paul. Not because of Paul's super skills or speed, but because Kyle was there protecting him with his special capability. I'm not foolish enough to not know you are on our side, and you're the best chance we have of getting rid of this guy as quickly as possible, Kyle said. For now, let me be your shield. It certainly was strange, someone Paul was fighting moments ago was now protecting his life, but he was glad to have him on their side. With that, the 2 of them inched closer and Paul continued to use his soul weapon with the poison balls. This strange ability, Kyle thought as he watched him and continued to block attacks. It's as if his ability has a second form. Can all past humans do something like this? He started to wonder. Although people didn't like to talk about it, vampires were always said to be split up into 2 groups. Those that thought they should protect humans, and those who thought they should rule over them. However, during Kyle's time he found a 3rd group, one that was afraid of humans. Usually these would be grouped in with the second one. They wanted to rule over them, so the same thing couldn't happen, and Kyle was wondering if this was one of the reasons. Eventually though, when Paul got close enough, all of the green balls had stopped moving and fell to the ground. It was so sudden that Kyle was unprepared for the fist that was coming their way. He could move, but then Paul would get hurt. Damn you, he thought, as he turned the cape into a solid shield, and took the force of the punch head on. Soon multiple punches were coming their way, and Kyle didn't know how much longer he could hold on for. His hands were becoming numb, blocking the attacks. What is wrong with you? Have you suddenly gotten sick, you fool? Kyle shouted. But Paul found it hard to hear his words and was touching his head, wincing his eyes as if he was in pain. Once again, just like before, Paul was experiencing all the strange voices in his head. Cries of the people he knew. Wait! How can that be possible? The only people here are those close to Quinn. Paul thought, as he noticed he couldn't hear any of their voices, but just voices of those he truly cared about at the 10th castle. At the moment, the 10th castle should be safe, or at least one of the safest places. Just hold him on for a while longer. Paul grunted and held out his hand. The poison that had fallen to the floor started to form into the ball shapes again, and soon they joined together to create a large ball of poison. These voices, they are all fake. I will make you pay for making me hear the screams of my people. I fight so they or any of the human race will never have to feel this way, Paul said, moving his hands towards his body. The large ball of poison was heading for all three of them and was as large as a human body. Cover us, Paul shouted. Listening and seeing the green ball, Cal quickly changed the cape from a shield and covered both of them like a blanket. Now the leader thought he had his chance. The less material used by the special cape meant that it was weaker. However, soon he felt a searing pain hit him on his back, and it covered his entire body, soaking him from head to toe. It entered through any holes that could be found in his body, and the more poison that was entering him, the weaker he was feeling. Some of the poison had continued to move forward due to the momentum, but it had only hit the outside of the cape. We should be safe now, Paul said, and Cal thought the same since they weren't being bombarded by fists. Taking off the cape, they could see that the leader was on his knees, his eyes lifeless. A huge amount of poison that no human or vampire could take had entered his body. Before Paul could finish his sentence, his vision was blurring and he started to fall over, but before he could, Cal caught him and placed him on the ground. You are a strong one, but it looks like whatever you did used too much power. You deserve to rest. But I still have someone else I must help, Cal said, looking at the king. Bryce had let Prima charge in first, and Bryce was carefully watching the two battle. Cindy had a supportive ability, so she wasn't the strongest of leaders, but he knew they needed to be careful due to their blood ability. But as long as Prima could keep her busy, she shouldn't have the chance to use the ability. So right now, Bryce was waiting for the right time to act. However, the right time never came. Prima was hitting Cindy with his rapier sword multiple times all over her body, and with each hit, his speed increased. This was his ability, but it seemed like his attacks were doing nothing with the armor on her body, and the small scratches he was making on her face, the damage would be reversed. Then, at the right moment, she grabbed the rapier weapon with her bare hand. When did she have such strength? Is it the blood armor? Prima tried to move, but she was too strong. At this point, Bryce knew that Prima was in trouble and also tried to charge in, but the rapier had melted in her hands. Back to the liquid form it once was when it was made. Do you have any idea what power I have obtained? She said, and soon the blood lifted from the ground from those dead vampires around, and the blood from the fights around them. Using it, she had formed little small pellets the size of bullets. Everyone who was at the plaza could see it, and it looked like rain of blood had stopped mid-air. This is bad. She's going to hurt us all, Jean said, seeing such a thing. Moving her hand, the thousands of blood bullets in the area came shooting out towards them. Those in the 10th family next to Quinn told Kaz and Silver to come close to them, and they raised their shadow, blocking the attack. Jean had cut himself and used his own blood to create explosions around him, to stop the bullets from reaching him. Borden, with the strength he had, decided to try and cover Leo's body, taking all the hits himself. And Kyle had covered himself and Paul. The bullets went at such a speed and had entered Prima's body, going through him like they were nothing. Soon thousands of small pellet-shaped holes could be seen through his body. As she let go, Prima's body fell to the floor, unmoving, but no one was sure if they were alive or dead. Many of them that were prepared managed to protect themselves, but when Jean looked at his opponent Jill, who he was fighting not too long ago, he could see she was unable to avoid the attack. She had protected herself with blood hardening as much as she could, but had been hurt quite badly by the attack. It didn't look like she would be able to fight anymore, and instead he thought his best use would now be going up against the person who had just caused this mess. Bryce had done well to block the attack with his ability. Nearly everything that came within a certain range had been blocked. I admit the absolute blood book is strong, but in your hands I know it will be the weakest it has ever been. You have only had it for such a short time, and won't know best how to use its powers, Bryce said, pointing his sword towards her. Let me show you how undeserving you are of that power you have, Bryce said, taking the flask from his side and throwing it onto his blood weapon. It started to light up red, as the power within the sword was beginning to activate. Those from the platform stayed where they were and continued to watch the fight down below. They knew that they weren't strong enough to get involved after what had happened, but also many of them had no clue as to those that were fighting right now, especially of the new king. Should we help Bryce? Silver asked, standing next to Kaz. My father is the strongest vampire of all the leaders. Unless Arthur himself appears in this battle, there is no one he will ever lose to, Kaz said quite confidently, but for a second, her eyes looked slightly behind her, at the person who was inside the shadow dome. The bloodlust could be felt in the air, and as Peter looked at all the vampires that surrounded them, each of their eyes were glowing red, saliva dripping from their hungry mouths. Some of them were covered in wounds, as they were fighting against each other just seconds ago. It was amazing how their natural instincts had come out the second they had all smelt the same thing, human blood. Usually to Logan, vampires appear quite human in his eyes. They had emotion, high levels of intelligence, but looking at them now they just looked like wild beasts, where their urges had taken over every thought in their body. It wasn't only those in the 8th family that were eyeing up Logan, but also those all around in the area as well. Is it a human? What is a human doing here? This smell? It's so sweet. Another screamed, piercing its own skin with its fingernails from its excitement. A lot of these vampires were from the pooling area. Other than the same blood they got every day from the packs, they had never smelt pure fresh blood. Logan was up against the wall he had been hit against by the bloodsucker, and Peter was now standing in front of him. His back that usually looked small had never looked so big to him at this moment. Peter, it's best if you stay in this position, Logan tried to explain, but the pain from the internal strike was hurting him greatly. A sharp pain was felt with every breath he took. Unlike the others, he didn't have chi to support himself, and now was regretting that he didn't attempt to learn it a little. If we are up against this wall, then they can only come at us from the front. And Peter, if you think you can't make it out, then just leave, Logan said, and hysterically started to cough out even more blood after. More blood spilled onto the floors, and finally the first vampire couldn't take it anymore. It was a vampire that held onto its broken arm and was covered in wounds. It looked like it would fall over at any second. Logan, shut up and stop making my job harder, Peter shouted as he punched the vampire in the head coming towards them, and smashed it on the ground for it to never get up again. Soon another one was in front, and Peter kicked it with his leg as hard as he could, sending the vampire tumbling into the others. A blood swipe from another vampire had hit his body, but it didn't do much, and Peter continued to use his great strength to show them all they were no match for him. His speed, his power was all on another level, and even though he counted to use blood powers, it was useless at their level compared to his healing abilities. Come on, you little craps. I'll blow all of you away, Peter shouted, continuously hitting every vampire that he could see. A part of him inside thought that they might give up, but seeing their precious meal right in front of them, they never did stop, no matter how much Peter was hurting them. One vampire that had parts of its body crushed was crawling across the floor, and it wasn't until Peter stomped on its head that it finally gave up, or at least was dead. Soon he was getting piled on by the vampires, but thanks to the special weapons and claws he had borrowed from Paul, he was able to scrape their bodies off them, tearing them limb from limb. As the fairy blood entered their bodies, their movements slowed down greatly as well. Logan, who now had his back leant up against the wall, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Peter was taking on an army of vampires all by himself. His weapons and clothes were soaked in blood, and it didn't look like he was slowing down. This was because of what Peter was. He was a white, someone who never tired or ran out of stamina, but had the strength of the one who had created him. However, eventually a few vampires had gotten through Peter. Logan lifted up his arm and was ready to fire out his energy cannon at the one charging towards him. But he didn't have to, for one of the vampires that had been beaten at the beginning had stopped the other vampire, as if it was a human meat shield being used just to protect Logan. Soon another one was standing by his side. Logan understood what and who they were now. They were the lesser whites created by Peter. Even while fighting, Peter was going to keep his promise and protect Logan no matter what. Seeing this, even though in pain, Logan felt like he needed to do his part. He had run out of the blood crystals given to him from earlier, but fighting against regular vampires they weren't really needed that much. Instead, he inserted the king tier crystals he had on him, and started to fire energy blasts at the vampires that would get past Peter or cause him the most trouble. Soon after though, the vampires had eventually stopped, not because Remus had been killed, but because there were no longer any vampires in the area that was after Logan. It was quite the sight to see, as in front of Peter and Logan, there were hundreds of dead vampires on the floor. When it was finally over, Peter was seen kneeling over on the floor holding his stomach. "Peter, what's wrong?" Logan asked, but was still hurting from his own wounds. The reason why he was concerned was because Peter shouldn't be tired. He didn't have stamina like the others. "I'm so hungry," Peter shouted, and screamed as if someone was grabbing down into his stomach and trying to pull something out. Of course Peter would be hungry. His body was constantly healing while he was fighting all of those vampires. While Peter was lying there on the floor, for the first time Logan was seeing something happen to him he had never seen before. The wounds on his body that he got close to the end, they weren't healing and they were opening slightly. Is this because he hasn't consumed human flesh? In front of his very eyes, Peter's body was decomposing, his muscles tearing down in front of him. Standing up, Logan started to move towards him. He wobbled as his legs were shaky, but used the spiders to reinforce his legs, creating a small suit over them. "Peter! Get away!" Peter screamed. "Do you know how hard it is for me right now not to attack you?" It looked like Peter was fighting every urge in his body to eat human flesh, and unlike the last time, Logan had none on him to give to Peter. "Peter, if you don't eat something, it looks like your body will completely decompose and you will cease to exist," Logan explained. "I know you have a great healing ability, but there needs to be an energy source for that, and for you that energy source is human flesh. Luckily we have human flesh right here." Placing one of the beast crystals into the top of his forearm, an energy blade was created from the palm of his hand, and without hesitating, Logan sliced through his arm. It fell to the floor and quickly Logan used the end of the energy blade to sear the wound closed on his body. He grunted, holding in the sheer pain he was feeling as the wound was burning up, but he needed to stop the bleeding, otherwise he would soon be dead. "Take it!" Logan shouted. "Take it and live, Peter." Peter glanced at the arm that was on the floor for a second. "What is this idiot doing? He isn't a vampire or a white. If I eat his arm, it's going to be gone forever. He will never get it back." However, the pain to fight what was in front of him was only getting stronger. In the end, he closed his eyes and started to bang his head against the floor. A few seconds later, though, he felt something grab the back of his hair and lift his head up. "Eat it, Peter," Logan said, shoving the arm into his mouth. What happened after that, Peter couldn't remember and had no clue. But when he regained consciousness, he could see that Logan was leant up against the wall and his own wounds had healed. He walked up to Logan and could hear the sound of him breathing. It was a relief for Peter, and he was glad that he hadn't eaten any other part of Logan. "You might just be the craziest person in the cursed family," Peter said. "I will never forget this, Logan. I promise. Everyone keeps protecting me, and I now have a lot of favors I need to return." Peter thought as he looked off into the distance, as he could feel something. The connection in his body had activated, and even as far as they were, Peter could finally feel Quinn. He couldn't feel him during the fight, but it looked like something had happened that had awakened Quinn's power. "Quinn, I hope you can give that bitch everything she deserves." As if the heavens knew that the battle everyone was about to witness was going to be a great one, raindrops started to fall from the sky. It was a very odd sight for those from the cursed faction, as it was the very first time for them to witness this weather phenomenon on the planet. Normally, when looking up, one would only be able to see the dark sky. The only light source they had came from the moons, and that from the crystals, making it hard to discern if there were even any clouds above them. The blood attack of the second leader had made it clear to everyone present that Cindy was wielding tremendously great power. Blood skills of that magnitude were supposed to have major drawbacks, either consuming too much energy or hurting the user, yet she looked completely fine, ready to use it again at a moment's notice. Kyle, uncapping himself and Paul, had managed to survive the attack, but he didn't have the best look on his face either. The cape was linked to his ability, and just like with any other ability, it could be exhausted, and by the looks of it, he was nearing that point. Still, he wasn't quite done yet. Kyle quickly lifted Paul off the ground and went straight ahead to the stage where the others were, handing the 10th family's second vampire knight over to the hands of those from the cursed family. Hard to believe that he used to be a human. A shame that boy got to him first. I would have loved having someone like him as a subordinate, Kyle stated. He shouldn't be too hurt, and as a vampire knight he should heal in due time. Kyle looked towards Prima, who had remained motionless on the ground all the while. He checked in on him, elated to see that he was severely injured, but had not lost his life yet. If we can get out of this alive, that is. There was little he could do for the other, so as cruel as it was, he left him lying there, hurrying to Bryce to help out in any way possible. What should we do? Nate asked. Should we stay here, or try to get to the castle? If Quinn gets out, we should be able to get there with his shadow travel, right? The teleportation jammer is still up around the 10th castle, Kaz pointed out. The king hadn't receded his order since he didn't want you to run away. Besides, going back to your castle will do nothing. Unless we defeat her here, and now we'll all be dead. The others could tell that Kaz had a lot of confidence in her father, but after witnessing what Cindy had just done, they just couldn't see him winning. He might be the current vampire king, but she was the one who had learned the absolute blood skill. Would it even make a difference if Quinn managed to make a full recovery? I don't know about you, but I lost most of my MC after that attack just now, Sam mentioned. I don't think we should join in. We aren't a match for any of them, and we will just get in the way if we intervene. It's possible that she will use more wide area attacks, so we should focus on making sure Quinn remains safe in that dome. Our best option right now is to stay put and pray that he comes out soon. Hearing Sam say this strengthened their resolve. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but there really wasn't much else they could do. If they were going to die anyway, they may as well do it facing their opponent with everything they had. One more person joined the stage and was quite heavy-footed as he landed. So much so that his feet actually went through the stage slightly. Borden was covered in green blood, dripping from his legs, shoulders and sasti nearly everywhere, with a lot of it ending on the unfortunate Leo in his arms. The only places that seemed to have remained relatively safe was where he would often grow his Dalki scales from, around his facial area and his forearms, yet it was clear to see that they were not that much better off than the rest of his body. Alas, Borden lacked any abilities or skills to block the previous attack, having no other choice but to rely on his body's resilience. He hadn't had much time to think about it, as his primary concern at the time had been to protect Leo, who had run out of energy after their fight and whose fate would have sealed if he had gotten hit. Placing Leo on the stage, Borden was a little wobbly as he practically fell over from exhaustion. The first one to rush over to him was Layla, hoping she could do something. "Borden!" she shouted, as she knelt by his side. Broden, is there anything I can do? Do you need blood?" If she had been in her right state of mind, then perhaps she could have attempted to use the negative emotions to transform and use some of her healing abilities on him. "Don't worry about me. I'm used to losing a lot of blood. Besides, this Dalki body is stronger than you might think." Borden was half joking. Although it was true that he often got injured in that form, he wasn't exempt from experiencing all the pain that came with it. Nevertheless, it was true his body was tough, and while the injuries might have killed anyone below the level of a vampire noble, he was able to still joke around. Even now, with all his wounds, he had this strange energy inside him. If there was an opponent that was ready for a fight, he would be ready in an instant. Borden also hadn't forgotten that, in the worst-case scenario, he still had one more syringe. 10 minutes had long since passed, yet his transformation had still not disappeared. In fact, he wasn't sure when or if it would run out. "I will have to thank the little guy later," Borden thought with a smile. At that moment, Bryce had thrown blood from his flask on top of its weapon, and the center part of it started to fill. Kyle was now standing by his side, while Gene stayed behind, waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump in. He took out his own blood weapon, a shield. Activating it, small razor-sharp ends were seen coming out, and pressing the top of the shield, it was soaked with human blood. The only way they could see themselves winning the fight was by using the blood weapons they had. You idiots! Have you still not grasped the kind of power at my disposal? Bryce, how can you be so old and yet behave so foolishly? Cindy mocked the Vampire King, holding out her hand, after moving her fingers ever so slightly. The glow on Bryce's blood weapon started to fade, and the next moment droplets of blood leaked from the weapon. All the blood Bryce had just splashed his blood weapon with. Cindy had effortlessly pulled it all towards him, making his weapon useless. A blood weapon without human blood is practically nothing. Bryce grumbled internally, realizing that she had effectively sealed off one of his trump cards. I was never one to rely on a weapon's power anyway, Bryce shouted, charging forward, lifting his sword. If Cindy was already capable of controlling blood to this degree, he understood that using any blood moves would just be suicidal and play into her hand. The only choice he had left was to best her in close-quarter combat. Without your blood powers, how are you any different from those humans? Cindy taunted him even more, chucking the blood towards Bryce. As it flew through the air, the blood started to spread into different balls, 8 of them to be precise. Doesn't that look like Paul's soul weapon? Linda gasped. Indeed, she was right. Having witnessed Paul using it earlier had provided Cindy with the idea, and at the moment she was copying his move. Bryce was a master swordsman as well as a strong vampire. He was able to use his skills to block, dodge, and repel the attacks. Cindy carried on using the skill that was similar to Paul's. The attack was coming from 8 different directions towards Bryce. Those that he couldn't catch in time, his ability was able to take. Enough. I'm starting to grow bored playing with you. Cindy yawned provocatively as she gathered all of the 8 balls together to create a large one. At the same time, blood was being pulled out from the bodice of the other vampires her earlier attack had injured or killed. This is my chance, Gene decided and threw his shield out. However, Cindy had not forgotten about him. The second she saw him act, she lifted her arm and a series of explosions occurred. As the shield spun in place, a mixture of his own blood and the human blood exploded, and when it finally stopped, Gene was down on the ground. Her other hand, Cindy moved downward to strike on top of Bryce's head. Kyle, not letting his king die, threw the cape over Bryce like a blanket while still holding on to the very edge. All of the blood started to light up, similar to when a blood swipe would be used, and when it touched the cape, an immense amount of energy was let out. Arg! Kyle screamed, feeling everything that went through his body. He only managed to endure it for 2 seconds, before he started to cough out blood. The red liquid escaped through his eyes and ears, until he too fell to the ground. With that, Bryce was the last one who remained standing, yet it wasn't for long. All of Kyle's blood didn't go to waste, and Cindy conjured them into several floating blood swipes in midair. You know, when I grew up, I looked up to you. One of the feats I was most impressed by was that you were able to survive dozens of blood swipes without breaking a sweat. Now, as king, let's see how you fare against 100 of my blood swipes, Cindy stated with a sadistic grin. Bryce didn't have a smart remark to this, and even if he did, he was too busy calculating how he could block, evade, parry, or at least minimize the damage from this onslaught of the next attack. Helplessly staring at all of them in the air, floating about, ready to strike at any time, Silver just couldn't imagine anyone getting out of something like this, and turning to her side, she could see Kaz gripping her fist tightly, to the point where blood was dripping from her hand. It didn't fall down. No, the blood was flying over to merge with all the blood swipes in the air, as if there was a strong magnet attracting it. If you have any last words, now's your final chance, Cindy proclaimed as she moved her hand down, and all the blood swipes came at Bryce at the same time. It was impossible for anyone to see anything. Only the sound of clashes and grunts could be heard, but soon the sound disappeared. And yet, the attacks continued in the same spot over and over. Every single one of the blood swipes had been used up in the attack. Cindy had not held back in the slightest, None had remained hovering in the air. It was a cruel fate for someone who would likely be remembered as the shortest-lived king in vampire history, if at all. So when all the blood swipes disappeared, everyone, including Cindy, were left speechless when they saw the silhouette of a man still standing. He was hunched over, having shifted most of his weight onto the sword he had placed into the ground to prevent himself from falling over, a multitude of wounds covering his body. No matter what Bryce struggled to say each word, but they all could see the intensity burning in his eyes as his whole body had to be in tremendous pain. A king never yields. Why, you always were a stubborn old man. Jay, just die already. Cindy screamed as she looked at him, a hint of fear in her voice, trying to fathom how it would be possible for anyone to survive such an attack. Beneath Bryce Kane was a giant crater of blood. Even Borden was unsure if he would be able to survive, much less retain consciousness after being reduced to such a sorry state. Kaz didn't even notice that the tears had started to drop down her face as she watched her poor and battered father prop himself up. She knew that he should be the one most aware about his own body's condition, yet pride did not seem to allow him to stop. Eventually, he managed to stand up tall with his back upright and strong. All of his clothes had been torn and disintegrated. Now only partial rags covered him. As for his body, it was red, blood red, and covered in scars from head to toe. Bryce's ability was supposed to do something to stop them once they got within a certain point. Sadly, these hadn't been any ordinary blood swipes, so they had been able to bypass his ability and penetrate through his skin. Bryce continued to stutter, his eyes turning red as he slowly lifted the sword up in the air, and with the last remaining bit of his willpower, he let out a mighty roar. I sentence you to death. Despite his declaration, he was devoid of any power, and with nothing else holding him, he was about to fall forward. Before he hit the ground, however, someone had caught him. That's enough, father, Kaz whispered to him with a face full of tears. You have done enough. Please, just rest. Bryce was unable to respond though, having passed out from the loss of blood. The only good thing was Kaz could hear his heart still beating. Slow and weak, but it was still there. He was a man with a strong will, and he wouldn't let himself disappear from this world. Not yet. What surprised Kaz the most, though, was when she looked up, she could see several people standing in front of her, protecting the duo with their own bodies. I'm literally crapping my pants right now, Nate revealed. If you're lucky, she'll spare your life on account of the stench, Vex jokingly said. As my brother, you shouldn't have any part in this. You aren't strong enough to help, Silver stated, yet did nothing to send him away. I don't think any of us are, Sam commented. But there's no one else left to fight her. We aren't as weak as we look, Linda added. Yeah, we've managed to defend the castle against 2 families. So what's a single vampire to the combined force of us? Wevel questioned, yet the look on his face revealed he didn't believe his own words. Yeah, but it's not just any vampire, Timmy stated. I don't care if it's a vampire, a human, a Dalki, or anything else. I will cut them down if they are trying to hurt us, Erin declared, gripping her sword hard. Agreed, Layla nodded. Well, I can't just let all you younglings fight while I stand back, Dennis added, punching his hand into his fists. All of them knew how slim the chances were. None of them knew how they were going to do it, but they just knew it was up to them to pull off a miracle if they wanted to live. Cindy saw everyone there, with their legs shaking, so scared she started to laugh. The 10th family has always been a crazy bunch, but you guys are even crazier than previous generations. Are all humans this stupid? You don't even have any of your vampire knights? Or your Lou? Just as she was about to say those words, she noticed something. You guys did a good job. I'm sorry for taking so long. A voice from behind was heard, but when they turned their heads they could see no one. That's when Sam noticed that the shadow dome that had been on the stage had disappeared. I'm glad that no one has died. You don't have to worry anymore, so just stay back, Quinn said, as the shadow started to creep from his feet and rise behind his back. It shook violently left and right, something they had never seen happen before. It was as if the shadow was reacting to Quinn's feelings. It was clear what he was feeling right now. Soon, it covered his entire back and made him look twice the size. I'm not a punisher like Arthur. I never asked nor wanted that role. But right now I see someone who needs to be punished, and today I will gladly do the job in his place. At first, it was tough for Quinn to stay in the Shadow Dome while everyone else was fighting outside. He had no clue what was happening. There was even a chance that he didn't need to get involved at all. However, just in case, Quinn knew he needed to recover and eventually had gotten into a special zone in his head. A particular meditation state that allowed him to recover his chi as fast as possible. While in this state, though, his senses were a little dulled. It made it so all his body's energy was focused on only getting his chi energy back, while the Shadow Dome would help him recover his MC points. Because of the zone and the Shadow Dome he was in, he even had less chance of knowing what was happening. Still, there was one thing he was thankful for. The family connection to the cursed family. Although it was active as those from the 10th fought and could feel they were struggling at times, he knew that not a single one had been lost. Quinn knew what that felt like now, and he knew how the system would act if that did happen and neither of those things had set off. When he was ready, he had exited out of the dome, his chi was at full strength, and his MC points had regenerated. In front of him, he could see his family members, but they weren't their usual selves. The energy that was coming off from them, their hands and legs that were shaking, they all had one thing in common: they were afraid. Each one of them was in fear due to the person in front of them, and that was Cindy. Seeing this, on instinct like a tiger going to protect its frightened cubs, Quinn stepped out in front of them all. Now standing there, he finally had time to look at the situation. Did she do all of this? Quinn thought as he glanced around at the leaders that had fallen. She even managed to hurt Bryce that badly, and there doesn't look to be a single scratch on her. How strong is she? Quinn had to try and gauge the person in front of him. Quinn and Bryce had fought against each other recently, so he thought he could use that as a good measurement, but it didn't seem to be the case at all. Inspect. Quinn thought this was his only other option. Maybe it would bring some more light on the situation, but it wasn't the quest he wished to see as Quinn received the quest. New quest received. Survive the encounter with the enemy in front of you. Survive. Quinn read the message as he thought back to when he was on the Blade Island, and he was up against the twins. He had managed to get out of that one by escaping, but the system was right at the time. If he tried to fight back then, he probably wouldn't have survived. You really think I can't win this fight? Quinn thought, looking at Cindy in front of him and glancing at those behind him. System, you're wrong. I have no choice. I have to win this fight, and when I do, you better give me a freaking big reward for proving you wrong. This was a fight that Quinn couldn't just survive, he needed to win, so according to the system, he needed to do the impossible. Quinn, I will give you words of encouragement. Vincent spoke. The 10th family is special, and you carry the bloodline of the 10th family. We are miracle makers, so go ahead and show me a miracle. Quinn had the shadow raised behind his back, and he activated it just in case Cindy made an attack on those behind him. Yet, for some reason, she wasn't attacking just yet. Based on the condition of the leaders around him, he didn't think Cindy was trigger-shy with her newfound powers. Just what exactly is she waiting for? Quinn thought. In the end, he got the answer from Cindy herself. Go on then. Cindy shouted. I know why you're so confident, why you chose to come out to save these people. You are just waiting to summon that damn Arthur like you did last time. Bring him out and let me crush him, so I can crush your only hope in front of you. Hearing Cindy say this, the other leaders who had regained consciousness but weren't exactly dead started to gain a little hope. That's right, Arthur. Gene thought, propping himself on his forearm. If Quinn summons Arthur like last time, he might be the only person that can deal with Cindy. However, Arthur wouldn't be coming this time. Quinn knew that, and so did those in the 10th family behind him. This was something that Quinn needed to do himself. Why? Quinn asked. Why have you gone this far? Why are you going against your vampires, your own kind? You would have become queen anyway. And what did you mean when you said both of our goals are the same? If that was true, then clearly we would be standing on the same side as each other right now. So you remembered my words, Cindy replied. Well, you're right, I might have been able to achieve my goal a lot easier if I was at the top. But it looked like you came to ruin my plans, Quinn. You see, my goal from the beginning was to get rid of every single one of these scumbag vampires, and what better way to do it than to become their queen. However, my plans had to take quite a turn when I found out through a little friend of yours that I was to die. To die at your hands. A disgusting man of all things, she shouted, but soon calmed down. A little friend? Quinn started to think, the way she was speaking and what she had said. Quinn was thinking of a specific person. Did she get a vision when CIA went to regain her memories? Quinn thought, she has helped me out greatly. I don't know how her vision would come true. Perhaps you had found out my plans before everyone else, but I couldn't risk it. So I had to stay one step ahead. It is a shame such a beauty like her had to fall. Shut up, Layla screamed. It was you. You were the one that had killed her. Layla shouted out in anger. That was an accident. I didn't want to kill any of you beauties, you were all meant to come over to my side. And soon we would create a new utopia away from all of these men. Destroying the old settlement to create an ideal new one, Cindy claimed. Putting the pieces together, Layla's anger and Cindy's words. Quinn now knew which one of his family members had passed. And of all people, it was CIA. CIA, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for ruining your life. I took away your memories, and I regretted it ever since. From then on, I just wanted you to have a better life, and it looks like I just sent you to your executioner. Quinn thought as the anger was building up inside him. It was mainly at himself, but also at the one in front. Oh, you poor girl, Cindy said, shaking her head, and seemed quite genuinely concerned. This is why I was unable to save you, because you have already been trapped and have fallen for that man. There is no hope for you anymore, Cindy proclaimed. Why? Jean shouted, listening in on everything. He had finally recovered enough from his own attack being used against him. He was in no way in fighting condition, but his will to find out why Cindy had done everything was pushing him through. Cindy, we trusted you. We thought you wanted to make the vampire settlement a better place. Why would you want to get rid of us? Jean shouted. For them, who had lived hundreds of years with Cindy, it seemed strange that her personality and attitude would just shift like this. They had never seen this side of her before. All of the words I said were true. I do want to create a better place. I just never was honest with how. That day when Roa, my father, died, I remembered everything. Everything that happened to me, and how the council and king did nothing. I was standing at the top of my castle, staring outward. The king was using the blood ability to finish him off, but at that moment, Roa looked towards me. At the time, I thought, just like everyone else, he deserved to die for attacking the vampire settlement. But before he disappeared, he did something. The final words out of his mouth, I could see them. My daughter, remember the past and take yours and my revenge. The words seemed simple, but reading them from his lips, and his hand stretched outward, something activated. He made it so the memories that had been locked away for a long time resurface once more. And because of that, I will get rid of you all, Cindy stated as she lifted her hands, and 2 large circles of blood were hovering by her side. Quinn, the blood ability may increase her blood powers exponentially, but it doesn't make her any better of a fighter. If you make this a battle of powers, you will not win, Vincent shouted in his head. So you're saying I have to beat her physically, so there is only one option. Quinn replied, but there was silence as he knew exactly what to do. Not hesitating anymore, Quinn started to fill up his chi energy inside him, with the red energy all around, and in front of Cindy's very eyes, he started to transform. His hair started to fall from his head. His muscles were bulging out from his clothes, and his eyes were turning hollow. Those from the 10th family started to take a step back, and soon had retreated back to the stage, as they had seen this all before. Quinn, what are you doing? Are you going this far to beat her? Silver thought, worried about what would happen after. Transformation complete. You have transformed into a bloodsucker. As Quinn's transformation was finishing up, and all the leaders, including Cindy, could see what he had become, what he had turned into, the reaction he had gotten from her wasn't what he was expecting. Swinging her head backwards, her eyes widening, she started laughing while pointing her finger towards him. It was as if she had gone mad. "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant," Cindy said. "My father was cast out of the vampire settlement for turning into a bloodsucker. And now a vampire leader has become one in order to save it." Jean could no longer stand and moved to the edge of the plaza and was now lying against what used to be a small shop. But he couldn't believe his eyes, for Quinn had turned into those beasts. "Something is different?" Jean noticed, and he wasn't the only one. Bryce had been taken on stage to rest with the others, by Kaz, who was tending to his wounds. They had to be careful about bringing in human blood as a way for the vampires to heal. Because right now, any amount of blood that would be shed would also aid Cindy, making her stronger. How did this happen? Did Quinn give in to the bloodlust? Did they do something to him while he was locked up? Kaz wondered. "No," Bryce grunted, looking onward. "This is different. Did you notice that he didn't drain himself of blood or show any signs of addiction before this? He simply turned into one at will." If this was true, then right now there was a good chance that Quinn was a sane bloodsucker like Roa, giving him a chance to do something. For a second, Bryce had to stop himself because he had hope for the boy. Wasting no time, Quinn was off from his position. He was aware of everything happening and could see Cindy getting ready to throw one of the large circles of blood she had in her hand. But before she could, he was already behind her. He swung his arm downward, hitting her red armor. Not a single dent appeared in the strong blood armor, but the force continued through it. And if Cindy didn't allow her body to go with such a strong force, then it was quite possible her arm would have even ripped off. Instead, her body was flung down with her arm, and it was crushed into the ground stronger than ever. Even though the armor wasn't broken, the sheer force had crushed her arm, and blood could be seen seeping through her clothes and falling through the gaps in the armor. "He's so fast," Sam said. "This is what happens when one becomes a bloodsucker," Silver explained. "But they tend to lose their mind only focusing on one thing." Those from the cursed ship didn't have to be informed. They knew what a bloodsucker could do. They had lost one of their most treasured members because of it. Blip. Still, Silver was surprised at where Quinn had decided to attack. It looked as if it was intentional. "No, this can't be," she thought. "A bloodsucker shouldn't have this level of intelligence. Its attacks are meant to be wild." As she thought this, she could see that Quinn was already going for her other arm as well, making her realize the truth. He's completely sane. He can control the bloodsucker form just like my father. Seeing this was a surprise, and for a second Cindy was startled. But she soon realized that it was nothing to be worried about at all. When Quinn went to grab onto the other arm, the armor on her body started to light up. Blood flowed from her injured arm, moving to the other side of the armor, and it was beginning to activate. "My own blood is still blood," she screamed, and the armor started to brighten up more. But seeing this, Quinn had moved quickly away and was no longer holding on to her. One of the biggest weaknesses of the bloodsucker was that they had low levels of health. One strong attack and he would be done for, and he was sure that Cindy wasn't going to be light with her attacks. What was that? What was she about to do? Quinn asked. I don't know," Vincent regrettably replied. "What do you mean you don't know? That's the famous blood armor? Aren't you some famous researcher? How can you not know what the armor does?" "How would I know? The absolute blood book and the armor were reserved for the kings, and I have never been king. Maybe if I saw it being used in combat I could make some educated guesses, but I never did during my time. It's not my fault that you seem to attract trouble wherever you go." Quinn's one source of reliable information was now unreliable, and Quinn was wondering what to do. He was a little stumped. It looked like the armor had some special effect as long as there was blood being supplied to it, and at the same time if he was to fight at a distance he would lose out as well. "Can you tell me anything about the absolute blood powers?" Quinn asked. "It depends. Information is passed down when learning the book, but just because they know how to use it doesn't mean they can use it well. which is the only reason why you're still alive right now. Usually, it takes some time for each king or queen to adapt the book to their liking. However, if there was a past king or queen that had a skill that suits the current one, then we might be in for some trouble. As if Vincent's words were cursed, Cindy had healed her arm up using her ability. She started to gather the blood that still remained on the battlefield and the 2 circles she hadn't used before. They both started to form a certain shape in her hand. The blood began to elongate into a thin shape, and soon Quinn could see what they were. Now in her hands, she was holding 2 whips purely made out of blood, and immediately swung one out with such force, causing it to break the sound barrier, and a shockwave was let out. Moving back, Quinn thought he could avoid it, and even though he avoided the most dangerous part, the end of the whip, a blood swipe continued out of the very end. "It's going to hit me." Seeing this, Quinn felt like he had no choice. He decided to revert back to his vampire-like form. His body started to shrink down, and while in the middle of his transformation, the blood swipe created by the whip hit his body, sending him flying back all the way to the execution platform. 80 HP. 20/100 HP. He didn't know how he had survived the attack, but soon realized that wasn't the end of it, as it only had touched the surface of his skin. No choice. He had to gather all of his second stage of chi, and was pushing the blood swipe out from his body, making it so it couldn't pierce any further, because if it did, then he would be dead. "All that chi I gathered up, and it looks like it's going to be useless." However, finally using the chi, he managed to push the blood swipe away and into the ground. From the force, his body was still moving backwards, flying through the air, until he had hit something solid, stopping him. "Don't worry, Quinn. I got you," a voice said from behind. Looking behind him, Quinn could see a full-sized Borden had managed to catch him. "Ha ha ha," Cindy laughed. "Look at this power. One single swing and a vampire leader is out for the count. I can swing these whips 100 times, and 100 more blood strikes would come out of it just like the last one. With this power, I can finish off anyone with ease." When Borden let go, Quinn fell to his knees. Blood spilt from his mouth and from his wound across his chest. He still had HP and activated his blood bank, hoping to bring his HP back up, but he was starting to wonder how much help that would be. "She's right," Quinn thought. "This fight, it seems useless. The system was right and Arthur was right. I'm weak," Quinn shouted as he punched the stage, causing a hole to be made, allowing him to see the ground beneath. The leaders seeing this didn't think the same though. Quinn wasn't weak. It was just that his opponent was far too strong. All those around him, seeing Quinn like this, wanted to do something to help him. Right now he was fighting alone, but even if they did try to help, they feared they couldn't do much. "Quinn, you just need a little help," Borden said, as he stuck a syringe in the back of Quinn's neck. A green liquid could be seen inside the clear glass, and it was slowly going inside of his body. "Level 3 Dalki blood has been consumed. 30% increase in all stats. Effect will last for 1 hour." Quinn was wondering what this was. He could tell that Borden had most likely given him some of his blood, but the effects were different compared to last time. When Quinn had consumed the blood of the 1 spike Dalki, the message received at the time was that he had consumed a level 1 Dalki's blood, giving him a 10% increase in all of his stats. However, here it had stated he had consumed a level 3 Dalki's blood. Turning around, Quinn could see 3 spikes on his body. Is that the reason why? A confidence was rising in Quinn, but he wasn't sure if this was enough, and he didn't have time to think about it. Swinging the whips widely, Cindy had fired off multiple blood swipes just as powerful as the others towards the stage, and if Quinn didn't do something, they would all die. Thanks to the green blood received from Borden, the 30% seemed to also increase his MC points as well, but blocking all of these attacks with his shadow would be useless. Seeing the attacks coming towards them as well, everyone who had the shadow ability, their natural instinct was to use it. They readied themselves and had activated the shadow ability. At this moment, something appeared in front of Quinn. "Members of your family are using the shadow ability you have granted them. Do you wish to borrow the shadow powers of your family members?" This was the first time a message like this had ever appeared in front of Quinn. but at the same time, he had never fought by all of their sides before either. If the shadow was in the hands of Quinn, and this would increase his MC points, it was worth trying. Yes. The shadow under all of the feet of the members who had learnt how to use the shadow ability started to move towards Quinn. As it did, it looked like Quinn's shadow was consuming the others. Soon it was growing in size, and via the system, Quinn could see his MC points rising. It's similar to when Arthur was restoring my MC points that time he was training me. The shadow continued to be absorbed, but Quinn was wondering if it would be enough to stop the attack. But at that moment, another message had appeared. Enhancement type soul weapon has been unlocked. Finally, the enhancement type soul weapon Quinn had in his system that was constantly grayed out could be used, and with nothing to lose, Quinn activated it immediately. Shadow Overload Enhancement type soul weapon activated, although there was no hesitation for Quinn when he had selected the option to activate his soul weapon. Now that his body was in the middle of a strange transformation, he did have a lot of worries on his mind. Unlike the last soul weapon Quinn had used, he was able to test its uses and figure out how best and when to use it. Testing was extremely helpful due to the large drawback Quinn's item-type soul weapon had. If his enhancement-type soul weapon also had a similar drawback, he would be finding out about it during the fight. Not just the drawbacks, everything about the soul weapon he would have to try to find on the job, learning how to use it and what it could do, all while fighting one of the strongest enemies he had ever faced. Of course, this would make anyone a little nervous. The shadow that was on Quinn's back started to do something strange. It grew in size after consuming the shadows of the others, and when Quinn had activated the soul weapon, it rose up in the air slightly above Quinn. For the first time, everyone around could see the shadow detached from Quinn's body. When using most of Quinn's shadow skills, there was one important factor in them all, that he had to be touching the shadow. Shadow Path allowed a trail to be let out. Shadow Sync and Travel would only work based on how far the shadow was spread. And Shadow Control, Quinn was never allowed to use it if it detached from his body. The only shadow skills that still worked a little away from Quinn was Shadow Link, connecting to other shadow users' shadow and Shadow On. Even then, this felt like Quinn was using their shadow rather than his own. The shadow didn't remain in the air, and was moving about fiercely, moving around as if it was alive, and soon a purple glow could be seen around the edges. Just what is this enhancement type? Quinn thought. The other type was similar to a blood weapon, but this seems to be based completely on my shadow powers. Vampires aren't known to have soul weapons. You are unique in that aspect, and their blood weapons are created from the crystals of other vampires. Just like Arthur's weapon, it isn't based on his own power. This soul weapon is made just for you, Quinn, said Vincent. At that moment, the large shadow that was hovering above Quinn swooped down and started to enter his mouth. It slid down his throat and into his belly. However, it didn't stop there, as Quinn could feel it taking over every cell in his body. His blood cells, the organs, everything was being consumed and changed by the shadow. What is this? He wasn't in pain, but the feeling was certainly odd, as if someone was touching his cuts with a furry hand. After covering nearly every part of the inside of Quinn's body, it started to spread to the outside as well. Seeping through his skin, the shadow covered his forearms. It looked like purple fur was growing from Quinn's skin, and soon he was covered head to toe in the purple shadow. His clothes were unable to be seen. His hair was standing up, floating not from the wind but the strange power that possessed it. The only thing that they could see was Quinn's eyes. His clothes were even covered. He looked more menacing, darker than anything they had ever witnessed before. Shadow Overload is now in use. For a limited time, MC cells won't be affected while using the shadow ability. You have absolute control over your shadows. You have obtained a shadow body. Multiple notifications appeared in front of Quinn, and if he had the time, he would have clicked on them all to see if they further explained what the soul weapon did. But the blood swipes from Cindy's whips were soon coming at him. There's one thing I understand. If I'm right, no matter how much I use my shadow skills, my MC points won't drop, Quinn thought, spreading out his arms, and soon shadows were seen rising in front of the others and in front of him as well. However, it didn't look the same as it did before. Usually, everything would be connected to Quinn, but this time the shadow had raised where all the others were standing. Is this the absolute control over the shadows? Quinn thought. All of the blood swipes that Cindy had created. As soon as they had touched the shadow, they immediately slowed down. It didn't even look like they were moving, and Quinn's MC points hadn't gone down just as expected. The others moved out of the way, and Quinn quickly got rid of the shadow, allowing the attack to move forward into nothing. This shadow, can it really be used like that? Quinn started to wonder. Out of anger, seeing her attacks stopped like they were nothing, Cindy swung her 2 whips wilder, putting more strength in her hip, creating faster and stronger attacks. I have the king's power. How can someone like you stop it? She screamed. Quinn, it seems like Cindy is in the same situation as us right now, Vincent said. She hasn't had her powers for long, and she is still learning it as she goes, just like us. If it was the old king, we would have been dead by now. This might be a battle of who learns faster, and if there was one thing you were always good at, it's learning fast. Thinking back, Vincent was always impressed with how quickly he had learnt the vampire martial arts, using the shadow abilities and all the other things he was taught. In a way, Quinn was a blank canvas having no abilities, and he soaked everything in like a sponge. Running ahead, Quinn showed no fear. He was sure his plan was going to work, and with each of the blood swipes, he held out his hand. Soon in front of them, small little portals of shadow opened up, stopping them mid-air. For every blood swipe, he would make a small circle of shadow stopping it. This isn't the only skill I can use either. Then, little small shadow portals started to appear behind Cindy as well. They floated in place, but it looked like they were there doing nothing. Seeing this, Cindy attempted to hit the end of them with her whip. But as she did, she only saw her whip slow down slightly when the tip had touched the shadow, but it had done nothing else to it. Shadow Sync. Activating his next skill, Quinn made it so the blood swipes that had been stopped mid-air from the first set of shadow circles sunk into the shadow themselves, and soon they were reappearing from where the new shadows were placed all around Cindy. Her own attack was now being used against her. A similar scene was witnessed not long ago, where Bryce had to face hundreds of blood swipes raining down on him, and now Cindy had to do the same. However, her strength was strong, and with a single swing of her whip, she managed to wipe out 10 of the swipes she created. She did the same with the other side, but soon some of the strikes had ended up hitting her. As they weren't the only ones, she had to focus on. Quinn too wasn't going to just sit there and do nothing. At that moment, everyone was left with their mouths wide open on the stage as it looked like the tables had turned. Is this something all Punishers can do? Kaz asked, witnessing the power. In my whole time as a vampire, I have never seen the shadow being used in such a way before. This kid is different, Bryce stated. Moments later, the other leaders that were sent away had returned. After Remus had been defeated, it was easy to control the chaos, and things had returned to normal. Worried about what was happening, they returned as soon as possible. Muka looked around and could see all of the leaders nearly perished, and out in the square facing Cindy was someone covered in shadows. Is that Quinn? Muka said. We should help him. Don't, Bryce shouted. Cindy is far beyond any of our levels, and if that boy still has a human heart, she could use you against him. Besides, you would just be giving her more blood to use. You forgot one more thing, Sam said, never taking his eyes off the fight. Does it really look like Quinn needs help right now? Turning their attention back to the fight, it looked like Cindy had been roughed up a little. She was hurt, but it wasn't too bad due to the armor she was wearing. What their eyes were most drawn to was what Quinn was holding in his hands, although holding wasn't the correct word. Hovering just above them, 2 flat shadow discs in each hand were seen. In the center of them, they were shining a bright red color, shaped like a circular saw. It reminded some of those of the scythes that Quinn would use, combining his blood with the shadow. He had done something similar this time, only when they weren't attached. He threw both of them out and they came out lightning fast. Cindy tried to hit one of them with her whip, but when it touched the shadow, her attack stopped again, and soon Quinn moved the disc, and they continued to go straight for her waist, ready to cut her body in half. The shadow disk that was coming towards Cindy was quite large in size and had a width of around a meter. Depending on how strong the attack was, if it hit her, then her body would be sliced entirely in half. Wearing the armor, even if that hits me, it shouldn't be too strong. I still don't know how to use this thing properly, but it instant armor that has been passed down for no reason, Cindy thought. However, sweat ran down her face, showing that things weren't exactly going her way. Ever since Quinn had activated his soul weapon, he was doing things she had never seen before. She didn't know much about the Punishers like Bryce, but did study up on them after Arthur had returned last time, expecting that she might run into some trouble. The main thing that was worrying her was the purple glow Quinn's shadows were emitting. Not wanting it to touch her, she lifted her hand, and a rush of blood came from underneath the ground. It looked like a small waterfall, only in reverse. One of his discs was eaten up by the cascade of blood. It looked like with such a large attack, the little shadow that was around it wouldn't do much, but before his other one would have the same fate. Controlling the shadow, he managed to split the large blade into 6 individual smaller pieces. The small blades moved faster, and Quinn was able to control each of them precisely as if they were an extension of his own body. Going around the waterfall, Cindy had blocked her own field of vision. The little blades had hit, moving her body. They had touched nothing but the blood armor, and soon disappeared with the shadow disappearing in the air as well. Looks like I have nothing to worry about. Seeing how the purple glow of the shadow did nothing when touching her armor. She's learning to use the blood abilities more now, Quinn. If you look closely, she is gathering more blood. Quickly, you have to finish her off, Vincent warned as he was observing the situation. What do you think I have been trying to do? Woo her, Quinn shouted back. At first, it looked like Cindy was only able to gather the blood that had been spilt in the square. But eventually, blood was seen crawling across the floor into the square area from all over the settlement. The more blood she had and could control, the stronger her attacks would be and the more things she could do. Then we're just going to have to get close, Quinn shouted, running forward. She was ready for a close confrontation with her 2 whips, and it was why Quinn hadn't moved up till this point. On top of this, he had time to learn a little bit about his shadow staying away. The whip was far faster than any movement he could produce, so even with unlimited MC cells to use with the shadow, he wouldn't be able to move the shadow in time. However, watching Cindy strike the shadow portals before, he had memorized her distance, and she knew hers as well as she gripped onto the end. When Quinn got close enough, he opened up a larger shadow circle in front of him and ran right through it. Wait! He can go through the shadow himself as well. Before she knew it, Quinn was behind her, with 2 large shadow discs by his side. He swung his arm out at full strength, trying to cleave her head off, but she had ducked the first attack. The second one, she wasn't so fortunate, as the disc struck her in her arm. The closer the shadow was to Quinn, the faster and better he could control it. It seemed to react to the strength he had in his swing. The second disc hit her, and a scraping sound against the blood chest piece could be heard, and he could feel the weight of the attack. Even though he wasn't making any physical connection, the force felt like that between 2 magnets. She was soon sent across the floor, and as she landed, she kicked off the ground to create distance between the 2 of them. Looking up though, the area looked different as she noticed she was in a room full of shadows blocking out the sky and rain above. Soon, something was felt grabbing her feet from below and pulling her. She looked down at her legs, but there was nothing there until she could see Quinn dropping from the strange ceiling above. Quinn had activated the shadow dome surrounding her so she couldn't escape. He needed to keep her in place, then using shadow hop he came from above. Blood attacks like blood bullets, and the blood swipe won't work because of that armor, so I need to get it off her or... Quinn said as he came full force with a hammer strike. Lifting up her forearms, she made it so the blood armor would take most of the effects, and for a second, the 2 remained still with Quinn in midair. The power of the hammer strike was felt as it sent shockwaves through the dome, and even the shadows were shaking. Arg! Cindy screamed, as for the second time, her arms had been crushed, as the hammer strike had done its work. hurting her internally with blood soaking through the armor. A few seconds after though, and the armor started to light up. Still unsure what the strange armor would do if it hit him with its power, Quinn did the only thing he could do. From the outside, they could only see a shadow dome. However, red lights could be seen piercing through the shadow. It looked like light rays were coming out until the whole shadow dome had disappeared. Standing still on the square was Cindy, but Quinn was now nowhere to be seen. "The 10th leader," Mooka shouted, quite shocked at the outcome based on how well Quinn had been doing. Not seeing him there, he could only think that Quinn had died. "No, that boy is still alive," Bryce said, knowing what Quinn had done, because he had done the same thing against him. Portal of Shadow opened. From Quinn's shadow lock skill, he had locked himself in the shadow space in order to avoid the attack. However, while Cindy was concentrating on the shadow he had come out of, she didn't see another portal opening behind her, and 2 large shadow discs were ready. Cindy was mid-swing of her whips, and as her wrist flicked at the same time, the 2 large discs had hit her on the back, chucking her body forward towards Quinn. Using all his strength, stepping on the ground and concentrating all his anger towards her, he swung his fist over his head. It was an overhand throw that allowed one to use all the momentum they could, and he had planted his heavy-handed fist right in her face. As it pushed through, he could feel the features on her face breaking, first her nose, then the skull of her eye sockets. Her whole body nearly had flipped over due to the sheer power, but keeping up the momentum, Quinn wanted to slam her into the ground. The only problem was, the blood whips had managed to hit his sides as well. "You're dead." Cindy managed to make a crooked smile through all her broken bones. Quinn was quite surprised she was still alive. This was due to her attempting to heal her wounds with her ability while Quinn had delivered her punch. Still, his punch was far stronger than she had anticipated, and she was unable to heal the wounds as much in time, and something else had happened as well. The shadows that covered Quinn's hand, a few of them, seemed to be attached onto her face. As for Quinn, the whips had hit his body of shadows. He braced himself for pain. The loud bang was heard at the tail end, and he felt the force in his body from both sides, but there was no pain at all. "What's going on?" Quinn thought, as he looked down and could see he was perfectly fine. He looked at his sides, and the shadows seemed to move away from where the attack had hit. He could now see his clothing underneath. New shadows were now moving to the gap, and soon he was once again completely covered in shadows. "Is this the power of the shadow body? Does it block my whole body from attacks as well?" Quinn thought. As for Cindy, she had managed to get up but was suddenly in a panic as she touched her face. "WHVT hi I've Dean." Cindy tried to speak, but her jaw, her nose and eye socket were broken entirely, leaving her with a mangled face. The remnants of the shadow from his fist could be seen on her face as well. For some reason, Cindy could not use her reversibility on her face to make it back to what it once was, and she felt it had something to do with the strange glowing shadows. "Now that I know my body is safe from her attacks, I can do this," Quinn thought. "Your time is up. Your soul weapon will now be deactivated." Quinn knew that his soul weapon wouldn't last forever, especially since it seemed to have no downside while he was using it. He thought it was possible that it could stop at any moment, and it had done just that. However, the bad news didn't stop there as the system messages continued to pop up. "Your soul weapon shadow overload time limit has ended." Time limit for soul weapon depends on the number of MC points the user has. The shadow will now be returned to those that it was borrowed from. The second line made Quinn wonder if the others were able to increase their MC points or if he had more that had learned the shadow ability if he could have used his soul weapon for longer. Still, the worst news was yet to come. "You must now pay your debt for using shadow overload. 40 total MC points. 0/200 MC points remaining." As expected, there was some sort of cost for Quinn using such a powerful soul weapon. He knew that once it ended, he would no longer have any MC points to be used, but for the cost, it had taken it from his total MC points. Before, when Quinn would check his stats, it would state that he had a total of 240 MC points. When using the shadow, this number would go down, and after some time it would always recover back up to the max number. It seemed the cost for using this soul weapon was lowering the maximum amount of MC points for his shadow ability. However, looking at it now, it didn't even look like he had enough MC points to activate the enhancement soul weapon. Without the other shadow user's MC points, it didn't look like Quinn had the requirements to use it again. Looking at Cindy, Quinn could see that her face was still disfigured, but the shadows attached to her were still there, slowly fading away. "We have to finish her off," a voice by Quinn's side said. "The vampire settlement is in trouble. I just never expected it to be from one of our own leaders and one I trusted at that." A softer voice spoke. When Quinn turned his head, he could see a woman with the most gentle eyes riding on top of a giant black wolf with a horn. Looking around him, Quinn noticed that the leaders, Sunny, Muscat, Muka and Lee had returned. They all were standing by his side, but it wasn't for long, as each of them went rushing in towards Cindy. As they ran forward, there was one more which had crashed directly in front of her, breaking the ground beneath him as he landed. "I still have some fight left in me," Borden said, grabbing her by the arm and lifting her above his head, slamming her to the ground. She soon got up, but then Muka was already directly behind her. Seeing a fist going towards her, she decided to rush the blood up from the ground once again like a waterfall. Still, as Muka's fist continued to go forward, it looked like the waterfall split apart, letting his hand go through, punching her in the chest. His damn ability. What a lucky guy, Cindy thought. "Noir, keep her busy," Sunny shouted. The giant wolf responded, shrinking in size, and started to move just as fast as any vampire leader. It pounced in and out, striking at the armor, moving Cindy's body like a rag doll. The only weapon she had on her that was possibly fast enough to strike the familiar was her warehouse Adaptation. But Lee, using his strings, was keeping her far too busy for her to properly use them. As quick as Cindy was destroying them, Lee made new strings, yanking her hand here and there. Eventually, Cindy managed to find a break and took a step back, but her foot was soon found landing on something. It lit up, and her whole body was frozen in place. This was the power of the Muscat family, the ability to set up traps. With her staying still, Borden didn't waste this opportunity to hit her as hard as he could in the head once again. Although she couldn't move her legs, she could move her hands and lifted them, protecting her face. What she didn't expect was just how powerful Borden's strike would be, crushing her arms, and the force continued to be felt through them. Cindy was able to heal parts of her body with her ability, but the leaders and Borden were just dealing too much damage, not giving her enough time to recover. "Cindy!" A voice shouted from the other end, all the way back from the execution stage. "It's time for your end. It's our win." The one who had said these words was Bryce. He was still heavily hurt from before and was using his sword and Kaz by his side to help him stand. "Ha ha!" Cindy started to laugh. The shadow had finally disappeared from her face, and she was able to use her ability once more. And the first thing she did was return her mouth back to what it once used to be. A Dalki, a Punisher, ex-humans, and all the vampire leaders are working together. If there was one thing I didn't expect, it was that under your rule, all of these types of people would be working together. You call this a win? I think if I was you, this would be a huge loss. Using all the blood that had spilt inside her own body, she decided she wouldn't heal the wounds. Instead, she planned to activate the power in the blood armor. The others, seeing it light up, all leapt and stepped away. Everyone could tell it was dangerous, however. This was just a trick on Cindy's behalf. The armor started to fade, and she quickly used this time to reverse the damage done to her hands. "Screw you all," she shouted, lifting her hands. At that moment, all the blood in the vampire settlement from the damage done by the 8th family was lifted into the air. It looked like red raindrops that were frozen in time. "Not this move again," Nate said. "This is what beat all those vampire leaders last time. And I can't use the shadow either." Wevel noticed attempting to use it there and then. It seemed like letting Quinn borrow their powers made it so he was actually using them, so they would have to wait for them to recover as well. Before, it was just the square. This time it was blood from the whole settlement, and no one felt like they could block this attack or survive it this time. "Leaders, stop that attack," Bryce shouted. Cindy's hands were trembling. It looked like she was struggling to hold such power, and she was still gathering it in order to summon the skill. Is she weak? Quinn wondered. Using her ability, she had used up MC points just like every other ability, so at some point, she wouldn't be able to reverse the damage anymore, and she had taken a heavy beating from the leaders and Borden, even Quinn before. The sheer power of the blood ability wasn't the only reason she was struggling. She was feeling weaker than she had ever felt at the moment. She had used the last of her MC points to heal her hands and was planning to take everyone down with this last move. She didn't care if she died as long as she could pull off this attack, and Quinn had noticed this. If she's this weak, then there is one thing I can do, Quinn thought. A shadow skill that didn't require any MC points to use but was dependent on how weak the person was in front of him. It was a gamble because if Cindy wasn't weak, then the skill would be useless. Gathering his hands together, a dense black blob started to form from his shadows. Then when the time was right, he threw it out. From his hand, a giant ball came out towards Cindy, splitting open as if it had a large mouth ready to gobble her up. Skill Shadow Eater. The large black ball that left from Quinn's hands came out fast, and it was the skill Shadow Eater. A skill that worked best the weaker an opponent was, and if it was successful he was hoping it would be enough to stop Cindy. Seeing the giant ball of darkness, the other leaders moved out of the way, frightened for dear life as to what might happen if the skill touched them. They had seen what the skill had done to Vidine when Arthur had used it, and they didn't want to suffer the same fate. Cindy was holding on to so much power that she had two choices: to cancel the skill she was doing, dropping the power to attempt to avoid the shadow, or continue on with the skill. In the end, she chose to continue on with the skill, and the head of the large black ball split open, creating a mouth shape, consuming her. They could no longer see Cindy as the large shadows covered her whole body. But the black ball made of shadows started to sink into the ground, and when it touched the floor, it spread out, making its way to Quinn. Did it work? Quinn wondered, as the shadow scurried across the ground, and when it finally attached itself to him, he was in for a surprise. Shadow Eater skill was successful. You have gained 1000 MC points. Total MC points 0/1260. You have unlocked the enhancement soul weapon, Shadow Overload. Not only was the skill successful, but Quinn had gained the most MC points from using the skill he had ever done before. He didn't know what to expect since regular vampires only gave him a total of 10. But it seemed like a vampire at the Vampire Lord level was worth using this skill on. Unfortunately, Quinn wasn't planning for more instances like this one to occur. While Quinn bathed in joy of the skill being successful and the amount of MC points gained, there was still an uncertainty if it had actually done anything. He turned to Cindy, who almost looked frozen in place. Her arms were unmoving. That's when Quinn noticed that all the blood that was frozen in the sky from the whole settlement had dropped and fallen to the floor. The skill had worked and it had done its job. Soon after, Cindy fell to her knees and was sweating radically. A pool of water was forming from her feet and a searing pain was felt throughout her body. "New!" She screamed at the top of her lungs, so loud that it was comparable to a small banshee's scream. The pain was unbearable along with the weak, tired feeling. She felt like a newborn vampire sitting in the sun for the first time. Even though there was darkness all around, and she would have to live with it for the rest of her life. Knowing this, she knew there was one way out from this pain, from this torture of a lifetime. Lifting her hand up, she was ready to finish herself off. When she lifted her hand, though, she felt it quickly being yanked and hammered down to the floor on both sides. "We cannot let you off that easily," Muka said, pinning her arms to the floor. "You will not get off that lightly by just running away and not giving us an explanation." She attempted to move her other arm, but it was being held by Sunny. No matter how much strength she tried to gather to pull herself away from them, she wasn't able to. Quinn, seeing this, started to think that the skill Shadow Eater seemed to be harsher on those who were more complete on the vampire evolution scale. He remembered when he was a halfling he was affected by light, but the downside was worse with each evolution. Thankfully the rings saved him from that suffering, but even with a ring now, Cindy would feel no different. Perhaps, being a vampire lord, the effects of the sun were even worse, and she might have been even weaker than a human right now. A horrible thought for a vampire leader. At that moment, a leader who hardly had any damage at all came out, and threw her needles out on Cindy, who was lying flat on the floor. "Susan," Muscat said, surprised. "Where have you been?" The questions asked almost seemed embarrassing for Susan to answer, as her cheeks reddened. Especially since everyone was badly hurt and had fought a tough battle, while her clothes were all seemingly fine. "I know how strong the second family's ability is, so I thought my ability would be important in this fight. So I decided to protect myself at all costs and only come out at the right time," Susan replied. "So you came out when we had already done the job?" Muscat replied, who was clearly annoyed. As a new leader he usually wouldn't have been so outspoken, but he was just expressing how the others were feeling. However, they needed to ignore that for now, as there was a lot of work that was to be done. The vampire settlement had just suffered an attack. An original had been woken, and Cindy still had the blood armor on her body, and the blood power in her control. These things would need to be removed from her. Thanks to Quinn's skill though, they shouldn't be too much trouble. "Just kill me," Cindy muttered out quietly. A shadow was then cast over her, and when she looked up, it was an old man with a white beard, Bryce. He had healed from his wounds, and now that Cindy had been defeated, Kaz was able to feed him some blood. Still, the wounds from the fight seemed to still appear on his body, and even the blood wasn't able to completely heal him, but it allowed him to move. "This is another day that shall be remembered in vampire history," Bryce said, looking at her. "Although it is tough for the vampires, after going through an event like this, it will only bring us who have worked together closer." Hearing these words, Cindy couldn't help but smile, and she attempted to spit out a piece of blood that was felt in her mouth, but being so weak, it had failed to go far and just dribbled down her chin. "Screw you, and your vampire settlement," Cindy said. "What did you do exactly? Did the leaders save this place? Did you, as their king, save this place? No. The only reason why all of you aren't dead right now is because of that damned outsider. Don't think I don't know how much you wish to get rid of him, Bryce. And now he saved you all. This is truly pathetic. You are a pathetic king." Bryce looked behind him, at Quinn, who was huffing and panting. He looked exhausted and beat. What Bryce also noticed was there were hardly any wounds on him at all. "Looks like I did a better job than you," Bryce said, looking back at Cindy. "We will pry into your brain and find out everything you hid and how you tricked the whole settlement. Don't worry, your time is not over here." Walking away, he let the other leaders deal with Cindy. Besides, Bryce had his own recovery to do, and there was a lot to be done after getting what they needed from Cindy. Walking past for the first time ever, Bryce placed his hand on Quinn's shoulder. "You did a good job," Bryce said. Quinn shrugged Bryce's hand off his shoulder. He still hadn't forgiven him for everything he had tried to do before. "Me and you are not friends, Bryce," Quinn said. "I didn't do this for you because you're my king. Let me get this clear on our positions. You are not my king. This whole mess I shouldn't have been involved with in the first place. I'm telling you now, I'm leaving this place and I'm taking them with me." Saying these words, Quinn looked Bryce in the eye, and he looked back at Quinn as well. The others watching from the execution stage were nervous, thinking that there might be one more last fight after all. "You can rest now," Bryce said, walking away, and a few seconds later, Quinn felt his knees wobbling, and his body tumbling to the floor, as he fell lying there flat on the cold ground. A black space, shadows, a dark mind. The view inside of Quinn's mind was a little foggy, and he wasn't quite sure what was happening to him. What happened? I can't remember. What was I just doing? Quinn thought. Asking these questions, he almost expected someone to answer, but there was no response, and he was on his own. Going through the dark space, wherever that was, he could see nothing, until eventually a mirror suddenly appears blocking his path. However, in the mirror itself, Quinn could see quite the young face in the reflection. He had curly hair that had just gone slightly down to where his ears were, and he wore a black blazer with a school tie on himself. I'm in a school uniform and I look so young? Wait, why is that strange? I am in school after all. Wait, school. Quinn remembered. A few seconds later though, and his body felt a shiver throughout it. His hair was soaking wet and the whole world looked like it was melting. Opening his eyes, Quinn could see a soaked desk directly in front of him. Water dripped from his hair and head. Sorry, I was just practicing my water ability. Didn't mean to hit you, it was an accident, a female voice said. Looking up, Quinn could see that there were 3 girls, and the one apologizing had her hand over her mouth. The 2 girls next to her had turned their heads away, their shoulders moving up and down. Ah, again and water this time? You know, I can tell you're laughing. Just because I don't have an ability doesn't mean I'm stupid as well. Quinn wanted to say, but instead he decided to just get up from his seat and head out to the restroom to dry himself up. Hey, I guess it's true after all. The girls started to gossip as he walked past. Because he doesn't have an ability, he can't really fight back, can he? Although Quinn had tried his best to keep the fact that he had no ability a secret, it was obvious that it would be spread around the school sooner or later. After all, nearly everyone had an ability and was willingly showing it off. Even during PE they allowed the use of abilities, so it eventually became apparent, and that's when the bullying started from the others. For now though he would soak it up, he thought it was best to ignore it as he saw all the other students who were low-leveled, receiving the same sort of treatment. Why don't they fight back? Quinn thought once, but soon he saw why when one of the students attempted to. He didn't even get a single punch in. While at school, there was a natural group that had emerged. Those considered in his school with high-level abilities, being level 4 students. Although being a high level in this school didn't necessarily mean much. Their school was just a regular state school. All the high-level students had rich families, high backgrounds, and studied with private education. If any of these students went to those schools, they would be nothing but flies. Although when it came to Quinn, he was even less than a fly. A group of 5 kids were being used as their shuttles, which was the term they used, each one being in charge of a different job for them. Some would do their homework, others would carry their things, and Quinn would be in charge of buying them their lunch. What was amazing was how no one did anything about it. It was impossible for the teacher to not know what was going on, yet nothing was done about it because these higher-level people were seen as essential in their world, while they, on the other hand, were considered expendable due to their lower levels or having no ability. One day, outside on the school rooftop, all of the shuttles had been gathered apart from one, and Quinn was the last one to arrive of them all. He could see the 4 of the others on their knees, and a couple of them had been beaten. What's going on? Quinn thought. All he could see was that human, the school's second top dog, was frantically banging his foot on the ground. That idiot. Why the hell did he have to do that? And now he's in the hospital, and they're blaming me? Is it my fault that he was so weak? Human continued to complain. Quinn had understood the gist of it, based on the angry outburst he could hear from Human. Although people could get away with a lot, if one was to end up in the hospital for going too far, or causing a death, they would still be punished. At least the world is still a little fair. Come here, Quinn, Human shouted. Is he going to take his anger out on me? Quinn thought as he clenched his fist. He could see that Human had already turned his own fist into a stone-like material, which was his ability. Do you think it's my fault? You don't, do you, Quinn? It's your fault for being so useless. I can't believe his parents went and complained. I know he wouldn't have had the guts to tell his parents that I was the one responsible, so it had to be one of you guys. But none of these guys have croaked yet, that's why I've called you. Don't tell me it's you, Quinn. You're my favorite of these guys. You never say a word. You just do whatever I ask of you. This was because Quinn had seen that it was pointless to try and argue, you just got hit more. He didn't understand why some people bothered to fight back, to try and change their situation when they couldn't. They were just making their already hard lives even harder. Their parents didn't raise their kids properly. They didn't tell them that there is an order in this world, and we are above them. Maybe it's a good thing you have no parents, Quinn. That's probably why you're so dash. Suddenly, a fist flew out and hit Human right in the face. It was the first time Quinn had ever hit someone before, and the other shuttle students had their mouths left wide open in disbelief. "Scum, you're freaking scum," Quinn shouted. "Why the hell should we be treated like this?" Human wiped his mouth that was bleeding slightly, and then went to throw out a fist, swinging wildly at Quinn's head. He had activated his ability, so if the fist hit, Quinn would be in for some serious trouble. Ducking down, Quinn went and tackled him onto the ground. Pinning him with his knees, Quinn didn't stop there and continued to unleash his fists open his face. He didn't even know when Human had passed out, but he finally stopped with his hands bloody and the skin having peeled off from his knuckles. Looking up at the sky, "What have I done?" Quinn asked himself. From that day onwards, Quinn's life was different. He was constantly targeted by those in Human's gang, including the top dog, but something had changed. Quinn was no longer part of the shuttle group and did what he wanted. Now he understood why people fought back, because the pain from getting beaten every day wasn't as bad as the pain they felt from being treated like crap. The mental trauma of feeling beneath someone was damaging to their souls. It felt like they were slaves almost. At least this way, Quinn felt like he had made his own choice. He made his own decisions to do what he wanted, and he would face the consequences for it. He thought back to all those celebrities with great powers that he saw on TV. The Big Four, the military leaders and head generals. They had so much power, yet they did nothing. Why? Why did they do nothing even though they had the strength to better everyone's lives? Was it because they couldn't see it? Was it due to them being at the top so they didn't know what life was like for those at the bottom? Clenching his fist, Quinn swore to himself as he made a promise. "If one day I ever get the power like those guys at the top, I will make a better life for those like me, and get rid of this whole trashy system." It was safe to say after the events of what had happened, everyone was exhausted, both physically and mentally. This time it wasn't just one family that had suffered losses, but nearly every single one had been hit. It was tough to say how this would affect the vampire settlement and was too early to tell, but the one that would have to lead them out of all of this was their king, Bryce, trying to regather and create order for all of what happened, even though he was still recovering himself. Mainly, he used the royal guards to keep control of things, as they were used to help rebuild what was lost, make a count of all those who had perished, and keep guard in case there were any more nasty surprises for them. This whole event was quite a shock to the vampires, and it would take time before they really understood what had happened and why. Especially the few that had remained from the 8th family, as nearly the whole of the 8th family had been wiped out. A whole day had passed since the event with Quinn and the other leaders. Those from the 10th family had been standing there nervously on the stage as they saw Quinn collapse on the ground. They had just seen Quinn exchange some pretty heated words and were worried that Bryce had possibly done something. Even though they wanted to move, they were cautious and didn't do so until they were allowed. At that moment, 2 people who had been away had now returned, and their appearance when returning had come as quite a shock. Lifting him off the ground and placing Quinn over his shoulder with ease was Peter. "What the hell are all of you standing around for? Quinn is exhausted, and no one's going to take him back to his castle," Peter said, walking to the others and shaking his head. Bryce did nothing to stop them, and allowed them to do as they wanted. The group was left speechless by the appearance of Peter and Logan. Not because of their actions but due to how they looked. Peter's clothing was ragged and soaked in blood. Apart from his face, it looked like he had been dipped in a bucket of red paint. And as for Logan, he was missing an entire arm. What happened?" Nate couldn't help but ask, while staring at the wound that had been seared off. "I guess we both need to update each other on our situations," Logan replied. "The good thing is all of you are alive. I was sure by my calculations of probability, at least half of you would have died. You were one of those on my list." After hearing those words, Nate was just left there in disbelief. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Before leaving, Silver wanted to have a word with Kaz, and pulled her arm before she went off to look after her father. "Kaz, you and Fex both lost your memories to Cindy, right? But you somehow got yours back. What happened? Can you do the same to Fex?" Silver asked. "I'm sure the king is definitely willing to. He owes Fex and all of your family a huge favor. But please understand that there will be more pressing matters before this. I just ask you to wait patiently." Kaz replied, leaving to go with her father. Leo, having recovered some of his strength from the fight, propped himself up using his sword's sheath. Everyone, we shall return to the castle and rest, Leo ordered. Usually, the family leader would be in charge of organizing what happened to those in the 10th family. But as Quinn's breath could be heard going in and out like a baby, it was best if Leo took over. After all of those events, the group had managed to rest inside the castle for the rest of the day. They excitedly talked to each other about what happened while they were away. No way, 100 vampires? Webnovel made a face like he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. If it was Borden, maybe? Peter shrugged his shoulders, for he really didn't care if they believed him or not. He just answered the question of what had happened. I never knew you were a Dalkey, Webnovel said, walking up to the table Borden was standing on. After about an hour after the fight, Borden had eventually returned to his small size once again. The good news was the liquid allowed him to stay in his true form for longer, and Logan said he should be able to make more for him as well. Even give him an injection now if he wanted, but Borden was getting used to his small size. He was more bothered about being disadvantaged by a time limit during his fight. I never did try creating a solution with the vampire crystal. Maybe next time, Logan thought. Don't worry about me being a Dalkey. I am based on my brother over there, Borden replied, pointing to Syl, who was in the corner of the room. Syl hadn't joined the others, and for a good reason as well. Even if he had been there, he would have been useless and just used by the vampires and Cindy as another blood bank. The 10th family were quite excited and upbeat about the whole thing. In a way, it was a relief. There was so much pressure going on about Quinn's death. It felt like for the first time since coming to the vampire world, they could finally relax. That was until Sam had brought up something. The words Quinn said to Air. Bryce, at the end, do you think we can all go home? Sam asked. We don't know yet, Paul answered. At the moment, the vampires seemed to be busy trying to extract information from Cindy, the person who caused all of this. As you all know as well, Quinn hasn't woken up. I'm sure there are many things they would like to discuss with him. However, Bryce is a strange fellow. Quinn's words could very well be treated as a threat. From the short time I have been here, it looks like the vampires have a lot of pride and demands for the king to be respected. Quinn is playing a risky game by requesting to not be part of the vampire settlement. As soon as one family leaves, then the other leaders will ask for special requests as well, and that's something the king doesn't want. The others hearing this looked a little depressed. It sounded like there was a chance they couldn't leave this place, and if they did, then Quinn might be in some serious trouble again. Although I agree with my fellow knight a little at the same time, I don't, Leo said, placing his hand on Paul's shoulder. You underestimate the power of a hero. Quinn has done something that the king could not. Shouldn't a hero be rewarded for his efforts? Some didn't understand what Leo meant by his words, but soon they all came to know exactly what Leo meant, because standing outside of the 10th castle right now were hundreds and hundreds of vampires, all wanting to enter the 10th inner castle area. The only thing stopping them was the royal guards that had been stationed at each of the gates. The reason they were there was due to what they had heard. It was impossible for them not to find out what had happened, and now the 10th had a new reputation that was being spread. The 10th that defended a strong attack from two families, and the leader that was able to take down the one that had caused all of this. At the same time, there were rumors of a white from the 10th family, heroically going around saving all the vampires. The 10th family weren't aware of their sudden popularity just yet, but they soon would be, although there was one more person who had found out about it even before them. Inside the king's castle on the top floor, Bryce was sitting at his throne. He was in the middle of many thoughts, as they had found out a lot in a short amount of time, and he was pondering about the many decisions he would soon have to make. It was something that couldn't be delayed, as people would want an answer and a forward action from him, so that something like this would never happen again. While in the middle of his thoughts, the doors were swung wide open, and Kyle was seen entering. His cape was flapping, and knelt down. Is there something concerning? Bryce asked. Not very concerning, but perhaps something I thought you should be aware of. I know you are struggling with what to do with the 10th family leader, so I thought I should let you know. Before speaking more, Kyle gulped. The 10th leader, Quinn Talon, is being hailed as a hero and savior of the vampire race by the other vampires. This piece of information certainly had made Bryce have to rethink what he had originally planned. A hero, he repeated, looking at a newly placed painting that was stationed just above the entrance to the throne room. It was large, and it went from the top of the doorway all the way to the end of the ceiling. The painting itself was of Arthur standing there, having sliced his grandfather's head off. I will never forget. There were many things that needed to be done before Bryce could think about other things, but in his mind the top priority was obtaining the blood powers that he believed should have rightfully been his in the first place. He wouldn't let anything get in his way, and most of his resources were placed into this task. Using the influence skill on Cindy was relatively easy, and the main reason for this was due to Quinn's Shadow Eater skill. With that, she was no longer the vampire she used to be. It made her whole body weak, and this also made extracting information from her quite easy. With this, they had gotten information of where the book that would store the absolute blood powers was kept. Unexpectedly, it was hidden in an expected place in the second castle. It seems like Cindy was arrogant that either one, her plans would have never been revealed, or the second, that she would succeed, so there was no point attempting to hide the book. A further investigation went into the second family's tombs, and although one of the tombs had been opened, none of the others had been. This was expected because the person who had actually woken one of the leaders was Bryce himself. Going beneath the king's castle, with his 2 royal knights protecting him, Bryce was there to visit Cindy herself. Now that he had the blood book, the powers needed to be extracted to the book, and then Bryce would have to take the powers form the blood book again. In a way, he was thankful that she hadn't been killed. Otherwise, he wasn't sure what would happen to the blood powers, and there was no knowledge to date about that either. When he arrived, he could see Cindy there, a vampire leader covered in a plain brown top. Her eyes were heavily bagged. Even though vampires didn't need much sleep, they still did on occasion. But it looked like Cindy never got to rest, and it was all due to the pain she was suffering from. Cindy had been confined in one of the cellars where a special combination would be needed in order for it to be opened. The conditions inside the cell were better than what Quinn was kept in. Due to Cindy's current mental state, they knew that they didn't have to worry about her breaking out. However, it was still unknown if there were other leaders who might still be working with her, who might attempt a rescue. Although, it was still deemed necessary to bind her hands and ankles so that she was unable to make another suicide attempt. At least, not until they had extracted all the information from her that they required. The blood armor had already been taken off, and was placed in the king's vault like it should have been. Only when needed would it be called upon. "What do you want?" Cindy asked, not even looking up when Bryce had entered. The heavy cuffs that bound her hands and legs prevented her from the freedom of being able to move around too much. The Punisher's power is certainly cruel, and usually I would say no one is deserving of such a fate. But for you, I think the punishment fits quite well. You know why we are here, Bryce stated. Prima handed Bryce the blood book before he walked over to where Cindy was, and quickly made a cut in the palm of her hand. Bryce wasn't sure if she was resisting or not. Even if she was, he couldn't tell based on how weak she was now. He shoved her hand on top of the book, and then his eyes started to glow red as he looked into hers. "You will give up your absolute blood powers," Bryce stated. At that moment, Cindy had no resistance, as she had no choice but to do what he asked, and the book started to glow. A whirlwind of red swirls of energy surrounded her body, and the power had even lifted her up in the air slightly. But no matter what happened, Bryce wouldn't let go of the book. As the whirlwind began to die down, all of the red swirls had entered the book, and the red gem in the center started to light up once again, showing that the power had been returned. Prima went forward to grab the book off Bryce once more, but Bryce shook his head and placed it beneath his waist. "This power has already fallen into the wrong hands once. It won't happen again. You can lock up the book once the powers have been transferred over," Bryce said, and looked back at Cindy. "We have been trying to run our investigation to see who is exactly involved in this. The 8th leader Jill keeps insisting that she was forced by you, and that even she doesn't have a clear picture or idea as to why you exactly have done all of this," said Bryce. Now are you willing to tell us? Or are you going to make this difficult for us? Whereas if Cindy willingly told them, then they could just use the influence skill to confirm whether or not what she had said was the truth. And will you grant me my wish if I tell you everything? She replied, whining still from the pain. Which wish? Your wish to become queen or your current wish? Bryce asked, thinking he knew what her current wish was. Haha, I never knew you were a funny man. My wish was never to become queen, Bryce. Although I still managed to accomplish half of what I wanted, I will tell you everything. As long as you promise to kill me after. Cindy requested. Bryce had to think about it for a while. They could get what they wanted through the influence skill, so Cindy didn't really have a bargaining chip. In all honesty, after Bryce got what he wanted from Cindy, it didn't matter to him if she was dead or alive, as long as he could store her blood for other uses in the future. You have my word that we will set a date for your death, so you will not have to suffer forever. Bryce promised. Bryce, I don't know whether you will make a good king or a bad king, or whether you even care about hearing my story, but if the old king had listened to those beneath him, then maybe something like this would have never happened. Sometimes, when you try to fix the current problem and not think about the future, then the solution now might cause a bigger problem in the future, said Cindy. Walking up to her, Adienne staring her in the face, Bryce showed no fear. Cindy, let me tell you something. Why would I take advice from someone who is in your position? Bryce replied, I am here where I am today because of my actions. At the very top of all the vampires while you are stuck down here in this cell suffering. I would be mad to take advice from you. Hearing these words, seeing that Bryce was so proud of what he accomplished, it made Cindy smile. Ah yes, you achieved this all by yourself, didn't you? And you say you are top of all the vampires? King is merely a title. I can see you're afraid. It's why you won't let anyone touch the blood book anymore, because even you think deep down that there is now another one. Another vampire more deserving of that title. Cindy said. Although Bryce didn't react, his body told a different story as the veins on his hand started to bulge once more. He and his royal knights knew who she was referring to. It was the 10th leader, Quinn. The one the people claimed was the hero. After Cindy's taunting words, Bryce had eventually calmed down as he thought about a few things. He touched the book around his waist and he could feel the power seeping out from the book. You think the 10th leader will be a problem? I disagree, Bryce said, as he pulled out the book from his waist and a flask along with it. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Kyle asked. You are meant to obtain the blood powers in front of all the other leaders. Although Kyle didn't question it, he also wondered where Bryce had retrieved another flask with all the leaders' blood inside. And have more people question who has the right to this power? You know we are all far too involved in this already. Bryce shouted back and poured the flask of blood over the book. The power that was recently bound within the book just a moment ago was now seeping out again. The red crystal on top of the book lit up brightly, and soon started to dim as the powers inside were transferred over to Bryce. Bryce looked at his hand as if it was foreign to him, and started to move it like so as well. Then from the wound that had been cut on Cindy from earlier, he started to move his fingers, and blood started to move from her hand, creating a small ping-pong-sized ball. Eventually, he started to rotate it, spinning it around his hand. Cindy, with this power, no one should have been a match for you. You were in such a rush to complete things. Now as king, I have time on my hands. That boy will not be a problem. Now speak. Cindy wanted to say more, but she could tell that, now he had the blood powers, it had given him a sense of false confidence. She knew this best because she had felt the same way, yet she had still been defeated. Saying anything now would just be wasting her time, and the quicker she told her story, the quicker she could get rid of this pain. Cindy had the respect of many leaders, and during her time she had helped other leaders as well as their people with many problems due to the powerful second ability. Because of this, she gained a lot of favor with certain families. Part of this was also due to how hardworking Cindy seemed to be, and this was actually true of her behalf, but the reason why she was so hardworking was because of her father. The second family went through a rough period when her father, the old leader, had turned into a bloodsucker. When her father had left, she too naturally hated him for what he had become. Bloodsuckers, vampires who lost control to the bloodlust and couldn't control themselves, going against the wishes of the settlement. Because of this, she hated her father. However, that all changed on the day that he died. Before he had died, he had restored a memory of hers, canceling the reverse skill used when she was a young one. At that moment, tears started to flow down her face. For hundreds of years she had hated her father, when in truth he was the one that had always protected her. She never understood why, but even before regaining her memory back, she would feel a slight shiver run through her body when being around men. It naturally caused her to have a disliking for them, but still she would put on a smile. She thought this was due to the abandonment of her father, but after learning the dark truth she realized it wasn't the case at all. The truth of Cindy's past was closely related to that of the Eighth families, and it wasn't a good relation. The Eighth family seemed to be obsessed with a certain goal that would be passed down from leader to leader, and this goal in particular was attempting to create a damper. They had tried many methods for this, but none of them worked. This eventually led them to trying to cross humans with female vampires, and one of the people that had been selected to participate in this was Cindy, when she was still very young. The second family at the time had many children, and they thought that the family wouldn't care about such a thing, but her father Roa did care. Finding out about it, he had put a stop to it. However, after reporting it to the current king at the time and returning her, they had done nothing. Their answer was to simply start again, putting the current leader to sleep and selecting a new one. Cindy was traumatized for what she had been forced to go through, and her father made it so she would never have to remember those events ever again. When these memories resurfaced, she realized why she had a hatred for men, the past Eighth leaders, and for what had happened to her. The king, who had outcast the only person who had protected her, and the Eighth family who received next to no punishment. Cindy wanted to get rid of it all, and she wanted to start with the Eighth family. Supposedly, the Eighth family original leader had perished due to an experiment conducted from the 10th family, and she wanted to see this for herself. Perhaps she could get an answer from him as to why she had been put through so much. Obtaining blood from one of the Eighth's heirs, she had entered the Eighth's family tomb and summoned the original leader. They were right, what was left of him certainly wasn't a vampire. There was nothing left but a beating heart, linked to an outer shell of the brain. There was no flesh or anything, or even a way for the body to properly consume blood. She imagined they had put him in the tomb just out of respect. However, Cindy hadn't exactly been honest about the strength of her powers. After spending some time, over the course of weeks, she had eventually restored the Eighth leader back to what he once was, and he had remembered everything the 10th family did to him. Although Cindy wanted to get rid of the Eighth family, she also had the goal of crushing the whole settlement, the one that had killed her beloved father. Now, the original vampire Remus owed Cindy a favor. What she was surprised by was just how much power Remus seemed to have over his ability compared to the previous leaders. How, when using his powers, he could force those with more of his blood to do whatever he wished. Since both of their goals were similar, they had decided to work together, and Jill was thrown into the deep end of things. However, Jill being a female of the Eighth family, she had more of a soft spot for her. And this was how Cindy's quest for revenge had begun. So earlier, when you said that most of your goal had been completed, you were talking about how nearly all the vampires in the Eighth family have now died. Bryce said, having listened to the story. Correct. But it's a shame I didn't take everyone else down with me. Cindy replied. Then answer me this, I understand why Remus had a grudge against the 10th family, but you could have still completed your revenge slowly. What made you attempt to frame Quinn and attack them? There must have been more to it. Bryce asked. Because I was selfish, she answered. Quinn had things that I wanted. He had 3 beautiful girls that I believed needed saving. My goal wasn't to destroy the whole settlement, but create a new one where only females would exist, and the men would have to suffer the same punishment that I went through, and only to be used as tools for breeding, she said with a malicious smile. Although this was true, she hadn't told the whole truth. The original plan was to do everything after she had become queen, slowly getting rid of the families and building her secret army, but there were a few unexpected things that had occurred. The first one was receiving information from the bloodsuckers after her father's passing, that in the 10th family there was damper. The very thing that the 8th family had been attempting to create for so long, Somehow the 10th family had managed to create one, and it was a female of all things. Cindy wanted Erin for herself. Becoming queen, she couldn't possibly just request that Erin come over to her side. She needed Quinn to be out of the picture and out of the way, and to somehow build trust. Then what had further escalated her to commit to her plans was the vision the Banshee had told her. However, Cindy was willing to take the fact that the 10th family had a damper with them to her grave. I don't know why the 8th family were obsessed with creating a damper, but I believe one day it might be the end of all the vampires. I don't even think Quinn knows what he has on his hands yet. Cindy thought. It seems like Jill was telling the truth after all, but it still doesn't excuse her for her involvement in things after the fact, and her continued involvement. Now that the 8th family has been destroyed, including all of its previous leaders, there aren't many of them left alive. I will need to decide what to do, Bryce said as he started to walk away from Cindy. Wait! Where are you going? Cindy screamed. You promised you would end my life. Oh, did I? Bryce said, smiling back. Aren't you a man of his word? I thought you were a respectful vampire that followed the rules and took pride in things like this, she argued. As they left the room, Bryce had one last thing to say to her. Cindy, you aren't the only one that has been keeping up an image in front of others for the sake of their goal. Bryce replied. It seemed like whatever Bryce had to do was finally complete, for he had sent a message to those in the 10th castle to inform him of when Quinn was awake. He had been asleep for 2 days now, but his condition seemed fine, and even Leo said there was nothing to worry about. It was as if Quinn's body knew his duties for now were over and he could finally rest. The message stated after Quinn woke up, they would try to gather all of the leaders still left to inform everyone on the council of the decision to be made and agreed upon. It was a good sign, unlike before where they were doing things and just treating Quinn as an add-on. It now seemed he was more like a leader, one whose opinion they valued, or at least now they respected his strength, which was a big thing to vampires. As for the one who came to deliver the message, it was none other than the first vampire knight Kaz. Before she left though, Silver had called out to her asking for the request she had made before. For the past few days Silver had been staying at the 10th castle looking after her brother. After what had happened to him, she was a little afraid it might happen again. Lee, her father, was happy for her to do this as well, and now Kaz had returned and Bryce was done with his tasks, she could finally make her request again. Kaz, you said that Bryce would restore Feck's memories the same way he restored yours. Are you able to do it now? I'm afraid the longer Fex is without them, it might be harder to get them back, or the more he will feel lost. I'm sure you understand, Silver said. Sure, Kaz said, looking at Fex, who was standing sheepishly beside her. Although Fex was getting used to everyone at the castle, he wasn't used to everyone knowing things about him that even he didn't know. I have to warn you, you might not like the solution though, but it's the only one. Anything to get my memories back, please, Fex said, giving a polite bow to her. Your little brother is a cute one, isn't he? She said, walking over wanting to pinch his cheeks. But Kaz's hand was soon slapped away from Silver on instinct. I'm sorry, Silver replied as if she was shocked by her own actions. It's just, after everything that happened. Holding her hand, Kaz walked out of the room, and it was up to them if they wanted to follow her, and the two of them did so quickly. When leaving the castle, the inner area was quite busy. It looked like the humans that had been turned were busy organizing something, but they had no clue what. Even Silver didn't know, as she had been too busy doting and looking after her brother. When they had finally reached the north gate of the castle walls, they could see thousands of vampires outside trying to get in. What is going on? Silver said. I guess you haven't left the castle? Kaz stated. Everyone is waiting to see the person who saved them from the attack. They know that the second family was behind things by now. Or at least their leader was. Anyway, the important thing is they want to see Quinn, or even join the 10th family. Isn't that a good thing? Fex said from what he understood. I mean, I think there aren't a lot of vampires in the 10th family, so it's good that now all of these people want to join. Brother, I think that is a mistake. These people only want to join now, which means that they only care about themselves. Only after seeing how strong the new 10th leader is and his defenses do they want to join. Do you think they would be willing to risk their lives for their leader? No, they just want to save themselves. Silver explained. What she said was quite true as well, Kaz noticed. Those standing outside of the gate were either from the 10th family pooling area, the few vampires from the 8th family, and those from the 2nd family. At the moment, the 8th family and 2nd family were being treated quite poorly by the other families due to what happened, while the 10th were now a family not to be messed around with. They were hoping by transferring over it could solve some of their problems. Following Kaz, eventually Silver realized where they were. Standing outside the castle gate were royal guards stationed all over. They looked like they belonged at the king's castle. But this wasn't the king's castle they were at. They were at the 2nd family castle. The guards were stationed there, just in case any of the other family members wanted to get some personal revenge. After all, the other families had lost a lot due to Cindy. With her locked up, they could only focus their hatred and anger towards the family. The other reason the guards were there was to not allow those from the 2nd family to escape either. An investigation was still ongoing to which vampires exactly knew what Cindy was doing. After all, Silver had spotted a few of the girls from the inner castle taking the men to the unknown place. "What are we doing here? Why would you bring us to such a place?" Silver asked. Mine and Fex's memories weren't taken away using an influence skill, but it was due to the 2nd family's ability. So to get them back, we need to use that ability as well. Kaz replied. There were quite a few vampires in the 2nd family that had learned their ability. However, to get rid of an ability that a leader had placed, one would need to be even stronger or at least of equal powers to Cindy. When Silver saw her use her powers that day fighting Quinn and the other leaders, everyone saw that Cindy had been hiding the extent of her reversing powers. There were others who even thought maybe there was something she could do to help the past king. Entering the castle and walking up to the throne room, she quickly found out who was sitting in the current 2nd leader's throne. As soon as she laid eyes on him, Silver bowed down, and so did the other two. "Please, you can stand. My family has already caused so much pain for the vampire settlement. Right now, I don't feel like I am deserving of your respect." The man spoke, but he wasn't any ordinary man, and he certainly didn't look like it either. The man was dressed in an all-white robe, which stood out for a vampire since they often wore black. On his right shoulder, he had an ancient armor piece that was silver in design with a gold trim going along the edges, and finally he had his long black hair tied up, but allowed 2 long bangs to go down the front. When looking at her with his soft smile, Silver couldn't believe that Cindy and this man were related. For he was the original vampire of the 2nd family, Tempest Cha. Sir," Fex said standing up, "I think someone from this family removed my memories, and I was wondering if you could bring them back." Silver and Kaz couldn't believe how casually Fex was talking to the man just now. But of course Fex had no clue who he was. The man looked at Fex for a few seconds, who was rubbing the back of his head. "Haha, of course. It was my ability in the first place, so I should be able to remove it just like I did with Kaz." "Remove it? So I'll still remember everything that happened, right? I won't forget everything?" Fex asked, clenching his fist. He didn't want to forget what happened. He wanted to remember all the people from the 10th family, including what his sister had done to help him. "Of course," Tempest said, signaling for him to come over with one finger. When Fex reached Tempest, he placed his hand on top of his head, and it only took a few seconds and the whole skill was cancelled, allowing him to remember everything again. Immediately, Fex's eyes went wide, before immediately bowing down to the ground. "I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot for my words before. Please forgive me," Fex said. In the background, Fex continued to beg, while Silver had her own thoughts watching everything play out. If Tempest was here standing now, it meant that the one who had awakened him was Bryce. "Does Bryce plan to return him back to his tomb?" Silver asked Kaz, who was still by her side. "Originally, yes," Kaz replied. "But it seems like Tempest doesn't wish to return to his tomb. Instead, he wants to build up the 2nd family's name, so they are trustworthy again before he leaves." Silver didn't know why. She should be happy that the original vampires were waking up and choosing to stay on their world during her time. However, she had a bad feeling about it all. Maybe it was because of her experience with Remus, but she just felt like the generations of vampires were too far apart, and their views were sure to clash. With that said and done, there was only one thing that they needed to wait for, and Quinn had finally woken up from his long-awaited rest. Slowly opening his eyes, Quinn felt the best he had ever felt in a long time. It reminded him of when he was a young teenager and, on the weekends, would sleep in until 3 in the afternoon. There was no one to wake him up and nag him anyway like others had. Ever since being thrown into all of this mess, it felt like he didn't even have a single day to rest. I thought life back then was hard, and now look at this, Quinn thought. He realized that he was in a bed, one that he had come to recognize as his own in the castle. Although slightly different as it had been rebuilt after being destroyed from Borden's and Remus's battle. It was hardly noticeable since all the rooms were quite similar. A large Victorian-style bed, with old furnishings and rugs that had been there for who knew how many years. "You're finally awake, sleepyhead," Layla said, who was by his side and had the most genuine smile he had ever seen. It was clear that she was happy to see him awake. Knowing that there were now people there for him and that cared for him, it was a reminder of why he fought so hard. "What was that strange dream?" Quinn mumbled as he slowly got up. "I remembered being back at school," he said, touching his head. "Do you want me to call over the others and tell them you're awake? Or do you want to rest for a little longer?" Layla asked, knowing full well that the others would barge in full of excitement if she told them the news. The others were a handful, and if Quinn was half awake, it would be hard for him to handle them. "Rest would be good for now. Just give me a little more time," Quinn said. Saying this, Layla thought it was best she left as well. Of course, there was a lot Quinn wanted to know, but just for a few hours, she didn't want him to worry about being the leader of the cursed family, or one of the leaders of the human race. She just wanted him to be Quinn. Just as she was about to shut the door, though, he had a few words for her. "I'm sorry," Quinn said. "I think I know what happened to CIA. I'm sorry I wasn't there to save her." Layla turned around and smiled while shaking her head. "Quinn, you don't need to apologize anymore. We have been on this journey with you long enough. Besides CIA, she died happily. At least I would like to believe that. And you did everything you could. Your towers and the defenses you set up. We all survived that day due to your help. I think I realized we should start being more thankful for what we have, rather than what we have lost." Closing the door behind her, Quinn was finally left on his own. He was sitting there in disbelief on his bed, thinking about what he had just been through. The fight he had just had, trying to remember every single detail. But what actually had him most excited were the rewards he was about to receive. While passing out from exhaustion, Quinn heard several pings go off in his head, and screens appearing in front of him, but he was unable to check out exactly what they were. "So system, you didn't think I could beat her? So much so that you didn't even bother giving me a quest. At least it looks like you know when to reward someone when they are in the wrong." Quinn thought over the moon, ready to open up the notification screens. "The 10th family thinks very highly of you. The vampire settlement has learnt of your deeds. You have gained a total of 50,000 reputation points. You have reached the maximum amount of reputation points. You can now upgrade your castle to level 2 in exchange for 50,000 points. Do you wish to proceed?" Seeing all the information pop up in front of him, it was great news. He didn't know what it meant by upgrading his castle, but if anything cost 50,000 points, undoubtedly it had to be good. Seeing the temptation in front of him, he couldn't help but press the button at that moment. "Your castle is now being upgraded to level 2. At first, it seemed like nothing was happening, and Quinn wondered if he could see some changes out of his window that showed the 10th settlement as a whole. As soon as he got up on his feet, rumbling started, and the whole castle seemed to be shaking. "What is going on, Vincent? What's happening?" Quinn asked. "I have no idea. Your system's ability has gone beyond whatever I was capable of. It's far too advanced." Although Vincent didn't say it, he was kind of jealous and wished he had the system when he was still alive. He would have loved to experiment in so many different ways to fully understand the system. In a way, for the system to be handed to someone as young as Quinn, with a not-so-great of a mind, was a little bit of a waste. Finally, the rumbling had stopped, and Quinn immediately rushed out to see if there had been any grand changes. The first he spotted was at the very edge of the inner castle area. All of the walls were larger and thicker than they once were. The jagged black rock the walls used to be made of was no more, and now the black material looked to have been turned into large smooth stones, fitting for a real castle wall. It also was twice as high and nearly twice as thick. If anyone was thinking of attacking the family, they were sure to have trouble now. Checking the system out as well, he now could see that the wall had a health bar and a reputation cost to repair it. I wonder how strong that wall is? Quinn thought. What Quinn failed to realize more than anything was the amount of attention this was having on the vampires in the settlement. It was sure to grab the attention of the other families as well. In a few seconds, grand changes had been made to the castle walls, and it stood out compared to the rest, even the king's castle. What Quinn also didn't know was that the castle itself had changed as well. Like the walls, the castle's material was now made in the same style, and it looked to have even grown slightly in size. Quinn could already hear everyone in the castle making a commotion from the others inside. Oh, this is going to be a headache and a half. I better check if there was anything else as well, Quinn thought. Scrolling down through the notifications, there was still more to come. You have done the impossible. The system is impressed. It is sorry for doubting you. Reward plus 10 levels. You are now level 51. 10 stat points have been received. Seeing this, Quinn decided to use his stat points. He didn't know what trouble he might get into around the corner. Looking at his stats, he realized that he quite enjoyed being a balanced fighter. Each stat was essential to him, although lately, the charm skill seemed useless. It was strong enough to influence most humans and weak vampires, but now with the type of opponents he was facing, it was nearly impossible to attempt to control them. After putting in the stat points as he wished, they now were as follows. Strength 70. Agility 65. Stamina 63. Charm 60. These stats were without Quinn wearing any Beats equipment. He decided to put his strength stat at the next stage since it was already the closest, and Quinn always saw the most significant jump every 10 stat points. Although the higher the stat points, the less noticeable it was now. You have witnessed the use of great blood control. Your knowledge of blood control has increased. You now have 50 points in blood control. The good news seemed to keep on coming. The 10 levels were the biggest increase Quinn had ever received, and he thought these were the best rewards he had gotten as well. He wanted to jump up and down in excitement, but at the same time he just felt like it was embarrassing to do so. You deserve it, Quinn. That was a battle I don't think many would have been able to survive. Some might have said you were lucky to receive this system. Vincent then cleared his throat as he was one of those people. However, I know that even if others were put in your situation, they wouldn't have achieved the same result, and I believe the system thinks the same. Hearing these words from Vincent of all people, for some reason, it made him feel the proudest. Thanks, Grandpa, Quinn jokingly said once more. It was the end of the rewards for Quinn, but not the end of the messages, for there was one more, and this one was a new quest. He was quite surprised at this since he believed after getting the Become the Vampire King quest, he wouldn't receive anything after, or at least until he had completed it. New quest received. You have surpassed level 50. The strength inside you is growing, and something is starting to emerge. But what is it? Find out what lies beyond that of a vampire lord. Quest requirements. Unknown. Quest reward. Unknown. Looking at the message that had appeared in front of him, Quinn was trying to figure out what the quest exactly was. The requirements for completing the quest weren't clear and had been blanked out with question marks, meaning Quinn didn't really know how to complete it, but by the wording of the quest given, it was clearly alluding to something. Is it saying there is another evolution? Quinn wondered. Is there an evolution past that of a vampire lord? This was the only thing he could think of as to what the system was getting at, but if there was another evolution, then when would it be unlocked? He had already reached level 50 and he wasn't even sure if there was a level cap like there would be in games. 60, 80 maybe not. Until he reached level 100 he would complete the quest. To my knowledge, no. All the leaders, or at least all the current leaders during my time and yours, are at the Lord level. Although the original vampires might be a bit different, they were born the way they were and don't go through an evolution like yourself and the others. Vincent answered. With no clue what the requirements were though, Quinn would have to put it in the back of his head for now. I wish the system could just stop playing games with me and be a little more upfront with me sometimes. Quinn sighed. Well, that would defeat the mystery of the game after all. Remember, the whole system was based on a game in the first place. Vincent answered. Just seconds after, the door swung open and a group of people were excitedly rushing through the door to see him. It looked like, when they saw the change in the castle and walls, they all knew there was only one person possible for such a thing. Quinn! Some of them shouted, rushing over, giving him hugs, cheers and slaps on the back. It's good to see you all again as well, Quinn said. There were many questions asked on both ends, as Quinn was unaware of what exactly had happened while he was in the cellar, and they too wanted to know what happened to him. This way everyone was getting more of a full picture of what was going on at the time and an idea of why things had played out the way they were. Well, what a surprise, Sam said. It looks like the one that clocked onto everything from the beginning was Peter. Everyone turned to Peter, who was in the room. He was leaning up against the wall at the very back with his arms crossed. I told you I had a bad feeling about her. Maybe you guys should trust me a bit more, Peter said. Didn't he think Xander was a bad person when he first met him as well? Timmy whispered over to Amy. Well, maybe he's not wrong, she teased, and the others who had overheard all started to laugh. I'm sorry to ruin this happy moment, Paul said, breaking through and walking over to where Quinn was. But there are some important matters we need to deal with. I've sent a report to the king that you are now awake as he requested. But before that, I really think we should deal with the matters outside. Outside? Quinn said, confused at what Paul was going on about. After some explaining, Paul told Quinn about those that now wished to join the 10th families and how many wanted to see who had saved the vampires. I didn't know what you wanted to do, but there is one thing for sure: we are certainly lacking people. Therefore, while you were asleep, I started to organize them into certain groups. I had people test them on a number of things and categorize them based on their skills. Paul started to explain. Wait, categorized based on their skills? Do you mean like strength and fighting ability? Quinn asked, and Paul didn't say a word after. Don't, Paul, don't do it. You're acting like you're in the military again. I have to admit your way has had its uses, and I have come to understand why the military did the things the way they did. But I do not want to do what they did. I want you to make a new list. Take a look at those that have been in the 10th family pooling area the longest. Bring them in first, then I want you to make a list of skills they are capable of or best at. I want you to find out what they are talented at and then find a use for their talent. Those that aren't good at fighting won't just be chucked aside. I want you to work closely with Timmy. He came up with a good reward system before, but I want these people to be rewarded for helping and their loyalty to the 10th family. Is that okay? Paul paused for a second and looked at the table of information in his hand. He then swiped the information off the screen and started a whole new one. You're the leader, Quinn, not me. I will do as you say, but I will make a suggestion. The momentum is in your favor now. You should go and answer those wishes, and let the people see who saved them. You deserve that much, Paul said. The reason why Quinn wasn't so quick to take up this idea was because Quinn had decided already that he wanted to leave this place. He felt a little strange helping them and doing all these duties when he wasn't going to be here much longer. Do I take them back to the cursed ship with me? Quinn wondered. I think just like you see Earth as your home, these vampires see this place as their home as well. There will be many that do not want to leave, Quinn, Vincent explained. On top of that, would the vampires allow you to take that many with you? It would mean exposing their secret. Perhaps this is something you could discuss with Bryce, but I don't think the humans are ready to know of the vampires' existence just yet. Honestly, Quinn couldn't agree more. Although Quinn did think humans could live along with vampires, it would be a learning curve and take time. On top of this, right now the humans were on their toes, waiting for the Dalki to attack at any moment. Perhaps once the Dalki threat was over, Quinn could attempt to do what Arthur had failed at. Come on then, let's go see everyone, Quinn said. When leaving the castle, there were 2 more people waiting for him at the castle door. One of them Leo, his other vampire knight, and the other Peter. I understand why Leo is coming with us, because we should go out as the 3 of us. But why is Peter here? Quinn asked. It seems that some of the people are also here to see Peter as well. He saved quite a bit of people while you were off fighting. Walking through the inner castle area, Quinn could already hear the crowd of people talking. He had never heard the 10th area be so noisy before, and with his super hearing he could hear and pick out certain sentences. I still can't believe how the 10th has been able to grow so quickly. Everything changed when they announced their new leader. I didn't think much of him at first. I always knew he was special. The 10th in the past always created great inventions that changed the vampires' lives, and look at what he is making for his people now. Then shouldn't the 10th leader not be so selfish? He should share them with the other families? After the other families attacked him, if he keeps everything for himself then so be it. I don't blame him. It's clear the new leader cares for all his people, which is why he's built so much to protect them. At first, Quinn was happy to hear all the compliments, but soon it was making him feel sick as he got closer and closer. These people, they rely on a leader. Look, that's him. He's finally here, everyone. One person shouted, and they soon all started to shout and cheer seeing Quinn. There were far more vampires than Quinn had expected, and every single one was there for him. The royal guard made sure no one was to get through the front gate, and the vampires made sure to listen, but they continued to move their heads to get a look at the leader. Some of them hadn't even bothered to care to burn in the memory of the 10th leader when they had first seen him at the ceremony. So they didn't even know what Quinn really looked like. Seeing the commotion, Quinn jumped up using his strength to the top of the wall in one go, and soon Peter, Leo, and Paul followed him. The 4 of them stood there looking down at all the vampires. Thank you for protecting us. It's the white that saved you, look, a mother said, pointing upward towards Peter. Do you still think you can just up and leave this place? Vincent said. You remember, you promised me and said you would look after them, Quinn. You now have a connection with them. Vincent was right. Quinn had already promised to protect those in the 10th, but now other vampires also wanted his help, not just those from the 10th anymore. What am I meant to do now? After looking at all the people from the top of the castle wall, he could see everyone. They looked back at him as if they were expecting some type of grand speech, but he didn't really have one for them, nor was he expecting this in the first place. They all thought he had saved the vampire race, protected them, when in reality he was just protecting his friends and wanted to leave this place. He then looked back at his own castle and started to look at the others in comparison. The towers, the upgraded walls, and the castle itself. There was a huge difference now, and so much had changed in a short amount of time. The last time he had come here, the castle was untouched, abandoned, and hadn't been worked on. Are they really here for me? Quinn wondered and soon jumped back off without saying a word to any of them. He didn't know if this would be better for his position or not, but seeing what had happened, seeing them, he now had a better idea of what he wanted to do. The 10th leader has asked me to do a few things. If you wish to join the 10th family, then you should comply with the following rules. Paul continued on giving the vampires a set of instructions. All of what Paul was doing was based on what Quinn had requested from before. Soon they began to let in vampires slowly into the castle walls. Through talking to the vampires, Paul found out that there were quite a few of those that had been in the 10th family for a while, and their reasons for staying and wanting to join were quite similar. They had respect for Quinn ever since he had gotten in power. Many of those in the 10th family were criticized, and the other families used their powers to abuse them. Similar to what Timmy had gone through at school. Because of Quinn's request, before he had been accused of killing Dwight, the 10th family were already seeing improvements in their lives. They thought that the new 10th leader was someone who actually cared for the family. Enough to even return to this place and come here when he didn't have to. They didn't realize that Quinn had made that rule more so he would receive prisoners from the other families, in hopes to improve his own power. There was a selfish reason behind it, but it had done good in the process. As things were rolling into place, Quinn noticed that there had been a summon. For the first time in a while, there was a voice, a message that had been sent in his head. This is a message from King Bryce. All leaders are to come to the king's castle along with their fellow knights in the next 2 hours. All leaders must attend. The voice responsible for sending the message was from Jill. It didn't sound the same as she usually did. When delivering this message, it was far more monotone and spoken as if Jill had lost all hope. Quite frankly, Quinn was surprised that she was still being used to send messages after what had happened. Due to the message that had been sent, Quinn also called Paul and Leo back to the castle as well, as Quinn wanted to have his own meeting with all the others. Paul left the task he had assigned his men to Ashley, and they were off. Due to Paul's background, he was great at getting things done and was extremely organized and efficient. He made it so whatever plan needed to be implemented could be done quickly and run like clockwork. He only needed a piece to replace him in the clock with him away, and it could continue on working. Finally, in the usual grand dining room that looked like it could seat around 30 or so people, everyone that Quinn was close to had gathered. He deemed it important to him and those that were part of the cursed ship. You might be wondering why I asked you all to come, but I have been summoned to the king's castle for a talk. It's what we've been waiting for, or at least I have been waiting for. Quinn said. I'll be blunt. I'm going to ask if we can leave this place. Although ask isn't really the right word, I'm going to make it clear that I'm leaving this place. But I see that there is a lot to be done here, and there are those that care about this world. Quinn then looked at Timmy, Xander, and Amy, who were originally from the vampire world. I'm going to ask for a way, where I am still part of this crazy vampire ruling, but I have more freedom to come and go as I wish. From what I have seen outside, I realized that the position I'm in might be a lot better than we thought, and I can use this to my advantage. Honestly, asking just for permission to leave would be too simple for what we have done and what we have suffered through. I came to realize I have only been thinking about myself, acting on everyone's behalf without actually asking what you guys wanted. So I want you guys to tell me now, is there anything you need or would like to ask for? Came as quite a surprise. For one, they weren't sure Bryce was going to accept Quinn's request, and now Quinn wanted to ask the king for more, but for those that were able to see deeper than the surface, they realized that Quinn noticed the power of the vampires, the power of the people. Using them, and his good deed Bryce didn't have much choice. What could he do if he refused his request, and Quinn decided to leave anyway? Attack the family, attempt to attack Quinn? It simply wouldn't go well and cause another war. The first to speak and wasn't shy about asking for something was Logan. He raised his good hand up before speaking. Can I request we keep the blood crystals we obtained from the 8th family attack? I'm sure when things settle down, they will ask for them back. But they are quite useful to power certain items and even my own. I would like to do more research if possible. That would help us out a lot. I believe the vampires have deemed this as an illegal item. I think that will be fine, Quinn replied and looked at his seared-off arm. Do you want me to see if they have someone that can get your arm back? Or maybe a new one? They should have those in the 2nd family that might be able to do something. Even though Quinn said this, he didn't really want to be sending another one of his friends off to the 2nd family. If Logan did go through anything, this time Quinn would be right there beside them. Shaking his head, Logan had no hesitation rejecting the offer. Don't worry, I don't see having fewer human parts as a bad thing for me. I can still use my ability just as well. Besides, I have other plans for this, he said, raising his stump. If you get us back to the human world, I can work on something straight away. Soon after, Logan started to mumble to himself, and had a slight smirk as he was thinking of the creations he could come up with. Quinn looked around the room to see if there was anyone else, but all they really wanted was to go home. There wasn't anything that the vampires could give them that they wanted other than that, until Paul had raised his arm as well. I would like to make an offer and also a request as well, Paul said. I have spoken with my people before this, so do not think I am talking on their behalf when I say this. Like before, I would assume that if they do accept your request to leave, they will want you to leave someone behind. This is also good for us as we can keep an eye on things here. My people and I would like to be the ones left behind to look after this place. According to the rules stated last time, Quinn had to leave a vampire knight behind. He had taken Paul with him last time due to them heading back to the second military base. It was unknown to them at the time the condition of the base. However, now with Quinn's position in the human race, there was no need for Paul to be by his side any longer. Quinn knew that Leo wanted to do things as well, and felt a little bad for keeping him here. Honestly, Quinn hadn't planned to leave any of the main group behind, but if Paul did request and wanted to, he wouldn't stop him. I see. Paul, I know you would only do this with the interest of your people. So what is it that you request? Quinn asked. When you're in the meeting, Quinn, I want you to ask them if there is a cure, a way to turn a vampire back into a human. Finally, the time for the meeting had come, and the 3 from the 10th family that were due to attend were on their way. In order to avoid the commotion outside and being spotted by the other vampires, Quinn had decided to use his shadow travel and brought along both Leo and Paul as asked. While using the shadow travel, Quinn noticed that he no longer felt like his MC points were draining. It was as if a specific part of his body no longer got tired when using it. So this is what having over 1,000 MC points feels like? Quinn thought. One of his main problems with using the shadow ability was how much MC each skill would use. It seemed to be more taxing compared to other abilities, but now Quinn could finally use his skills in more ways without having to worry. While on the way there, Quinn's mind started to wander and focus on something else. It was the question Paul had asked not too long ago. About Paul's request, it should be possible, right? Quinn asked. This was something Quinn had never really thought about himself, but it must have been natural for those who had been turned unwillingly to want to be turned back. However, for Quinn, it was a new power. He always treated it like an ability, and it was because he had become a vampire his whole life had changed. It was now a part of him. What used to be problems and difficulties were no longer there, although he did miss the taste of normal food now and then. What makes you think that? Vincent replied. When I lived your life, you placed your powers away in that book. You used your ability so you could become human and live with. Quinn stopped there as he realized that talking about old memories may have not been the best or politest thing to do. It felt natural for Quinn because he had lived Vincent's life. At the end of the day, Vincent never told him these things, and the two of them had never directly talked about Vincent's past before. That was due to my ability, the equivalent exchange ability. This is something that you don't have, Quinn. Perhaps there would have been something that could have been done, if I was still alive. Vincent replied. Yes, but there are others with the same ability, remember? Some that are still out there even now. Quinn replied, referring to the possibility of the original leader Richard Eno and Jim. So apart from that, is there any other way? After thousands of years, did they never figure something out? Quinn didn't hear from Vincent for a while, as he must have been thinking of something, and he eventually replied. Not that I know of. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying even when I was alive there was no research put towards such a thing. Even vampires that think they must protect humans see themselves above them, so why would they ever want to become one of them? But you did, Quinn replied. I know, but I was certainly a special case. When I decided to, I used what tools I had available at the time. Anyway, my point is, there hasn't been any research done, which is why I said not that I know of. Perhaps after my time someone has done something. I'll be honest, there is one family that might know the answer. The second family. It was an unexpected answer for Quinn. Did you remember when Leo told you about the subclasses that they found? What interests me is how they even created such subclasses. There are only 2 ways to create a subclass. Either be born, this means one of their parents would have needed to be a subclass, or the second is to turn a human. They had far too many subclasses for me to believe that they were born. Vincent certainly had a point, and it was something Quinn had never thought of before. But with Cindy dead, who was there to ask? Still, he had made a promise, and he would certainly pop the question. Arriving at the king's castle, the normal checks had been done, and it was time for the 3 of them to be led on inside. Well, at least the guards aren't acting strange like last time. Were some of them working for Cindy? Or was it something else? Quinn wondered. As Quinn entered the castle doors, he prepared himself. His plan was to make it so his group could leave this world without fighting if possible, but in the back of his mind he had to prepare for quite the confrontation. When Quinn finally arrived, The large white doors were opened and the usual council room could be seen, although what he hated was the fact that it seemed like everyone was already there before him, and he was once again the center of attention. Why is it? Every time I come here, they look at me? Although this time it was for a different reason. Those that were there and had seen Quinn fight, they were reminded of his power, and those who weren't had heard what he had done. Somehow a leader was able to go toe-to-toe with one that had the absolute blood power. In a way, some of them felt fear, as they believed that this might be the coming of a second Arthur. As Quinn walked past his seat, and his two knights stood by his side, he realized that there were some new faces in the room, and not just that, but Jill was not sitting in her seat. Instead, she was standing by Bryce's side, her hands kept together, her back straight. The most noticeable thing was her eyes. They lacked any form of emotion in them. It was as if she had now become a doll. Following Quinn behind, Leo's attention wasn't focused on the same thing as Quinn. Instead, he was feeling all the different energies in the room, and there was one in the room that was slightly different from the rest. A detail that only his ability could pick up, and even Quinn with his chi control might not have noticed. The man in the second seat? Is he like the one from before? Leo thought. The person he was talking about was the original vampire Tempest. Now that the 10th leader has finally arrived, we can begin this meeting, Bryce said, hitting his new cane on the floor once. A habit of his when he was leader, but now he could do it even more so as king. There are many things that we are to discuss on the agenda, and I will go through them all. Once I have spoken, the council table will be open for discussion about certain topics. I hope the recent events haven't made us forget what the courtesy and rules are in the council room. The others nodded, including Quinn. For some reason, he thought he would have felt nervous, but right now, Quinn was feeling quite calm. He was reminded of the first time he had come into the council room, how big everyone looked and the energy pouring out of them. Now though, he didn't feel afraid of them. His calm demeanor also didn't go unnoticed, and it was putting the leaders next to him a little at unease. First, I would like to introduce you to the new leaders that you see around you. First of all, we should all pay our respects to the new second leader, Tempest Cha. When introducing him, even Bryce bowed down, which Quinn thought was strange. Quinn, that's another original, Vincent said. Still, Quinn didn't act as if he was surprised. He knew something was up when he entered the room. There were only 3 people that were completely calm, their heartbeat beating as if it was just any other day. These people were Quinn himself, Bryce, and finally Tempest. Tempest is the new second family leader, and he said he will do everything he can to build up the second family and right the wrongs his family has committed. Bryce continued to explain. Standing up, the others gave the most respectful bow, nearly lacing their heads on the table in front of them. They could possibly do, and for now Quinn followed along. Next we have the new leaders replacing the seats that have been vacant for a while. From the 7th family, we have new leader, Harlu Dawn. When his name was announced, the young man stood up. After that, we have replacing the new 12th leader, Kim Kilton. This time, a female vampire stood up, who had quite the baby face, as she had smooth chubby cheeks and wore quite young clothing. It was quite clear to Quinn which vampires were from a new generation and which were from an old. It seemed like leaders were a thing hardly replaced. Even if their face remained young, their fashion sense stayed the same. The new leaders gave a little speech stating what they planned to do to improve the family, and a little bit about their background, but what Quinn was concerned about was that no one stood by the 8th seat, where Jill should have been. As you may have noticed, the 8th seat is empty, and Jill is standing by my side. Now that all the past leaders no longer exist, including the original, we have decided that there will no longer be an 8th family anymore. The original leader has betrayed the vampire settlement, and I believe they no longer deserve to be a part of the council. This is the punishment the 8th family must bear. Hearing this, the room was a little unsettled by the design. Moving on, the next agenda I would like to talk about is bringing back the 14th castle. There had been a lot of things that Bryce seemed to have skimmed over, not giving many details about, and it left all the leaders with great confusion. For one, Bryce was already taking up the role of king pretty well, even though there were some that didn't really agree with that either, but as he stated at the beginning, they would let him finish before he opens up a discussion. Since there is one less family, I think bringing back the 14th family will strengthen us once again. On top of this, the Punishers, whether I want to admit it or not, kept the vampires of the past in line. In a way, too much control is now given to the families and those in the inner castle under them. Before, we didn't have anyone strong enough to take the role of the one that was lost. But now we do. Bryce said, looking towards Quinn. Hearing those words, Quinn wanted to pinch himself. Did Bryce really just say that? Was he giving me a compliment? A shiver ran down his spine hearing those words, and Tempest was now looking his way as if he was trying to judge Quinn based on his appearance. Tempest had been caught up on the details, but since he hadn't been awake for long, he had no clue about the current strength of this generation of vampires. So what if Quinn was able to defeat his bloodline? To him that could have meant nothing. Now that we have gone through with all the agendas, we may proceed with opening up the council floor for discussion. Bryce stated, and immediately there were a few hands that were raised. But the one who was quickest and most outspoken was Mukka. Your Majesty, I have been fine with you running things for the time being, and I admit you did well looking into the things with Cindy and resolving this whole mess. However, don't you think a revote should be cast for the next in line? Back then, the 10th leader never got a vote. With everything that happened with Cindy, for the next candidate, shouldn't we open up the voting once again? And what of the blooding ceremony? What happened to that? Mukka suggested. Usually, the other leaders would expect Bryce to be angered by these comments, but he seemed to remain calm as he replied. I partially agree with your suggestion. Due to what Cindy had done and from what we have learnt, she should have never been made a candidate in the first place. Let's say then all those that had voted for her are now void. We can even include Jill here, before we found out that the two of them were cooperating. If that were to be the case, wouldn't that mean the outcome would be the same? Unless you and Jean plan to vote for someone else? Allow me to put out another suggestion. Say we do have a revote to start over and undo what has already been done. What would the people think? The ceremony has already taken place, and I think it would weaken our resolve. Lately, is there another candidate here, at least one you could all agree on? If I'm honest, I think I am still the best candidate here, but if anyone doesn't believe so, or if there is anyone else that would like to rise up to the task, please feel free to speak up. The pressure coming off Bryce as he asked this question was menacing, and that's when Mukka realized. The reason Bryce was so confident was because he had already taken the blood powers away from Cindy. Knowing Bryce, he already had an answer for all of this, and he was right. If there was a revote, even those against Bryce couldn't all come up with a candidate that they could agree on. Those that supported Bryce seemed like they still did, and those against him had their trust broken from a previous leader. Mukka started to look towards the new second leader. Perhaps an original could win them over. However, Mukka had no clue what this man was like, and they could just be digging another hole like they had done with Cindy. The people wouldn't like that a second family member, even if it was an original, were to become king after what had happened. Lastly, Mukka looked at Quinn of all people. Maybe after what has happened the others would vote for him? This thought quickly left Mukka's mind. Even after what Quinn had done, he hadn't been with the vampires long. If he ever was elected, Mukka was sure the vampires would rise up and try to challenge his position. The one most against the idea was probably Bryce. Is that why he is suggesting bringing the Punishers back? So Quinn can't become a candidate for the position? Although Mukka didn't want Bryce to become king, he didn't want to cause a war either. He just wanted what was best for the people. Also, now that Bryce has the blood book, if it came to a duel it would be a tough fight for anyone to beat him, including Quinn. You are correct, Your Majesty, the people also already know you as king, and it might be best this way. They need to focus on everything. Speaking of what will happen to the first family, you have mentioned other leaders that have been replaced but not your own family. You can't possibly split your focus on the two things. You are correct, Bryce replied. However, Nikyu, who I have been nurturing to be the next leader, is a little too young at the moment and naive. For now, I will let Kaz take over duties while I try to find a replacement. It is not too much of an urgent matter, Bryce stated. The next to ask a question was Sunny. While I do think that the 8th family should be punished, is there really a need for them to be removed from the council? There are still vampires that are loyal to them. Sunny asked. Jill is no longer who she was. Bryce answered back immediately. All the past leaders are dead, including the one that they all originally stemmed from. Honestly, at this point, there isn't much we can do. They would be unable to function as a family that could support the vampire settlement. Jill's ability has always been helpful, which is why she will continue to pass it down. And her family genes shall now be used as one will always assist the king or queen with their tasks. Now we all should have a better line of communication with each other. With the initial arguments sorted, Quinn felt like it was now his turn to question Bryce. What did you mean by bringing back the 14th castle? What do you want from me, Bryce? Quinn asked in a calm voice, and it didn't sound like he was asking a question to someone of higher authority. It was more like Quinn was annoyed for putting him in such a situation. This boy. Who is he to talk to the king like this? Tempest thought as he smiled and was enjoying the current show. I explained this earlier. You are the strongest shadow user belonging to the vampire settlement, and we believe you have been teaching some of those in your family the shadow skill. You will have a lot of resources at your disposal. You would have to find a replacement for the 10th family, but it seems there are quite a lot of strong ones in the 10th family, said Bryce. Thinking about the advantages, Quinn would be delivered a number of vampires to him, allowing him to use the Shadow Eater skill and improve them, but beyond this, he just felt like a puppet working for Bryce. Bryce, I told you back then, and I'm telling you now again. I have nothing to do with the vampire settlement, and I will be leaving. I came to this meeting hoping to ask you for a few favors, but I see that me having saved all of you means nothing. Quinn said, ready to fight back. Once Quinn had finished his turn speaking, the room was deathly silent. So much so that one could even hear the draft coming in through the small gap under the door. No one moved an inch, no shuffling of the feet or anything for fear it would make some noise. The reason why? It was because of the words and tone that Quinn had used when speaking to the Vampire King. Bryce was a man that was well respected even before he had become king. The leaders like Mukka who disliked him, even they had always respected him as the first leader. He was organized, strong, and cared for the vampire settlement. Now that he was king, respect wasn't just expected but demanded. Some would even go as far to say that Bryce had earned the respect by being elected for the position. But with Quinn, there were no fluff words like Your Majesty or beating around the bush. He was direct, to the point where Quinn may have come across as arrogant by speaking as if he was above him. No words were spoken yet. The leaders had remained silent in shock with no idea how to break the awkward tension. They didn't want to set off anyone's anger at this moment. Until finally Quinn was the one who had broken the silence himself. Bryce, remember you owe me, and more than once now, Quinn stated. At least the people standing outside my castle know how to be grateful for what I have done. All I am asking is for you to do the same. It was clear by the way Quinn was talking, the two of them had more history than the other leaders knew about. From Quinn's words they could gather that he wasn't just talking about what happened with Cindy. Bryce sighed in resignation. Very well. You are right. We accused you wrongfully, and even then you were the one who got rid of the biggest threat to us. We still haven't even rewarded you for your efforts due to everything that is going on. What is your request? Bryce asked. Quinn was one step closer, but not the whole way, for now Bryce would have to hear him out. Whether he would accept it or not was a different story. Whether I was forced into this position or not, I am the current leader of the 10th family. The 10th family, not the 14th. It was by chance that I had got that power, and my role was never to be a punisher. At the end of the day, I can't let go of my past either or those I care about. I was originally a human, and just like this place is your home, for myself, the humans, and everyone with me, Earth is their home. I want to request the freedom for me and my people to move between the 10th castle and the cursed ship as we wish. The other castles already have teleporters linked to Earth, so I see that there should be no issue if we link one to the cursed ship my group has created. I won't be taking all of the 10th vampires with me, but just those close to me and who wish to go to Earth. However, like I said, I won't abide by my position. If my people need me, if you need to call me for duties that those left behind can't handle to do with the 10th family, then you can call me. I think this is quite fair. And I have on more requests. Quinn said, turning to Paul. I want to know if there is a way to turn a vampire that has been turned back into a human. Even if you don't know of one, if there is any research that I can look into, it would be appreciated. For now, Quinn thought there was no need to mention about Paul and his men wanting to turn back, and just would let them know he was looking for a cure. They might even think he was looking for one himself this way. Although Bryce was allowing Quinn to speak to him the way he did so, the other vampires didn't like it at all, and now after hearing his request they couldn't take it anymore. Have you gone mad? Prima shouted. Just because you have gained a little power you think you can trample over the whole council with your request. What you're asking for is basically to disappear and do what you want in the human world, while still keeping a title here in the vampire world. Let me correct you, Quinn said, staring right at Prima. I don't care about the title and I don't care about the council. The only thing I care about is protecting those from the 10th, because it seems like all the other leaders have something against them. However, I won't force them to leave their home in order to protect them. I am leaving this place, but I was also thinking about the vampires, something you guys should do more of rather than just thinking about your own families. Prima was enraged and went to reach for his rapier by his side. But Quinn's eyes were already glowing red and Bryce had raised his hand to stop the tension. You are a royal knight, Prima, and you can't act rashly like you just did right now. If you attacked, then Quinn would have had every right to defend himself. Bryce stated. Firstly, to address your requests, I do not think there is any trouble giving you access to our research facilities and library, including the King's Library, which has books that have been scrapped. Although the 10th family are the ones that have the most research and skills to deal with this. So I would expect that there won't be much you can find there. This will be your reward for saving the settlement. As for your first request, it is something we have never allowed before. So we shall deal with this the same way we deal with problems undecided in the council room, and we shall put it to a vote. All those that think Quinn's request is reasonable, and he should be granted those privileges, please raise your hand. Quinn had predicted that it might come to a vote, but if it did, he was unsure what the outcome would be. He just hoped it was in their favor, otherwise there was a lot of convincing he would need to do. Muka, Jean, and Lee were the first to raise their hands for Quinn. They owed Quinn a lot for what he had done. Jean and Muka felt like if they hadn't taken his advice and not voted for Bryce, they would have been in a far worse situation. The next to raise their hand was Sunny. A lot of her people had been saved thanks to Peter. On top of this, Leo and Borden dealing with Remus made it so her people could live. She saw the fighting firsthand and thought her family would have suffered the most losses if Remus hadn't been dealt with. The next one to raise their hand superseded them the most, as it was the new second leader, Tempest. I like the kid, Tempest said. Besides, he was the one that purged the evil from my family. He clearly doesn't want to be here. What is the point of stopping someone from leaving who wants to go? They will find a way out even without permission. This meant there were now 5 votes in favor for Quinn's request being accepted. With Jill no longer being a leader, it also meant those against were the new leaders, Kim and Harlow, along with Susan, Muscat, and David. A tiebreaker? Kyle mumbled. If it was a tie, Quinn wondered what would happen. Would he have to fight some of the leaders to prove his strength like when the royalty were to be selected, or would it default and there was a majority rule in place? Also, didn't Quinn's own vote count? Not quite. Bryce interrupted. Usually when there is a tie, then the final vote lies with the king. At the same time, there isn't a current leader for the first family and I am still part of this role. My final vote goes in favor of Quinn's request. It was safe to say Quinn was gobsmacked. For some reason Bryce was on Quinn's side. First wanting me to become a Punisher and now this, what is he up to? Quinn couldn't help but think. Finally, after everything Quinn had been through, everything he had done, it felt like for the first time, things were going his way. Although, he still felt like Bryce was up to something, because at this point it felt like he couldn't trust any of the vampires after what had happened. Just like Dwight had warned him. In the end, he did get everything he had requested. It looks like we can finally get beat, Quinn thought as he was about to slump back into his chair. But of course, there had to be an outburst. This shouldn't be something that should have even been voted on, Susan complained. How can a leader have so much freedom compared to the other leaders? Shouldn't we all be treated as equals? We didn't even bring up anything about the changes he had made to his castle and castle walls. Due to the many concerns that the leaders had from Bryce's announcements, they had forgotten about this matter, and it was something each of them would like to discuss as well. First off, Quinn, as someone who has protected this settlement, does now have special rights. Without him, most of us, if not all of us, would be dead. Bryce stated. The council and you arguing wouldn't even exist. Just as Tempest said as well, even if we wanted him to stay, clearly Quinn does not, but if you wish to stop him, then go right ahead. Thinking about this, Susan knew she wouldn't be able to match up to Quinn. Maybe through a surprise attack of some sort if she could get a few needles in, but not in a duel where he was prepared. His shadow skills were just too strong. Reluctantly, she had to give up. I will speak to all you leaders together, said Bryce. It's clear the room is divided with the decision, but let me ask you. Is it the fact that you think Quinn as the 10th leader is needed for the settlement that you are annoyed he is leaving, or the fact that he is a leader that is getting special privileges that you dislike? Because if it is the latter, then you are not thinking about what is best for the settlement. Bryce's words had hit some of them hard as they realized that they were just being selfish. Seeing Quinn's strength, they should have wanted him to stay to make the vampires stronger. But that wasn't the case at all. As for the second matter you brought up, I am quite interested in this as well. Quinn, we saw how effective your towers were, and now it seems your defenses have improved even further. I am fine with each leader keeping some extra resources or powers for themselves, but I believe this is something that could be shared with all the vampires as a whole. Bryce requested. This was something else Quinn was expecting. After seeing what his system could do and the upgrades he had made, Bryce would want it for the rest of the castles as well. However, even if Quinn wanted to help, he couldn't. The titles he had received made it so he could only build things within a certain area, and for now that area was only within the castle. Maybe if I completed the quest to become a king, I would get a new title. One that would open up the whole area. Sure, I'll build it all for you, but you have to let me become king. Yeah, that wouldn't go down too well, Quinn thought. Unfortunately, it is something I can't do. The things that happened to the 10th castle. It was due to the past 10th leader's ability and not mine. Left behind by Vincent. I just activated them for defensive measures, but there is no way for it to be used in other places. As all resources have been used up, Quinn said, shifting the blame onto Vincent for once. I see, if there is nothing to be done, then we can't go any further. I hope at some point you will at least allow us to study your walls and castle so we can try to replicate it. Bryce said. Suddenly, Kim Kilton, the leader who had replaced Prima, raised her hand. Your Majesty, about what you said earlier. Although I am a new leader, I hope I am able to speak my mind. I still think that everyone is putting too much emphasis on what the 10th leader's achievements were that day. Weren't all the leaders there to stop Cindy? Didn't everyone fight? Without them, wouldn't the 10th have perished as well? I just think, with so many strong vampires the families had, including myself, the vampire settlement is giving the 10th too much glory. The leaders who were there that day knew how much Quinn had done, and not just him, his knights and his people. Which was why they didn't say anything, but could understand why a new leader would feel this way. Prima wanted to interject, but Bryce stopped him once more, and he saw Quinn standing up from his seat instead. How will you deal with this young one? Bryce thought. If you want, you can test my strength out for yourself? Quinn suggested. I want to test out a few things myself as well. If I beat her convincingly, I guess none of the new leaders will have any more doubts about me. It was a strange request Quinn had made, but the one who actually suggested him to do such a thing was Vincent. He knew how vampires reacted to certain things. The vote was set and this didn't need to be done, but to make sure no one touched his family and for the new leaders to understand this would be the best cause of action. He would gain respect from the new and the old. So currently, all the leaders had moved to a large training hall in the king's castle. It was a huge room with wooden floorboards, empty apart from the large windows on either side letting in the moonlight. On one side stood Quinn, on the other the new leader Kim, who held a rapier in her hand, the same weapon as Prima used. How do you think this exhibition match will go? Mocha asked, standing next to Jean. I think it's obvious who the winner will be, but it will be interesting to see. I heard Prima has been raising quite the talent. Maybe one day Kim will have speed that even surpasses him. If anything, her ability might make Quinn have some trouble. Watching over the match was the Royal Knight Prima himself. Being the fastest vampire, he should be able to stop anything if something was to happen. However, even though he didn't say it to Kim, even he believed she would lose. "The match will now begin," Prima shouted. Kim and Quinn were standing at opposite ends of the halls, so they found it a little strange when Kim started to stab the air from such a distance away with her thin rapier blade. The movements were fast, and soon they were seeing little red dots of blood energy hovering in place. After several attacks, she swiped her blade and all of them shot out like bullets towards Quinn. When they turned their head to see how Quinn would deal with the attack, they could see he was just walking ahead, 1 foot ahead of the other. When the attacks came towards him, he continued to walk. "Look under his feet," Jean noticed. The shadow had spread, and it was spread far and wide, around 10 meters in all directions away from Quinn. When the attack had entered the shadow's zone, straight away it raised up, stopping the attacks. Not only that, but once the attacks were stopped by the shadow, Quinn could now move the positions of the shadows and when dropping it redirecting the attacks. He did it in a way so the attacks would just hit the side of the walls. "This is a good test for my powers. I can do things I never even thought of." Quinn was excited. Before, holding attacks would take up MC points as well. Being able to hold and move an attack was great for Quinn. Finally, as he went forward, he used Shadow equipping all of his beast gear including the mask. The attacks from Kim continued, and each time the shadow would raise blocking them, she started to vary up her attacks, performing larger and more powerful blood attacks, but the shadow just continued to block them all while Quinn moved slowly. "What is with this guy? We are both leaders, shouldn't our strength be similar? Then why do I feel so scared?" she thought. Some were even wondering if Quinn had gotten stronger now after the fight with Cindy, and they weren't wrong. At first, Kim wanted to weaken Quinn before diving in, but with no choice she dived in with her weapon, moving faster than ever. She stepped into the shadow, but Quinn didn't raise them, or do anything to try to slow her down. She thrust her rapier towards his head, at a speed that would even match Prima's. "I got you," she shouted, but the blade was grabbed by Quinn's BRE hand at the very end. Then before she could even blink, the blade was snapped, and Quinn had grabbed her neck. "I got you." "The fight is over," Prima quickly said. The speed he had witnessed displayed by Quinn was something he didn't even see against Cindy. They were right. Quinn had gotten stronger after the fight with Cindy. What they didn't realize was during the fight with Cindy, Quinn didn't have his beast gear due to it being taken away from him. Now with his beast gear, his mask and added stat points, he was stronger than ever. With everything done and no leaders now set to question him, Quinn could finally prepare to go home. "Is there anyone else that would like to challenge him?" Bryce asked, but there were no objections. As Quinn walked past Bryce and the other leaders, he paused for a second and looked at them all. "I am a fair person. You have accepted my request, and I hope you treat the 10th family better from now on. Our relationship should be one that benefits each other. Bryce, I don't know why you have supported me so much, but because of that, I will tell you something. Something you should all hear. I don't know why or what you all did, but Arthur is coming for you, and he aims to get rid of you all. If you want to beat him, you have to get stronger, and you can't rely on me for help." Walking out of the training room, Quinn walked past a frozen Bryce. There were no further instructions from Bryce or the others for what Quinn could and could not do. It seemed like his request went down quite well. At least well enough to do what he wanted. Upon returning, the group was ecstatic to hear the news. They could finally go home after being here for what seemed like an eternity. There were ups and downs with the whole group, and what started off as excitement and adventure turned into one bad mishap happening one after another. They never thought they would look forward to returning so much. It didn't take long for those in the 10th family to make preparations. Some of them had made friends with the vampire students and were saying their goodbyes, while others were collecting a few things from their room. In the meantime, Quinn decided to do what he could, so the 10th castle would be well protected as well after he left. There were the castle's towers and gargoyles, and even more were built before leaving. As for other preparations, One of the first things he did was request for Logan to make sure the teleporters worked well for traveling to and from the cursed ship. Although Quinn also made a separate request if Logan could pull it off, the request was if they could change the destination of the teleporters at a certain point in time. Logan found it interesting, and with the new information he had learnt while studying in the vampire world, he felt like it was something he could do. He had taken a look at the vampire teleporters, how they differed from the ones from Earth. When inputting a code it would redirect you to a different location, and Logan believed he had found out how to work it, so Quinn's request shouldn't be too hard for him. "May I ask, why do you want to request such a thing?" Logan asked. "Things might be going well now, but preparation is the best prevention method, as they say. If there was a storming of the 10th castle that we couldn't protect, then that would mean that whoever attacked the vampires, or even the vampires themselves, would have direct access to our ship. I don't want it to be a double-edged sword. While we are away, I want the teleporters to take them somewhere else, and when we need to use them to link up to the cursed ship. Of course, this stays between me and you. I have already instructed Paul about this, and we will communicate to him using the masks. Worst case, maybe we could make it so it requires a code as well and only tell that code to Paul in case communications are broken again." Quinn requested. Just like the other leaders, it was time Quinn stopped playing things by the book. There was no need for him to inform them of everything he was doing, and it honestly seemed like Bryce didn't care too much. "I'm sure he has his own worries to deal with after what you told him," Vincent said. "I was afraid the old man might fall over from a heart attack. Isn't it strange for you to call someone old? Anyway, I don't know whether it's a good sign or a bad sign that Arthur hasn't attacked yet. But until we find out why, the vampires deserve a chance. They're not all bad," Quinn replied. It didn't take long until Logan had returned with some good news. He was able to successfully accomplish Quinn's request, including that of a secret code just for Paul in emergencies. Surfaces were flat and smooth everywhere they went, and the ground wasn't uneven as if it was something that had been built thousands of years ago. The only downside was the place seemed a bit empty, since it lacked furnishings that had been destroyed from Borden and Remus's battle. Waiting to walk into the teleporter, it seemed there were more people returning to Earth than those that had arrived. Leo and Aaron had decided to come along this time. Quinn felt better about this, as he had felt awkward leaving Leo behind when he had so much he wanted to do, and even had his own goal. Now it looked like he could finally move towards it. It was also nice to see Aaron standing by Layla's side. Now with CIA gone, he would have hated for Layla to not have someone close to talk to. Quinn was just far too busy to talk to everyone like he used to in the past. Quinn also asked if Xander, Timmy or Amy would have liked to come along, and although they said they would like to someday, they didn't want to leave the vampire world just yet. They would do so after things had calmed down in both worlds. With everyone ready, there were those who stood opposite them giving them a send-off, who were the vampire students and vampires that were trained under Leo. It almost looked like they had tears in their eyes as they gave their two teachers a big goodbye. On top of this, there was Paul, Ashley, and a few of the other soldier vampires. "Quinn, I know I haven't said this much to you, but thank you," Paul said. "After going through what we all went through this time, I can imagine how tough it must have been for you to even get them to spare our lives," he said, bowing down. "No, Paul, you are also doing me a favor by staying behind here. You have proven that you are someone who I can trust, and the only thing I hope is that you treat all those in the 10th as well as you do your men," said Quinn. The reason for Quinn's words were because he respected Paul's decision to stay behind with his men. This was something that didn't actually need to be done. Bryce never made it a request. Of course, it was better for a vampire knight to stay behind, especially if matters got out of hand, and for a leader to give them orders. However, for Paul to volunteer this position, it felt like he had decided in his own way to help Quinn and his own people. "I hope this time when you return, it won't be as disastrous as the last," Paul said with a smile, one of the rare times Quinn had seen it on his face. Yeah. Maybe the Dalki have attacked Earth this time or something," Peter said. "Please don't jinx it. I'm a little tired," Layla replied. Everyone gave Paul a salute for what he was doing, and a wave goodbye as they entered the teleporter back to Earth. At the same time, Bryce had gone to a castle, However, it wasn't the king's castle he was in. Instead, he was in the first castle, and a meeting had been called. Standing at the front, Bryce had his head held down as if he was full of thoughts and turmoil. Standing in front of him were the vampires that he had invited over to have a meeting, but they weren't just any vampires. Susan, Muscat, Prima, Kyle and Jill were all there with him. "I believe you all know why I have called you all here today," Bryce said, gripping his fist. The others didn't say a word, but they had sweat running down their faces as they thought about what was about to come. If what Quinn had said is true, it means Arthur has found out the truth. "I don't know when, but we must prepare for his return, and make sure we come out of this alive," said Bryce. The latest ship created by the military, the Big Bertha, sleek in style and design while also being practical for warfare. Made of the strongest light material possible, glathrium, only allowing them to create 8 of these in existence, although now only 7 of them belong to the military. After the Civil War had ended, being on the cautious side, the Supreme Commander Oscar decided to utilize these ships. 2 of the Berthas were placed on the north and south pole of Earth, rotating around it as a protective measure. The space station that would teleport one to the Beast Planet solar system had to be limited to 1 station. The other stations were closed down, and it was agreed that the Greylash family and Cursed family would have equal rights to use the station at any point in time. The rule was made as a precaution. They were sure the Dalki had their eyes on the humans. They thought that an attack would happen at any moment. That's why the rest of the remaining Berthas, including their fleets of ships, were sent out on the edge of the beast planets that they had owned. What they couldn't do was, just because they felt like war was upon them, was back down and stop hunting for the beast crystals. They were essential for powering items for war, on top of getting their people the beast gear they needed. If the humans were to leave the area or have it unprotected, the Dalki could easily take over the planets. Defending was always a lot easier than attacking. The military was now mainly responsible for protection, education, and training, while the Greylash and Cursed family were the 2 families that were out on the beast planets who were constantly hunting for crystals, sharing a percentage of what they found and sending it back to the military. For whatever reason, the Dalki never attacked, and they were allowing the humans to recover and stay in place from the war. Now on Earth, Oscar stood there with a large grin on his face, for the project that they had been working on was finally complete. "We have made a lot of mistakes in the past. I'm surprised the whole human race didn't collapse when True Dream disappeared. I hope we can make things better this time. Did you send out the invitations like I asked?" "Yes, Commander. I'm hoping to get a reply from them soon. We should know what their decision is before the starting date." Inside the cursed ship, Megan had her head slumped down on top of the command center table. Her hair was frazzled and she was unmoving. The sound of the doors opening made her move her head slightly up, and one could now see the bags under her eyes. Seeing who had entered, there was a spring in her step as she got out from her seat. "Helen, thank you so much for helping me out all the time," Megan said, grabbing her 2 hands. "I'm starting to know why you and the Daisy faction were so popular." "It's okay. I'm just completing my duties as asked," Helen replied. "I must thank Quinn as well. Some families after completing a deal like so would have treated us like slaves, or as lesser beings once joining, but Quinn allowed us to pretty much to operate the way we usually do, just under the Cursed faction name." While Quinn was away, Megan, one of the heads of the Old Crow faction, was left in charge. After all, nearly every single high-ranking member of the Cursed faction had gone off on a mission. There really wasn't much choice, but someone had to be left in charge, especially after the position the Cursed family had achieved. However, the faction was no longer small, and there were multiple things that needed to be done. What Megan thought was just looking after those on the Cursed ship soon became a much bigger task. Communicating with the other 2 families, on top of the smaller factions that had joined under the Cursed faction, and even down to sorting out the forging, buying, and selling process. She was starting to realize just how much Sam did around the place. He was always busy in the command room, not training like the others, and now she realized he just didn't have the time. Thankfully, Helen, having led one of the largest factions, Daisy, she had a lot of experience. When she had come to visit the Cursed ship one day, this was due to receiving a strange order. one asking them to forge new weapons and equipment. She didn't think Quinn or the others would be that stupid to turn such a powerful faction into a bunch of forgers who had no experience. So, she decided to visit and found a frantic Megan not being able to handle any of the pressure at all. Speaking of, I wonder how long your leader and the others will be on their little trip for. It's been a while, hasn't it? Helen asked. Suddenly, Megan started to fidget as she had told a small little lie, saying that Quinn and the others had discovered a demon tier beast, which was what they were currently out exploring at the moment. This was an understandable excuse for those in the cursed as well as those outside the cursed. However, a few moments later, one of the computer terminals inside the command room started to light up. "Miss, we have a signal from a teleporter in one of the training rooms," a member shouted. "The training rooms? I don't remember there being any teledash." At that moment she realized that it meant they had finally returned. Inside the personal training room, Quinn and everyone else had finally gotten through the portal and had arrived back at the cursed ship. "Oh, sweet metal ground!" Alex cheered as he started to kiss the floor. He never thought he would miss the bright lights and metallic floor of the ship, but he was so ecstatic. "I mean, I'm happy I returned, but I'm not that crazy about it," Nate whispered over to Sam. "I don't think you're the best person to talk about other people's strange tendencies. Besides, he went through a lot being taken away and having to be hidden. It was a good thing they claimed that the blood fairy was planted by Jill and Cindy." Sam replied. When Kaz had returned with Fex and Silver, she had informed them of what they had planned to do with Alex. The explanation given to the other leaders was that when Cindy had attacked the 10th family, they had planted a blood fairy that they created there in order to frame Quinn. However, an order from Bryce was given that Alex, the real blood fairy, was never ever to set foot in the vampire world again, which he was more than happy to comply with. "We finally made it back," Quinn said, looking around the training room and at everyone's happy faces. He could tell what they were feeling because he felt the same way. It was similar to when one went on holiday for a long time and returned to their comfy home. What he started to think about, though, was the tasks he still had left here and what to do now he was one of the world leaders. It was natural to prepare for war with the Dalki, but there were other things. Exploring Paul's request to turn him and his people back into humans, Quinn thought back to Chris, one of the members of Pure. How he was able to make it so the red energy didn't consume him. Perhaps with enough chi control, something else could be done as well, separating the two energies completely from one's body. Then, Quinn saw Sill's back as he exited the room, not really talking to anyone. The only people Sill talked to were Quinn and Borden, and Quinn didn't talk to him much these days. It seems like Sill was still greatly depressed about losing Vorden and Ratton, to the point where he hardly spoke to Quinn now. Now with a large fleet it might be possible to try and find someone who had an ability that could help them. Thinking about that reminded Quinn of Hillston and the Blade Island. The Blade Island was located on Earth. Knowing now how much of a threat Hillston was, Quinn wondered if they were still there, if Hillston was still out there somewhere planning his move. It was a worry because this time they didn't have Arthur. There was also the search for Richard Eno and Jim Eno with Logan, although they couldn't do anything about this because they no longer had any clues or hints of his whereabouts. The problem with all the things Quinn needed to do was he had no information. He knew nothing about Pure or how to find Chris. Didn't know if there was an ability to help out Sill. Didn't know Hillston's whereabouts nor the Eno family. If I really can't progress, I guess we could do one thing, Quinn thought. What he was thinking about was at least making himself stronger. With Logan's new device they could search for demon tier beasts on other planets, but was wondering if they were ready to take on such a thing. Even with 1,000 MC points it would still be a struggle. Exiting the ship, an announcement was made to everyone and a welcoming party was thrown in the main reception hall of the large ship. Everyone was full of smiles and more, and this time it didn't seem like anything serious happened to the world after their return. It looked like those from the Cursed were just happy to see them. Leo and Aaron were introduced as new members as well, but not just any members, as Quinn made sure they got the respect they deserved and announced them as part of the Cursed leaders. After that, the music and food began. I like this, Quinn thought. Hey, this is great, right? Sam asked. The two of them stood towards the side of a room by a table. Quinn stood next to all the great food but was unable to eat any of it. I want it to be like this all the time, Quinn said. Well, it is for us, so you have accomplished a lot already, Quinn. Sometimes I think you just need to be told that. You always seem to be rushing from one thing into the next, bulldozing your way forward. Trust me. That's not me. Just everything was moving so quickly around me all the time, said Quinn. I guess you're right, because something else has come up as well. I don't mean to ruin your fun, but once this party is over, I think we need to talk. There was a message from Oscar which I think you'll find pretty interesting, and it's up to you what you want to do, Sam said, giving a wink. A message, what could it be about? The party was a big hit, and it allowed everyone who was part of the cursed faction to have a good, well-deserved rest. There weren't many times they could celebrate things that happened in this harsh world, so they took advantage of it and made sure to make it count. It looked like Quinn and his group weren't the only ones keeping busy. The faction members had been as well, constantly going out on quests, keeping up with trade and more. What seemed to go down well at the party most was the alcohol, as those that had been turned into vampires found out that their taste buds for this were practically the same as before. Finally, it was something that they could enjoy from their human life. Looking around the room, they could see a red-faced Nate trying to talk to a few girls in the faction. Most of those that were turned seemed to handle their alcohol well, better than when they were human, so based on Nate's condition he had ether drunk in a large amount, hoping he could build up the courage to talk to the girls, or he was just one of those that couldn't handle their drink well, even as a vampire. I would have thought with our healing abilities it wouldn't let us get drunk, but it looks like I was proven wrong, Quinn commented. Hearing this, Sam could see who he was talking about. I'll keep an eye on him and the others. Make sure they don't spill the beans on our big secret. Although maybe they will just think it's drunk talk. Have a rest for tonight and we can talk about it tomorrow, Sam said, rushing off and trying his best to get his friend away from the girls. Sam, my wingman, come on and tell these girls how great I am, Nate could be heard saying in the background. Rather than Sam pulling him away, it looked like Nate had pulled him in instead. Wait a minute. You're not drunk at all, are you just pretending? Sam shouted back. Our secret, huh? Can we really just hide it forever with how involved we are in everything? Quinn thought. The cursed faction are now the center of attention. Someone is bound to find out about it one day. And if they do, then you can deal with it as you have done most of your problems, Vincent said. As Sam said, you have done well. Heading on over, Quinn decided that he wanted to talk to Megan for a short while. The center of the hall was being used as a dancing space, with food and drink placed around the edges. It reminded Quinn of the prom videos he would see in old movies, although it was something he never had, as prom had been stopped in his time and age. Instead, when you turned 16 and finished school, you were chartered to military school instead. Better times. Behind the tables of food there were also seats and a few tables, and on one table in particular there were a few girls sitting down along with Megan, but it wasn't the girls he was familiar with. Helen, her two sisters, were sitting along with her. Do you mind if I take a seat? Quinn asked, pulling one of the chairs back. Please, Quinn, you don't have to ask, Megan said, as she couldn't help but stare at Quinn's face as he went to sit down. She had to often remind herself that this young-looking man was actually a young adult, who was hardly 18. However, his facial features and his handsome, charming good looks were hard to ignore. It was even more picture-perfect than celebrities. She was sure that if she saw Quinn in person, there would be sponsors all over the place wanting to grab him to advertise their beauty products. All of this was even without using any of his charm skills. It was through Quinn's evolutions. He's far too young for you, Megan. And besides, you have Dennis. Where is Dennis? She wondered and soon saw that he was on the dance floor having a little wiggle with Linda. A deep fire started to burn in her chest. All men are scum, she blurted out. I'm sorry. Did I do something to offend you? Quinn said. I can leave if you want me to. Realizing the words she was meant to say in her head had come out of her mouth instead. She felt extremely embarrassed, and her cheeks were getting redder by the second. No, Quinn, don't worry about her, Helen said. It just seems like her man is being taken by another woman over there. Turning around, Quinn could see who they were talking about. It was Linda and Dennis. The two of them had always been close due to Blip being best friends with Dennis. After Blip's death, they didn't spend much time together. Did they get closer in the castle together? Quinn wondered. It's normal to feel this way, Quinn said. I'm just glad you weren't turning into Cindy. Who's Cindy? Megan asked. Oh, don't worry, just someone I met while I was away. Anyway, the reason I came over here was I wanted to thank you for everything you did. I know it must have been hard, Quinn said. Oh no. Please, I had so much help from Helen here. She is the real superstar, she replied, grabbing her shoulders. This is the one you need to say thank you to. Thank you, both of you, Quinn said with a gentle smile. While at the table, the group started talking a little bit more. Quinn asked Megan to give him a small update on what had happened so far while they were away. With Helen here, he thought it would be good to be caught up as well. Apparently not much had happened. The Dalki hadn't attacked, there had been a few scuffles with humans here and there on a few beast planets, but that always happened now and then anyway. Do you really have to talk about work right now? Helen said, taking a sip of her drink. I know you're the leader and everything, but you're not even 18 yet, you should live a little. Do you even have a girlfriend? Sometimes you just need to let out some stress. That's when Quinn noticed that he had soured the girls' moods. They looked to be having such a good time at the party drinking away. He had only come over to thank Megan, but somehow the conversation moved onto the matter at hand. I'm sorry, Quinn said, standing up. I think I should let everyone have their fun. And before the others could say anything, Quinn was no longer in the party room. No matter how hard others looked, they couldn't find him anywhere. Crap, Helen. Did you really have to say that to him? I'm sure he's quite sensitive for his age, Megan replied. But I was generally interested in the boy. Someone who has good looks like him, and is one of the leaders of the world. If he really wanted to, he could get anyone he wished, Helen said, thinking about Quinn a little more. The reason why no one was able to find Quinn for the rest of the night was because he had used the skill, Shadow Lock, on himself. Of course he wanted to have fun, doing certain things, going out on dates. However, whenever he would think about those things, his mind would always start to wonder. He thought, couldn't I be doing something to better myself right now? The reason why he enjoyed the game Power Fighters was because he felt like he was learning something from it and progressing his goal, but with other games or dates, he could just imagine his time would be better spent improving for what was to come. Don't worry, Quinn, you're a vampire now, Vincent said. Humans think this way because they have a short lifespan. They need to fit everything they can into that lifespan. I understand you more than the others. You have plenty of time now that you're a vampire. When everything is done, then you can have your fun. Although Vincent was trying to cheer him up, he didn't like that Vincent was comparing him more to a vampire than a human. It was at that point he realized that Quinn always considered himself half and half. As a human who was turned into a vampire, but that wasn't the case at all. Quinn wasn't a damper like Erin. Her hair had returned blonde now. She was amongst other humans and didn't need blood nor was affected by the daylight. Quinn was a full-fledged vampire who used to be human. When Quinn had eventually gotten out from the Shadow Lock, he found that the party had ended. There was no one around and he was left on his own. If I live my life as a vampire forever, Vincent, is this what it will feel like? Will I see everyone I care about grow old and leave me? For a brief moment, Quinn was understanding why Vincent had chosen to become human and possibly why vampires in the end decided to go into eternal slumber. Thinking about this, Quinn feared for the end. It was the next day and the first thing that was on the agenda was a meeting between the leaders of the Cursed faction. Heading across the bridge and over to the command center, Quinn could see Sam standing there with a tablet in his hand, while the others sat all around the large circular holographic displaying machine. I expected to see you all here with a headache or hangover, but you all seem to be doing fine, Quinn commented. Yeah, it seems like alcohol doesn't really affect us like it used to, Nate blurted out. Nearly everyone at the table had turned their heads towards Nate, because today there were some others at the table that were unaware of their secret. For one, there was Megan, one of the only cursed leaders that was still a human, and also it looked like Helen from the Daisy faction had been invited along as well. She had stayed for the party, and had stayed for the night too. It looked like Sam must have invited her along. Clearing his throat, Sam began the presentation as he usually would, once Quinn had sat down. As you know, we have been away for a while, and I hope everyone had a good time last night. But we have to remind everyone of our goals and what we plan to do next as a faction and group. Sam went on to update everyone of the events in the human world and how the communication between what was now deemed as the three world leaders had gotten better. The Greylash family, the Cursed faction, as well as the military, all were working together now, and were collaborating more and more. The reason why I have called Helen here today is because I think it's important that we should give recognition where recognition is due. There are quite a few factions now under the Cursed faction name, including Daisy. Helen has done a great job in coordinating between them in order to get resources and any help needed. She has also suggested that there be a meeting between faction leaders once a month in order to bring everyone closer together. From the way Sam was speaking, the idea sounded similar to what giant corporations would do. There were several smaller companies under one big one with different departments. Once in a while they would have a meeting in order to make sure everyone was doing their own part, in their own way, all towards the same goal. Next, Sam allowed Helen to speak a little, and she started to talk about the accomplishments that the factions had achieved. We have stumbled across quite a few legendary tier beasts on our planet search, although have seen no demigod or demon tier beasts. If we did anyway, I have asked the group to report back to us, since they are a high risk for our faction. Daisy reported. For the legendary crystals, we have kept them so the leaders in the Cursed faction can get the best gear first. You don't need to worry about that, Quinn said, interrupting her midway. The Daisy faction worked hard for the legendary tier beast crystals. I'm sure some blood was spilt and maybe even some lives were lost. For you to hand them over to us, it just feels wrong. While you guys are out on the front lines getting crystals, it is more important that they protect themselves first before thinking about us. Improve your gear to improve the chance of you surviving, and in turn get more crystals. Then you can hand over whatever you have spare to us, Quinn said. Everyone nodded in agreement because they thought what Quinn had said made sense. This was the advantage of having people in the faction that had climbed up the ranks themselves. Everyone at that table had been in a hunt and knew how tough it was. For a second, Helen had lost her train of thought and just looked at Quinn. If I don't take my chance now, I may never know when it will come, Helen said, not breaking eye contact away from Quinn. It looked quite fierce, and the others were unsure if she was about to climb over the table and attack him. I would like to ask you out on a date whenever you are free. Remember what I said before. Sometimes you need some free time to do things like this. Everyone was stunned from what they had just heard. Helen was quite a strong person that wasn't used to taking orders. It was why she had made a faction trying to rise to the top herself, not wanting to take orders from any of the other families. However, the major shock was the fact that she had said these words in front of everyone during a meeting. How could she? Layla thought, as she could hear her heart thumping louder than her thoughts. Isn't she shy with all these people looking around? How could she say that? I haven't even. Now, what everyone was more curious about was just what exactly Quinn's answer would be. Clearing his throat and making sure no one could read his facial expressions, he gave a reply. We can see if I have some time at some point, Quinn said. After his reply, Helen sat back down in her seat and continued as normal. Well, that was definitely interesting, huh? I can tell you for sure that wasn't planned in the meeting or run past me, Sam said, trying to crack a joke to break the current atmosphere, but he was never really good at those things. Now, let's move on to the main reason why I called you all today. Pressing a button on his tablet, the holographic display started to form something in front of everyone's eyes. A giant building started to emerge with a large circular design and square-shaped buildings. The design was modern, with lots of glass to let light in, while also being practical as they had bridges connecting from building to building. It was hard to get a scale of the size of the building until they could see the model humans walking through it. It was bigger than any university they had seen in the past and looked like a miniature city. This is what the military has been working on for a while now, and they say it's finally complete. What you are all looking at is the newly designed military school, said Sam. A military school, but that thing is nearly as big as one of the military bases, never mind the school. I even thought the schools there were big. Nate said, amazed. You're right, this is a really big school, but there is a reason for that. Rather than have 8 military schools like before, now they only have one. I think you all remember the interbase tournament, or at least have seen it broadcasted for those of you that are a little older. Sam mentioned, knowing there were those that had never attended one. The new military school has been built where the first military base was located. Now, the 8 bases have been condensed into one. From what I have learnt, most of the forces have moved along with it as well. The students themselves will be placed into 9 groups which will be linked to their military group counterparts. These military groups are controlled by 9 head generals now. Sounds strange, right? Why decrease the base but then increase the head generals? This is all due to Oscar's plan to collaborate with the Greylash family and the Cursed family more. In these 9 groups, 3 of them will actually be directly controlled by one of the 3 great powers. The Cursed faction, the Greylash family, and what is now known as the Earthian group, which was formerly the military. The idea is for the students in each of these groups to be placed under one of them randomly as a house. This will be used for sporting events and competition like the interbase tournament. When they graduate, they are free to decide which group they would like to go to. Sam explained. It was interesting, and Sam felt like he could go on and on about the details and the plans for this project, yet everyone there started to notice something. For some reason, Sam was focused on the students more than anything, rather than the military group themselves. So why are you telling us all this? And what exactly does Oscar want from us? Other than looking after some of those in the military, Quinn asked. Well, there are a few things. First, Oscar wants 3 members of the Cursed faction to act as head general. They will be in charge of 3 of these groups linked to the Cursed faction. The Greylash family will do the same. This way, there is not one power that is greater than the other, even in the military, making it so the military is more of one singular group but 3 forces. As for the second thing, he recommends that we send someone there as a teacher as well. The head general, or whatever position he decides to give us, can also become teachers, but the reason I was telling you all of this was because, Quinn, I think it might be a good idea if you became a teacher for a while. What was being suggested by Sam was a thought that hadn't once crossed Quinn's mind. Become a teacher? Kids had certain dreams growing up, but Quinn, being someone who had always hated school and the teachers around him that ignored everything that happened, never thought he would be put in such a position where he could become one. Quinn himself was soon to only become 18 and be considered an adult by the world. It was strange to even think of himself as a teacher, and besides, he had more important pressing things to do. So why would he need to waste his time with this? I can tell what you're thinking, Quinn, but you should hear me out before you make up your mind. The meeting for everyone else is dismissed. If there is anything you would like to request, feel free to run it past me, and then I can run it past Quinn. Sam said, and soon after, everyone had left the room quite quickly. They wanted to know the reason as well why Sam thought it was best for Quinn to take on this role, but if he said the others shouldn't be there, they probably had an idea of what the reason could be. For once, Linda was shoving Nate out of the room, even though he wanted to stay. Eventually, the only 2 left around the table were Sam and Quinn had moved, so now the 2 of them could talk side by side. Look, you don't have to worry too much about the teaching part of this. There are plenty of courses you could choose where you could help them out. Combat courses, for one. You're better than any of the teachers that ever taught us hand-to-hand combat. Or if you wanted to, maybe you could teach them how to use chi. I'm sure Oscar wouldn't be against that idea, after seeing what Pure could do with it. Sam suggested. Quinn hadn't thought about that. Teaching the new generation chi would certainly give them more chances against the Dalki. If everyone had it, then Pure would no longer have an advantage. Pure was already advertising chi to the world, so more people would choose to join their side, so maybe they could do the same. This can't be the only reason. I know you better than this, Sam. Come on. Spill it all out. Quinn asked. Well, there are a few points. For one, with you there, I think you will see firsthand if the military has changed its ways. See if they align with your goals. Don't you want to change the way the system works? To do that, the best way is to learn how it works, and being part of the system is a good first-hand experience. Also, do you remember I told you how students would later select which group they would like to join after the military ends? Well, out of all of those, the Cursed faction is the newest and not the most popular. The only reason we have people joining us now is due to the Daisy faction's popularity. The students that have no choice will be sent out the Cursed fanfiction. People like you, Quinn, with no ability. I saw you use that strange power against Cindy. When you used all of our shadows. The time limit seemed kind of short. The only thing I can guess is because the shadow you borrowed from us wasn't enough. Maybe you can find some students that could learn the shadow. We don't know if the shadow is a vampire-only ability, and you can't use your shadow eater skill on non-vampire subjects. But if you can find more people that can learn the shadow, then you can borrow the powers from those around you a lot more, Sam explained. Although Quinn now had a lot more MC points, he understood where Sam was coming from. On top of that, he was sure Arthur, with his thousands of years of being a Punisher, still had a larger amount. With the enhanced soul weapon, Quinn could use the shadow just as much as Arthur could. But not for the same amount of time. I understand, and honestly what you're saying doesn't sound too bad. But my worry is about the other things that need to be done. I feel like I can't just waste my time being a teacher. And maybe someone else could do this. Quinn replied. You don't have to worry. If you were to get a role, it would be as head general. Of course, your real title and rank are higher than that, but this is just for the sake of positions within the military groups. Do you remember Paul? I bet you hardly ever saw him during your time at school. It was the same for our military head, and it could be the same for you. If you have to deal with other matters, they will just get a substitute for you in the meantime. And if you worry about your position affecting how people will treat you, don't worry about that too much. The broadcast from the match you had when you became one of the major powers, you don't even look the same as that little twerp from before. I don't even think anyone would recognize you, Sam said. It was true that there was quite the jump in appearance from when Quinn was a vampire noble to vampire lord, and he had also changed his hairstyle. People didn't recognize Quinn unless he mentioned it to them. So to the outside and others, they didn't know what he looked like. However, the shadow powers and blood abilities would be a giveaway, but with a bunch of students, would he ever need to use them? So, I would be assigned as head general of one of the 9 groups and become a teacher, doing all the things you mentioned, but have the freedom to come and go as I please. Quinn said, and Sam nodded. When it was put as simply as that, it really didn't sound like there was any downside to it at all. Of course, we would need people to fill up the other positions to run the school, to support you so you wouldn't be on your own. They have even said we can send anyone there as students. I was sometimes thinking teachers miss the things that happen in school, so we could send a few of our own in the Cursed family as students. It will also help your scouting job a little easier. After debating internally for a while, there was something that drew him to the position more than others. It was the fact that he could see how the new school worked. His end goal was changing the system. The Dalki were indeed a threat, but Quinn wasn't so sure people's lives could just change once the war was over. At the same time, he started to think back to when he was in school. Sam was right. Teachers did miss a lot of things that happened, and who knows if they were other teachers like Duke in charge of the other groups. Oscar didn't seem like a bad person, based on Quinn's impression of him, but even he didn't know everything that went on. Lastly, Quinn was lucky to have a teacher like Leo there, one that he really needed. A teacher, huh? I guess it doesn't sound too bad, Quinn said, agreeing to Sam's proposition. Now, they just needed to decide who would be coming with him. Walking around the cursed ship, Quinn wondered who would be best to take along with him to the school. It was quite the head-scratcher for a few reasons. There were a few positions that needed to be filled up. 3 head generals taking charge of 3 military groups, one of them being Quinn himself. These would have the most and at the same time the least responsibility. According to Sam, they were more like a figurehead, although they genuinely could be used in time of need. Paul and Helen would have been good for these types of things, even Sam, but they're already far too busy, Quinn thought, since Paul was already a head general and Helen was the leader of a large faction. Thinking about it more, he wondered if bringing Helen was a good idea anyway, but she would have gotten the wrong idea if he did so. Perhaps she would force him to go on that date that he partially agreed to earlier. Why did you agree to that date? Vincent asked. I didn't agree, I just came up with an excuse. When will I have time to do such things? Quinn replied back and continued to think of who else he could bring along. Other than those positions, as head general, Quinn could really bring along anyone from the cursed ship he liked and just give them a position of sergeant or even as a student. The main thing was that they shouldn't currently be too busy or their task essential to something else, like Sam. It would be nice if we could bring everyone back together again, Quinn thought, and with this in his mind, Quinn decided to visit one of the few people that he had first met while he was at military school. This led him to one of the break rooms on the ship. There was plenty of space on the ship, and a lot of rooms were empty. Still, they couldn't just turn every large empty room into a training room, so they decided to renovate one into a break room. Here there were pool tables, the block game, as well as a little bar area for ordering drinks and sitting down and talking. What brought him to such a place was because he was here to find Layla, and he could see her sitting along with Irene, who was covered in sweat. Did they just come out of training or something? Quinn thought as the two of them saw him and waved him over. It looked like for a second, Erin was about to leave to let the two of them be alone, but Layla quickly tugged on her sleeve, bringing her back down. "Please stay," she said. Even though Quinn had heard these words, he chose to ignore them and continued walking. Did I do something to annoy her? Quinn thought. But he continued on anyway and thought he would just try to be extra nice if he had done something. "I know we haven't gotten much chance to talk, Layla, but I wanted to ask you something," Quinn said, as he continued to explain what Sam's plan was and what he was planning to do. "So the reason why I came over to the both of you was because I was thinking of getting the old group back together. I thought it would be nice, all of us that were once students to return now as teachers," Quinn said, in a happy tone, but realized that the two girls weren't reciprocating the same feelings back. "I have bad memories of that place, Quinn, unlike all of you that carried on to live a joyous life without me," Erin replied. "Besides, I think you should talk to Leo before talking to us." It sounded like he had something planned, and Layla and I were hoping to go along. Quinn turned to look towards Layla, who could barely make eye contact and just nodded along. Realizing that he couldn't convince the girls, unless he had talked to Leo, he decided that this would be his next destination. Leo didn't know much of the crew on the cursed ship, and he hardly knew the others. At the same time, it didn't seem like many would talk to him, but Quinn knew where Leo would be. For Quinn had given him access to his personal training room, and ever since it felt like it no longer was his anymore and now was permanently Leo's. "I don't mind anyway. I can always use the shadow lock if I want to get somewhere where no one will disturb me." Entering the room, Quinn was right. He could see Leo sitting down, meditating and practicing as he usually did. "Quinn, I thought you would come to see me eventually," Leo said, and Quinn went ahead and sat down opposite him. It reminded Quinn of the first time he had learnt Chi from Leo. Quinn went ahead and briefly explained the situation to Leo, and waited for a reply. "I see. I think Sam is a great person to have by your side. He is knowledgeable and thinks for not only your best interest but the whole group as well. If you continue to follow his advice, you will achieve what you truly desire, Quinn," Leo said. "But, if your request is for me to come back to being a teacher, I cannot. I simply don't think you need me there. I joined before because I thought it was something I could do to help the future generation. I believe you are now more suited for that position. While for me, I have something else I want to achieve." Quinn thought that this might be the case when Erin and Layla had brought something up. "Do you plan to try to find the high-ranking members of Pure?" Quinn asked. Layla and Erin said they would be coming with you. "I haven't forced Quinn. This is your choice at the end of the day. Honestly, if you give a reason why you think they shouldn't or you didn't even want me to go, then we will comply with your request, but you who believes in freedom I don't think would do that." Leo was right. If it was something they chose to do, as long as they knew the risks, then he would allow them to go, but Quinn just wished he could go with them. "Leo, I trust you to look after them, but this time I want to be there as well. Pure is a dangerous group. They have a lot of strong people, I'm sure you know. Before you take any action, I want you to report back to me, and I will come and help. While you're on your search, I also want you to bring one of the shadow users with you. That way I can come to you at any time. I don't want to go on another rescue mission for you guys. We have been on far too many of those already. Quinn said, thinking about everything that happened. Well, neither do we. I assure you. We will inform you as soon as there is any problem at all. With your shadow powers, as long as there is one that can be used at the school, the cursed ship, and with us you will be able to go to all 3 positions at once, so don't worry about that. Leaving the conversation there, it was just more people that Quinn couldn't take along with him to the school. He started to think about Logan as well, but his use was far more suited on the ship as well, same with Alex. After racking his brain long and hard, Quinn finally decided who would be coming with him back to school. These guys, Sam said, shaking his head slightly and placing his hand on his forehead. Are you sure, Quinn? I don't see what is wrong with them, Quinn replied. Besides, it's the best choice I have. I'm sure these are the ones I want to take with me. Sam thought leaving Quinn to decide who to take with him should have been fine. After all, Quinn was actually a good decision-maker when it came to certain things. Sure, Sam disagreed with his decisions at times and would have done things differently, but Quinn seemed to have this intuition style of leading that got them out of the worst of situations. There were times that even Sam wouldn't have known how to deal with such things, and Quinn's quick thinking would have helped them. Whether or not Sam would have gotten into such a dire situation in the first place was a different story, but people were different. Still, none of this changed the fact that Sam didn't understand Quinn's reasoning to bring these people along with him. Can I please ask, why them? Yeah, please, Quinn. Sam had to ask. Do you have a problem with me? Peter said, looking at him while tilting his head a little to the side. His eyes looked like if Sam said anything, he would come over there and give him a slap at the back of the head. Peter is plenty strong, and his ability is extremely helpful in certain situations. We are no longer in the vampire world where they can smell he isn't one of them. If anything is going on, or we need to dive further to find out information, Peter will be our guy, Quinn answered. Looking at Peter, he was nodding along to every word Quinn would say and kind of looked a little smug, hiding a slight smile. Peter, don't take this the wrong way, but don't you think he's a little aggressive? Are you planning to make him a teacher or a head general? Said Sam. I think Peter will do better than you think. His current difficult personality has been getting better with time. Also, he has this intuition where he can spot when something is wrong. You have to give him credit where credit is due. Peter was the first one to call out Cindy, said Quinn. That's right, and this time if my intuition starts to ring, I'll slap them before anyone gets hurt, Peter said while doing the action of a punch instead. Seeing this, Sam couldn't help but shake his head. Don't worry, Peter has a calm side, Quinn whispered to him. If he was really quick to anger or aggressive, then he wouldn't be able to teach the kids from the Blade Island. He'll make a good head general. Okay, I'll give you a pass on the ability side of things, especially with his soul weapon. It means he isn't the one that needs to do the snooping. So explain to me why you're taking one of the strongest humans with you. A lot of people saw him on the broadcast. It will be hard hiding him, Sam said, looking towards Sil. Sil never got to experience school properly, Quinn said in a softer tone as he lowered his voice. I want Sil to get to know others, without an environment where they have to worry about their lives or betray their friends. Also, new abilities are being discovered all the time, and he's one of the best people to find them. Hopefully Sil might be able to find someone that can help him achieve his goal. Don't worry about his appearance. It's one of the reasons Peter is coming along as well. With the Mud Mask soul weapon, we can change that for him. So I've decided that Sil will be attending as a student. Looking at Sil, Sam noticed that he seemed quite nervous. He wasn't sure if he was only doing this because it was Quinn's request. Although Quinn might have not noticed it, Sil listened to Quinn a lot and would nearly do everything he asked, even despite them not talking as much these days. Well, my worry is that Sil is one of the strongest people in existence, especially around so many ability users. Having him as a student, you won't be able to keep an eye on him all the time, Sam explained. However, Quinn wanted Sil to get better. There was a chance Vorden and Ratton would never be brought back, and somehow Quinn needed him to get out of this rut. Don't worry about that. I have thought of that as well, Quinn replied. Finally, they moved on to the last 3 people Quinn had brought with him. Sam looked at this person confused for a few seconds. It was a male who looked quite plain. He didn't have any memorable features on his face. He had a normal short-styled haircut that was within time, and he looked like a plain guy. Who even is this guy? Sam blurted out, realizing he was losing it a little. He felt like his brain cells were weakening as he couldn't figure out Quinn's decision-making, but found out that everything he said made sense. "This is Bucky," Quinn said as he held out his hand introducing him. "Chucky," the man corrected Quinn. "Chucky? You're taking someone with you whose name you don't even know," said Sam. "Well, he will also be attending as a student and will be looking over Syl. I plan to have them attend the same class. Syl's main weakness is he needs an ability to copy. You know why he can't do so with the others, so that's why I have brought Chucky along as well. I also picked him because he doesn't stand out so much. I mean, it's almost as if this guy has a second ability." Quinn answered quite proudly. "And next you're going to tell me you brought the troublemaker along just to make your life harder?" Sam said bluntly, looking at Fex. "No. Fex I brought along because I just wanted someone by my side." Quinn said quite seriously. "I want people I trust. Fex and I share some good memories at school with each other, and I want to make more. Honestly, I wanted everyone who I used to go to school with to come as well. I thought maybe it would serve as a good break after everything we've been through. But they seem to be a bit busy." Now Sam was starting to understand Quinn a bit more. Although the reasons did make sense, it was pushing it a little. There were better candidates such as Linda and Dennis to take over the role of head general. Both of these had experience leading factions. They would be able to spot talent within the students and the military, and if something was to occur, they would also be able to lead them. That's when Sam realized he had brought Syl, Peter, and Fex. Syl was a replacement for Vorden back then. However, Aaron and Layla had refused due to helping out Leo. Quinn just wanted to take everyone back to those times. Finally, they had moved on to the last person. "And what about—" "Actually, I think this is a good choice, but I didn't think you would pick her," Sam said with his finger on his chin. "That's because he didn't pick me, but I volunteered." Helen spoke. "I knew you guys would think I was too busy with Daisy and helping out with the beast planets. But my sisters deal with most of that stuff anyway, so everything will be fine even if I'm away." For some reason, when Helen spoke, Quinn didn't say much either, even though Sam was waiting for him to say something. Placing his hand over his neck and pulling him over to one side, Sam whispered, "Hey, she isn't blackmailing you or something into this, is she?" "What's wrong?" Sam asked. "It's not that, I just don't really know how to deal with someone like her. She just came up and said, I know why Sam was talking about all that stuff. I want to be a part of that school." Then she started listing all the reasons why she would make a good head general and a teacher at the school. I just froze and said yes. Shaking his head, Sam didn't know what to do with this boy, or the strong-headed girl, and was wondering if it really was good for the two of them to be working together. "You're going to break a lot of hearts in the future, Quinn. Just be ready for some revenge from them," Sam said, patting him on the back. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Quinn said, confused, as Sam returned to all the others. "All right, I guess that's everyone then. I'll send a message to Oscar and tell him who is coming. Everyone, it's time to get ready," Sam said. In an open land where the floor was an iron red, structures that had been built were seemingly destroyed all over the place. Nothing left but rubble. However, a single one stood tall and strong out of them all. A tower larger than anything in the entire area. The tower itself had exactly 100 floors, and down below at the very bottom of the tower, the sound of fighting, and more could be heard. Yet at the very top, on top of the tower itself, looking down at everything around them, two men were sitting down. "They sure like to fight, don't they?" Arthur said. "Of course, it's in their nature, you can't stop it, you should know that by now. I'm more interested in you though. Are you sure about your decision? You've spent enough time thinking about it, and I don't want you to regret your actions like you did before," the man by his side said. Gripping his fist, the sword on Arthur's back started to vibrate. "I'm sure," Arthur replied. "Do you think everything will go well on your end?" "It depends. It seems like the humans have built this new school. They've gotten their forces together, but honestly, fighting together or apart, they're no match for the Dalki. I'm sure you know that as well. My only concern is what he will do. He has been planning his move for hundreds of years, which is why I think your plan is best." Hearing this, Arthur grabbed his sword on his back, and he was debating whether to go down to where all the fighting was happening below, or even enter the tower himself. He just wanted to get out all the frustration that was felt in his body. "Remember, if you find him, I want you to keep him alive. I have a lot of things I want to ask him." "Of course, a deal is a deal, you have my word." Somewhere in the deep, dark blue sea was a state-of-the-art submarine. Inside it were the agents of Pure. The members were a little hectic and nervous today, as the leaders had told them to be on their best behavior and at the same time had asked them to prepare for something. Inside the submarine itself, they had a large dome room that acted as an arena. Stands for crowds of people to sit and watch what would happen down below. However, even the arena grounds had another glass dome, created to protect the onlookers from above. On the arena floor, inside the glass dome, stood a man with wild red hair. His shirt had been taken off and tied around his waist, showing his ripped body full of scars. "Come on. Hurry up and get this place ready. If they arrive and this place is not ready, who knows what they'll do to you. I'll be fine, but you guys. I wouldn't want to be you in that situation," Chris shouted. The shirt tied around his waist was flapping slightly, and the number 1 could be seen. There were many members who were clearing the grounds, as it looked like a battle had just taken place. They were smoothing at the floor, filling in the cracks. It was a lot harder work since there weren't many ability users in Pure, so everything had to be done manually. Finally, in the stands at the far end, the door slid open and 5 people could be seen entering the room. Unlike Chris, who didn't like wearing his large white overcoat much, these members of Pure almost never walked around the base without them on. The first 2 at front, one a female with a straight fringe that just reached her eyebrows. The fringe of her black hair followed all around and looked almost like a bowl had been placed on top of her head and the hair had been cut around it. On her overcoat, the number 3 could be displayed largely on her back and the numbers on both of her shoulders. The man next to her wore a similar overcoat, only that displayed the number 2 on it. His distinctive features were the pitch black sunglasses he would wear. As Chris looked at him, he was wondering if he ever saw Agent 2 without the sunglasses. "Hey, maybe he's blind," Chris thought. Finally entering the room, everyone who was busy preparing the arena immediately bowed down, showing respect, while Chris just gave the man a wave. For this was Agent 0, the leader of Pure. Agent 0's hair was wholly white, and it seemed it was naturally this color from old age, but it was hard to tell how old he was due to there being hardly having any wrinkles on his forehead or eyes. But when one first would meet him, there was something noticeable about him that usually one wouldn't be able to keep their eyes off of. It was the 4 lines scared on the top of his forehead, going straight down as if a chart or a counter of some kind. They looked almost intentional, but no one dared to ask Agent 0 what the lines were for. Standing by his side was someone Chris didn't recognize. But there was one more behind them, who was Agent 4. All of the single-digit agents, the founders of Pure, had gathered in this room, all because of the stranger Agent 0 had brought with him today. "It's a shame that Lucy isn't here as well," Chris thought, as Lucy was also one of the founders of Pure. Looking around, the arena was ready and it was time for them to put on a show. Chris went ahead and joined the others up in the stand. Agent 0, along with the stranger they had invited, was sitting down while the rest remained standing. Coming over, Chris decided to just sit down next to Agent 0 and took a peek at the stranger. "We went through all the trouble because of this guy. Why is he so special?" Chris wondered, and he couldn't help but try to sense the man's aura. "Don't," Agent 0 said. "It's very rude of you to do such a thing, and he is our guest. Let's just get on with the demonstration." Chris agreed with Agent 0 and decided to not try and see the man's aura. He just thought if someone was so important, then Chris would have known who this man was based on their appearance, but he had never seen him before and had no clue who he was. On the arena floor, 2 people stood opposite each other. Members of Pure, one ranked number 8, while the other number 9. They were quite the high-ranking agents within Pure, and they knew all 3 stages of Chi as well. A fight between the two had begun, and they started to display all the different uses of chi while fighting each other. Chi, the energy known as life force, it differs from person to person. Agent Zero started to explain while the fighting continued. Throughout all my life I have studied this life force, and figured out it controls more than we think. During my time, we figured out that there are 3 stages of chi that you are witnessing today, but the reason why I have invited you is to show a new stage of chi. Something we call the 4th stage of chi. A breakthrough, if I do say so myself. We came to know that soul weapons are manifested in the body at a certain age, and their power and form is greatly dependent on the ability one will have. But members of Pure don't have an ability, so does that mean we are unable to produce a soul weapon? For years we thought that to be the case until we finally made a breakthrough, and this is what we call the 4th stage of chi. Agent Zero finished explaining. And at that moment Chris raised his hand, giving the 2 agents inside the signal. A huge force could be felt, and everyone there couldn't keep their eyes off what they were witnessing. The whole room felt like it was shaking as the 2 powers collided, and finally, it had stopped. Agent Zero looked towards his guest to see his reaction, but even after witnessing something so great it remained the same. The good thing about the 4th stage of chi is that it is not needed to know the 3rd stage, which is arguably the most difficult and not every person can learn. The stage of chi you just witnessed any members of Pure can accomplish. So, what do you think? The guest didn't give an answer straight away, and he looked down at the 2 humans below. He then closed his eyes and started to imagine. A few seconds later he finally spoke. Do you think this is enough to defeat the Dalki? They are far stronger than any of you can imagine. The guest asked. Agent Zero started to chuckle. I brought you here and showed you one of our greatest secrets, hoping you would come over to our side and help us. I have shown you a few things already that show you our power. If you won't support us, then who will you support? The military, the Greylash family. You know none of them are strong enough to take on the Dalki. Standing up, the guest looked uninterested. He then started to walk towards the exit, and no one tried to stop him. Richard! Agent Zero shouted. Tell me, what are you thinking? The guest turned around as he heard his name being called out. Right now, I need to decide who has the best chance of defeating the Dalki, and will support them. There is an interesting group I have been keeping an eye on for a while. Perhaps I should pay them a visit before I make my decision. Richard Eno said. Flying through space was a medium-sized oval spaceship. It had a clear front, allowing one to look at everything outside. It was a vehicle designed to fit around 15 or so people, one of the many aircraft on board the cursed spaceship. Currently inside were all the members that were preparing to head back to Earth and arrive at their new destination. On top of this, Sam had come along for now but would be returning after dropping the others off. A small brief was being given by him to everyone, and at the same time they were making their final preparations. Peter had formed his soul weapon in his hand, and Syl stood opposite him with his eyes closed and his body slightly shaking. What the hell are you scared of? Peter asked. The mask doesn't hurt. I know, but you're going to shove it onto my face. Anyone would feel uncomfortable about that. Why can't I just copy your ability? Syl asked. Well, unless you want to come to see me every 24 hours, then I wouldn't recommend it. It wouldn't work anyway. Is there anyone you want him to look like? Or am I free to choose? Peter asked while looking over at Sam. Just don't make him stand out too much and don't turn him into a girl. That would be a little uncomfortable, Sam said. Before Syl could even get ready, the mask was shoved onto his face. Syl attempted to grab his hands, but when they connected he realized that for some reason, he couldn't copy Peter's ability. He didn't pay much attention in the past when Vorden was in control, but now he knew there wasn't much he could do. However, as his body started to morph, he realized the whole process was painless and let go. Once everything was complete, he took a step back, touching his face. Do I look different? Syl asked. The sound of a slap was heard, and when they turned around, they could see it was Sam. His forehead was bright red. He had slapped his head too many times recently. Didn't I say not to make him stand out? Sam said. What? I just made him into a good-looking chap. We want him to learn as many abilities as he can. Right? Peter said. Essentially, there weren't any massive changes that had been done to Syl's body. He was still a tall, good-looking young lad. His facial features differed slightly, changing the shape of his eyes and nose, but his hair remained the same, apart from a change in color from blonde to a light brown. With Syl's looks, he usually gathered attention anyway, and Peter didn't want to go to the effort of changing him much. It was nearly impossible for him to come up with an entirely new appearance. He had to base it off others, and he did so thinking of some of the people he had seen on the Blade Island. "So, are you and Borden really not going to be with me?" Syl asked, looking at Quinn. He looked down with his shoulders slumped as if he was sulking. "No, but remember I will be a teacher at the school, so you can come to see me at any time. But honestly, I want you to talk to others and get used to it. It's what Vorden and Ratton would have wanted. Remember, Borden is busy teaching all the Blade children you saved from the island. Think of it this way, the more people you meet, the more chances we have of bringing Borden and Ratton back. Besides, Chucky will be with you most of the time. He's a member of the Cursed faction, so if it ever gets too much, just talk to him, and he will come over to us." Quinn answered. When Syl turned to look at Chucky, he smiled back at him. But Syl instead just stomped the ground and walked away, as if he was disappointed by Quinn's answer. Why are they putting so much attention on this person that is acting like a child? Chucky thought, not really knowing who Syl was, only that he would regularly be invited to be at the table of the cursed leaders. Only those in higher positions had seen what Syl could do. Fortunately, the broadcast also didn't show much either, apart from the world leaders not wanting Syl to participate in the duel. "Okay, looks like we are nearly there," Sam said, looking at the map. He turned around to face the others. "Now remember, Quinn. You will not be known as Quinn when you arrive, but instead, you will now be known as Hardy." Hearing the name and alias Sam had given him, he was glad that Logan wasn't the one coming up with them. Otherwise, he would have been stuck with the name Bin. "Remind me why I'm the only one using an alias?" Quinn asked. "Because you're one of the world leaders, you have to know your position now. Even the other head generals need to treat you with respect, and that's not what we want. Everyone is on their best behavior when they know they are being watched by the higher-ups. What we need is to find out the truth. They will just treat you differently if they know who you are. Everyone will think you are just a high-ranking member from the Cursed faction having taken this position. The only one that knows who you really are is Owen and Oscar. Although Owen won't be there, only those he has sent." "And you're sure they won't recognize me?" Quinn asked, attempting to look at himself, but just looking at his hands and legs, he felt hardly any difference at all. "Quinn, I remember when I first saw you. Your appearance from back then, and the appearance you have now are completely different. No one would believe the weak little nerd and the person standing in front of me is the same person." "He's right about that," Helen commented, who had been sitting down staring out the window the whole time. "I've seen the photos, and the boy from before would get a 4 at best, while the hunk in front of me would be getting a 10 out of 10. Although, you did have your own charms back then." "Wow," Fex said, looking at Quinn. "I thought I was the playboy of the group and not shy to speak my mouth. But it looks like I got some competition. Hey, I forgot to ask, but if Peter and Helen are going to be head generals, then what about me?" "You," Sam said. Well, you see, they have this class called Arts and Crafts, and I thought your ability really suited it, so I requested for you to be an arts and crafts teacher at the school. You know, people need their hobbies as well." "Arts and crafts," Fex replied, his excitement quickly dwindling as he imagined a bunch of grandmas sitting around, knitting. "Remember, they're students, not grandmas," Sam replied as if he could see what he was thinking. At times he thought he was dealing with a Nate 2.0. The only difference was, Fex could get the girls he was interested in. "So, are you ready, Hardy?" Sam asked. Quinn stood there confused for a second and then quickly replied, figuring out that it was his new name from now on. "Yes, Head General Hardy is ready," Quinn said. Looking out of the glass window, they could see countless ships leaving and flying through space as they all got closer to one area in particular, and that area was none other than Earth. Even after all the planets they had discovered through the Beast solar system, there wasn't one quite like Earth. With its blue water, clear skies and green landmass. Earth was a unique place, and seeing it like this, from a distance, he understood why humans fought so hard to keep this place. "I guess we're finally going home," Quinn said. As they entered the Earth's atmosphere, the ship started to follow the flight path of the coordinates given. It flew over the blue sea, and the crashing waves could be seen, and finally, out in the distance, there was land. On top of that land, a large school-like sculpture was seen. It was an incredible masterpiece that could be seen from afar. In the center of all the square buildings, it had two titled large altars with a levitating circle ball in the middle. Ships seemed to be lined up waiting to enter the island as strict border control was being implemented. "It's impressive. I'm sure the military has some defensive measures as well, just in case the Dalki chose to attack. They wouldn't prepare all this for no reason," Sam said. "Sure," Quinn replied, but he knew it wasn't a question of if, it was when. What Quinn didn't know was some extra forces would be working with the Dalki. Going through border control to get onto the island where the new base was located was quite the headache in itself. However, while Quinn was away, special clearance badges had been sent to those in the cursed faction. For Quinn, he had received 2 of these special passes. One being a special platinum color, this one was to be used for Quinn only, and was meant to be kept on him at all times. Although one would think they would know what the world leaders of the world looked like. However, it was all for security in the end. It was common for those in high positions to either alter their appearance for certain reasons or many would attempt to imitate them. What Quinn, Peter, and Helen had also obtained was a gold pass that was given to head generals. What was unique about these passes were they were imprinted with the user's DNA. Only when being touched by the owner would a small little symbol light up in the center of the card to prove one was the owner and the card was meant for them. The reason why the cards had to have such measures was due to the level of clearance and access they gave. Not only could they be used at this military base, but all the ones scattered on Earth as well as on the shelters on other planets. This was a way the military was claiming that they were more open compared to before, hoping that everyone could share information with each other. Now, when attempting to connect to the server, they could use the special passes to access the server. Not that this mattered much anyway, because the whole system had been created by the Green family in the first place. Whatever information the Cursed family needed could be gathered by Logan, but of course the Cursed faction would keep this on the down low. As soon as showing the passes to those at the border, their treatment had changed immediately, and the guards on duty gave their ship a certain odd look before letting them pass and go on ahead. "What was that about?" Peter asked. He was pretty annoyed that it had taken so long until they had shown the passes, as the ship continued onward towards the school. Now that they were in the city, the spaceship had transformed itself to a land vehicle and was being escorted between 2 larger vehicles towards the school. "I think it's because of our ship," said Sam. "Haven't you noticed?" Helen said it like it was obvious. Now that all 3 families are truly cooperating with each other. It's time for influential families, and those with close ties to the top to show off what they have. All the other spaceships are top tier. Basically, everyone is using this as a chance to show their wealth and power that they have. Peter was wondering why they had chosen this ship, when they had so many nicer ones on board the cursed ship, but he assumed that it really didn't matter. Who cared what spaceship one took, as long as it got you to place A to place B in a safe manner? What did it matter? To him, it just sounded like a bunch of people who wanted to show off their connections and power. Should have shown them your platinum card. I bet then they would have all bowed down to you and had a big fuss. Peter replied. Quinn, when arriving, had only shown them his gold pass, which still gave them grand treatment. No other ships were being escorted to the school, but as Peter said, if they knew one of the 3 world leaders were here, they were sure to give them more protection than this. It's fine. I'm still not used to all this leader stuff anyway, Quinn replied. The school was seen up ahead, and as they got closer, the sheer size of it just seemed to get larger and larger. However, it made sense, since this was a place that was meant to harbor all the students from every facility for training. They would even be living here for a short while. However, it was clear they were caring about the students because the school itself looked to have more resources spent on it than the rest of the place. You can thank Logan for that, Sam said, noting how much in awe Quinn was. What do you mean? Quinn asked. The money and funding had to come from somewhere. Logan made a lot of money betting on you winning that fight that day, and a short while after he managed to recover the rest of the green funds. He had more money than he could handle. This project has been in the works for a while, and Logan requested it would be put towards the students. Sam explained. More money than he can handle, that's nice. Well, he has always sorted out the cursed faction funding problems as well. Just how much money does that guy have? Quinn thought, but quickly remembered that nearly every system they use today, not just games, had been created by the Green family. And apparently they had some tie-in with the Dalki as well. After being led underneath the school to the parking area, the spaceship was parked with all the others. Now Peter had a better idea of what the others were talking about. The spaceship they had brought with them only filled a quarter of the parking space they had received, and all the ships around them were grander and better than theirs. Soon, the guards opened up a teleporter and asked for all of them to step through. I guess this is my goodbye for now, Sam said. We have the masks so you can communicate with us anytime you want. It would be best to talk to Oscar about setting up a teleporter in the school that only you can access. That way you can come back to the cursed ship as soon as possible, and we can come here as well if there is any trouble. With that, everyone gave Sam a wave goodbye, and Quinn now realized that everything from here on out would be up to him. At least you have had a lot of practice with the Vampire Council. All of this should be a walk in the park for you, Vincent said, but it wasn't helping Quinn feel any better. Each of them walked through the teleporter and they soon found themselves looking at a large desk in a room. Sitting behind the desk was the Supreme Commander Oscar. Behind him were several large glass pane windows. Through them one could see the whole school campus from above. These leaders sure like their views. I guess it makes them have a sense that they are in control of everything, Quinn thought. Quinn, you finally made it, Oscar said with a cheery smile. It was strange to have someone happy to see him even though they barely knew him. However, Oscar's personality towards Quinn was different compared to last time, and the reason was simple. Oscar knew that whatever Quinn did, whoever he had summoned that day, it was because of him that their lives were saved. He owed Quinn and he would never forget that. I heard you had a lot going on, so I didn't get to see you or thank you. As you can see, I have been busy here myself. I have to say I never expected you to become a teacher yourself, Oscar said. Neither did I, but I think this is important. This was where my life was changed, and I'm sure it will be true for many others as well. Quinn answered back. Don't be so uptight. There is no threat here. You can relax, especially when you're speaking to me. You can leave the formal stuff for later. I see you brought a few others along with you. Sam has made the request and my personal assistant will deal with them. For now, the head generals and sergeants are all waiting in the meeting room down below. Why don't we all go and introduce ourselves? Don't worry, you're not the only new ones that have arrived. The whole military has had a lot of restructuring, Oscar said. The head generals, Quinn hadn't seen many of them before, only once or twice during the interbase tournament. He remembered that their school was considered one of the weakest of the bunch, and no one expected them to get far, but due to Quinn and Logan, their school had received a higher position than expected when the results came out. The head generals were quite strong. Even Paul, before he was turned, had gone toe-to-toe with Leo as a vampire. In fact, it was more like Leo was losing, until we had captured most of his men and he had surrendered. I wonder what these head generals will be like, Quinn thought. Syl, Chucky, and Fex were carted away by some of the staff. They would be briefed on their lesson plan and schedule and everything they needed to cover for the semester as students and teachers. The meeting that Quinn, Peter, and Helen were to attend was one between the higher-up staff of the group. Of course, Sam could have requested at least Fex to be a higher staff member but had completely forgotten. Not that it mattered much anyway. As a teacher, he would have plenty of freedom to see Quinn whenever he wished, just not to be in on the big meetings between others. As soon as Quinn arrived, Oscar was escorting Quinn and his group personally down to the banquet hall where the other higher military staff were waiting. The reason Oscar was waiting for Quinn was because in reality, these two carried the same rank. Of course, he would be treating Quinn better compared to the rest of the head generals, and he would have done the same if Owen had arrived as well. The automatic doors slid open, and the sound of groups of people talking was seen, and the first thing that had caught Quinn's eye was a giant chandelier. Everyone was eating food, while having gathered in groups. That's when Quinn also noticed he and the others were the only ones in their military uniforms from the cursed ship, while everyone else was dressed quite formally. "This looks like a party for rich snobs," Peter commented. And he wasn't shy about hiding his opinion either. "Think of it as a more formal gathering. Not everyone in this room is from the military. We have sponsors from big families as well as merchants and more," Oscar said. Quinn would often forget about this, that there were two forms of power, money and strength. Although usually having strength or a strong ability, money would naturally come with it. However, there were a few individuals that made use of their ability and were able to create products for everyday use in the current world. The Green family was a good example of that, and there were a few families like the Green family that were protected by the military. As soon as everyone noticed Oscar in the room, they stopped chatting and bowed down to him as a sign of respect. "Don't mind me, please continue on. This might be the only time we get to relax before the semester starts tomorrow," Oscar said. Everyone smiled and continued on with their talking. "All right, you three. First I'm going to introduce you to your coworkers. The three of you are in charge of military groups, as we call them, which were based on the old military bases of the past. Quinn, you are in charge of the second group. Peter, you will be in charge of the fourth, and Helen the sixth. To help you, you will all be assigned 6 sergeants. 3 of them will be in charge of the non-students, while the other 3 will help you with the students." After the short explanation, Oscar walked over to a certain group who were talking with each other, dining on the small pieces of food. There were 3 of them in total, and as soon as one of them turned around to look at who was coming towards them, Quinn's heart started to beat louder. "I would like to introduce you to the head generals that have come from the cursed faction," Oscar said with his hand held out, presenting them. "These 3 are sergeants of the second group." Although Oscar didn't need to say that, Quinn already knew who they were, for at one point they were teachers that had worked in his school from the past. There was Faye, the sergeant from before who had the ability of superspeed. Haley, the school doctor who was actually Paul's daughter, and finally, Nathan, who used to be one of the generals of the second military base. I guess the reformation was to make the ranking a bit clearer and easier, and because of the introduction of the cursed faction and the Greylash family, technically Nathan has got a demotion. Quinn thought. The first thing they did was give a salute to show their respect to their head generals. But then their eyes all turned to Helen. "I had heard of your feats before you became part of the cursed family. Your power is nothing to laugh at," Faye said, shaking her hand. "It would be an honor to work under someone like yourself. It's unfortunate you lost the duel. I assume that shadow power is an unpredictable power, so it would have been hard for anyone to beat it," Haley said, having witnessed the event firsthand. "Hey, calm down, you two. It almost sounds like you don't like the cursed faction. Remember, Quinn was a student from our school, and now he has become a world leader. It still seems so unbelievable. We should be proud, though," Nathan added. What they didn't realize was that Quinn was right in front of them all. His nerves started to settle down a little after he realized that Sam was right. None of his old teachers had recognized him at all. It also seems they had all witnessed the duel and had been fans of the Daisy faction, which was expected since some would even consider them the 5th strongest faction after the Big Four. The cursed faction winning that duel was an upset. "Hey, you idiots! Don't you realize Peter was about to explode on them?" But Quinn soon stopped him, pulling him off to the side. "Oh, that's right. It's Peter, isn't it? You and Quinn were always close to each other," Faye said. "Don't get it wrong, we weren't bad-mouthing him. It's just really unbelievable what happened. It was so sudden it doesn't feel real." While Helen had been running Daisy for years to get up to its position, it's natural that there will be more people in Ostruck meeting her than if they were to meet him. No matter how hard the sergeants of the past tried, they just couldn't get the student image of both Peter and Quinn out of their heads, even though they both now had higher ranks than themselves. "This is Hardy," Oscar said, giving Quinn a little nudge. "He will be the head general you will be following from now on. He is also planning to teach some lessons. As you 3 are part of the student department, I imagine you will be seeing each other a lot. Do your best to get along. Once you guys are done introducing yourself, come meet me again. By then, I'll have all the other head generals together," Oscar said, leaving them be. Once they had learnt who would be their head general, it was hard for the three of them to hide their disappointment. Each military group wanted to accomplish great things. With the students and with the whole group, they found it hard to imagine they could do so with Hardy. The conversation between them and the other sergeants continued. Although they were respectful, most of their attention was focused on Helen. It was words of praise for her past accomplishments and, at the same time, almost apologizing for the fact that they had to work for the cursed faction. Is our reputation really that bad? Or is it just because of how quick we have risen? People think we still need to prove ourselves. Quinn thought, if this really was the case, then there wouldn't be many students who would choose to come to the cursed faction once they had ended their military studies. However, they would get those that wouldn't be fit or good enough for the other teams, and this thought in itself pleased Quinn a bit. Finally, Oscar had gathered the other head generals and had come to get Quinn and the others. He had brought them together in a large circle, and it was quite obvious who was from what family just based on what they were wearing. All those from the Greylash family wore their white robes they wore all the time, and one of them, who Quinn recognized, was Hector. One of Owen's assistants was in charge of looking after the Crows faction. Quinn didn't know the other two but thought they had to have been strong to have been given the position they were in. As for the other three head generals that belonged to the military, they would have had to have been the best of the best. Since the other head generals had been demoted to make room for the Cursed faction and Greylash family. Each of them was dressed in formal clothing rather than military clothing, which was suited to their own taste. As soon as Quinn and the others joined, the three from the military had looked the Cursed faction up and down and almost rolled their eyes back. The arrogance and air around them reminded Quinn a lot of Duke and the vampire leaders, as if they were above others. A problem that seemed to be persistent with those higher up in the military. It looks like some people don't like us being here, Quinn thought. Before Oscar could introduce everyone, it seemed like he had been called to handle something and had to leave the banquet hall in a rush. I hope everyone gets along. Introduce yourself to each other. You will all be working together quite closely from now on, Oscar said as he left everyone. It seemed like the Greylash family and the military generals had been talking for some time before Quinn had arrived, so their attention was focused on them. So, Oscar said your name was Hardy, correct? One of the male head generals asked. His hair was a reddish-brown in color and was quite long for someone in the military, going down to his collarbone. However, every once in a while, he would have this slight twitch that Quinn noticed, moving his upper lip. I don't know much about the Cursed faction. However, I do know of Helen and of the zombie boy over there. But I have never heard of your name before, the man said. I would have thought the Cursed faction had some old faction leaders they could have sent here. What are your accomplishments exactly? The red-haired man asked. Now that Quinn was closer, he recognized the three head generals a little more. Their appearance looked a little different to what he remembered, but that was due to him seeing them on TV when he was younger. These three generals were also claimed to be part of the heroes of war, having great accomplishments in the war against the Dalki. However, they weren't as famous as Leo or Oscar. Is that why they seem to be a little arrogant? Vincent said. I think they are asking of your accomplishments only so they could boast about their own. Quinn agreed. I think this little trial Oscar is doing might prove to be a failure. Another general from the military spoke. His hair was green in color, and when looking closely, one could see that their tongue was split into two halves like a snake. They have allowed the Greylash family and the Cursed faction to make three head generals. They trusted the other powerhouses, and they have chosen to assign a nobody, or maybe this is just the next best person the faction have got. Peter's fist was clenching up by the second. He didn't care who they were. Right now, someone was disrespecting their leader, their group, everything they had worked hard for, and after everything they had gone through. It seems like you have got his tongue tied. The man can't say anything because he hasn't even achieved any accomplishments. Everyone knows that the Cursed faction bullied all the other factions by using those beasts. That's how you rose to your position, and it doesn't sit well with us. I'm sure even Helen here despises working for you. Perhaps we could come to some sort of deal with you barbarians, so we can bring her over to our side. The red-haired man said, but he wasn't done Thier. He could tell that there were some onlookers around nodding in agreement with what he was saying, which just spurred him on further. Oscar only has let you guys in the hopes to tame you so that you don't attack the people. This is a time when we should be working together to fight against the Dalki. And your faction members continued to attack each other all for your own gains. The man continued to shout, I am not being held against my will, and I would much rather work with the cursed faction than a broken military that can't even trust the decisions of its supreme commander. Helen piped up, the cursed faction is stronger than you think. I'm sure you know of the strength of my group and my faction, and even then, the cursed faction was able to beat us. I assure you, anyone they have assigned to the position of head general would be able to make each of you lie on your back. Perhaps they may even fix your broken tongue while they're at it. What did you say? I dare you to try to prove those words right now. The split-tongued man shouted, and it looked like he was about to use an ability of some sort as he raised his hand. But before he could even do so, it had already been stopped being held in place. Arg! The man screamed, and a few cracking sounds were heard from his fingers as they were being crushed by the sheer pressure. What do you think you're doing? Did you just try to attack someone from our family? Peter shouted at the man. The scream and Peter's words were so loud that the others in the banquet hall were now looking in their direction. Usually, Quinn would tell Peter to stop, but from what he had learnt in the past, it was best to put these people in their place when he could. The third general was a female with a long black ponytail that nearly touched the floor. She noticed something at this point. She could see Quinn's eyes starting to glow red and took a step back from the other two. She was debating whether to warn them or not, but a shiver was entirely sent down her spine. You want to know what type of power the cursed faction have? Quinn said, looking at the two of them with his eyes glowing red. At this point, Peter had let go of the man's crushed hand and smiled in anticipation for what was about to come next. Both of you kneel, Quinn ordered, and a few seconds later, as if their body was being forced, they dropped to the ground and were on their knees. From the outside, the onlookers had no clue what was happening and only saw that two of the head generals were kneeling in front of another. But it was one that they didn't recognize. What is going on? Do they know that person? Faye asked, looking from the side. None of us recognized him. No, look at the struggle on their faces. Nathan pointed out, it must be some ability of some sort. They're being forced. Should we go do something? Isn't that our head general? Haley asked. However, Nathan was interested in the person he would be taking orders from now on, and decided to let things play out. You talk about working together, and then you attempt to attack us before finding out more about us. You know nothing about the cursed faction, and all of you tried to drag our name through the mud. Let me tell you, the reason we are here is to get rid of the SCU.M in the military, and I haven't quite made up my mind yet if you two fit that role. Quinn continued to speak, but it wasn't in a soft voice. Everyone around could hear as well. The cursed faction are here to get rid of SCU.M. What do they mean? People started to gossip around. The two on the ground could be seen trying to struggle, trying to fight whatever was happening in their bodies, but they could do nothing as they were forced to stay on the ground. You are attacking us in front of everyone. The red-haired man continued to shout. Don't speak, Quinn ordered again, and now the two of them couldn't even open their mouths. This boy seems to have a dark side, Helen thought, looking at him, and licking her lips slightly. Quinn had simply had enough of this behavior through his life, and it was the same in the vampire settlement. The thing was now, there was no reason he had to take it. No one they had to complain to. I apologize on Head General Inu and Head General Satch's behalf, the female general said, getting down on one knee. You are right, I believe they were quite hostile towards your faction from the start. Please, I hope you can forgive them and let them go. I hope that all the head generals can get along. Hearing her say these words calmed Quinn down a little. He turned around and decided to leave the room, while Helen and Peter soon followed. Everyone quickly moved away from them, allowing them to pass for fear that they would be attacked as well. This might just make our reputation even worse, you know? Helen said as they left the room. What was that ability of his that he used just now? It wasn't part of the shadow? It's okay. People will find out the truth in the end. But I can't forgive anyone that tries to attack my family right in front of me, Quinn said. The cursed faction had made quite the impression on their very first day. It didn't take long for word to get out about what the cursed faction had done to the other head generals, especially since it was done to those in the military. One of them had a crushed hand that needed to be healed, while the others were supposedly kneeling behind and looked like they were on the verge of holding back their tears, or so the rumors said. Because of the news spreading around so quickly, the 3 head generals that had been involved were called into a meeting with Oscar himself. Currently, all 3 of them were standing in front of him, having given their reports of the event that had occurred. Those people from the cursed have no respect. We never raised a finger against them. Yet they go around abusing their power like that, and at a gathering of all things. Inu, the red-haired general, complained. Oscar let out a big sigh. He didn't think there would be problems. It wasn't even the first day of the school semester. However, sometimes this is what happens when a bunch of hot-headed fools were placed in the same room together. Oscar knew that based on the military, due to them giving positions out based on strength and ability, often things like this would happen. What they didn't know was the person they were messing with, Quinn, was far stronger than both of them. I have heard your complaints, both of yours. My advice to you both would be to ignore this event for the sake of humanity's future. The cursed faction, the Greylash family, and the Earthborn coming together and cooperating is essential to our survival. Do you understand? Both of the men looked at each other, gripping their hands tightly. They were hoping Oscar might act out against them, do something like he would have done in the past. However, it almost sounded like they were the ones getting a slap on the wrist while the cursed faction received nothing for their humiliation. They reluctantly agreed and nodded towards Oscar. We understand. They both said, leaving the room. Samantha, would you mind staying behind? Oscar ordered, and the other 2 left the room. I hope I can trust you to tell me the real tale of events. It seems you didn't quite agree with the story they told. I mean, they didn't really let you speak, Oscar said. Samantha, the 3rd head general that was there at the time, explained everything that had happened. She told them how the 2 were disrespectful to the cursed faction. However, what she didn't manage to catch was that one of her own was about to use an ability on Helen. In her eyes, the ones that had attacked first were the cursed faction, with Peter having crushed one of their own fingers. Thank you. I thought it would be something along those lines, Oscar replied. You are free to leave. However, before leaving, Samantha wanted to ask her own questions. Supreme Commander, if I may speak, she asked, and Oscar was listening keenly. The man known as Hardy. He was somehow able to force those 2 to do his bidding. It looked like they couldn't move, and everything he said, it was as if their bodies were being forced to listen to that order. I was afraid at the time if he had told them to kill themselves they would have compiled. It was the first time I had ever seen 2 head generals being so powerless in front of another. Who is the person the cursed family has sent to us? Samantha asked. What she was also thinking was, if the cursed family had someone this powerful under their control, what of their leader? Of course, Oscar had been told to keep Quinn's identity a secret, and he actually thought this was a good idea himself. Ever since True Dream's disappearance, although the military had gotten their act together, there were more cases of infighting than ever, as those with strong abilities refused to listen to those above. Still, he was thinking about the multiple things he saw Quinn do, not just the shadow or the red aura ability he seemed to have, but Quinn's background and identity was so secretive. Information could only be found out about him and his parents, and never went further back than that. Turning around, Oscar went to look at the whole school once more as he gave his answer. I don't really know who that person is, and I don't know much about the cursed faction, said Oscar. However, I can tell you what I think. I think we should do everything we can to make sure that person is on our side. The next day was the opening ceremony for the new school. All the first-year and second-year students, based on their age, had already had their introduction and had received their uniforms. However, there was a big difference this time compared to the last. Although each of them wore watches on their wrist, There was no power level being displayed for everyone to see. At the moment, a large temporary stage had been built, one the size of a large concert. On top of that, there were multiple screens all facing towards one direction that would allow everyone to see what was happening no matter how far they were. The students stood in the center of the school, where the large open field was surrounded by all the different buildings coming from different directions. To just get from one end of the green to the other, it looked like it would take half an hour. The students had been split up into 9 groups. They were unaware of why this was the case or what was happening today, only that an opening ceremony was to be held, and to start it off was none other than Oscar. As he took to the stage, the crowd of students cheered loudly. It seemed like his reception was mostly positive, despite the fact that these students had come from all sorts of different factions. They still knew him as a war hero from the last war. At the same time, out of all the forces, the military was probably the least aggressive during the Civil War. They mostly only defended attacks and were trying to deal with their own set of problems. Oscar started to give them a grand speech about what war was like and why it was important for the students to attend. He also gave them a breakdown of what they would learn, and finally he had mentioned about the housing system. How the 9 groups they were in now would be split into 3 different houses: the Cursed House, Greylash House, and the Earthborn House. Being in a house didn't mean you would have to join that group once you left the military. It meant 2 things. Points would be assigned to houses based on good behavior scores and sporting events. The second was which head generals would lead certain houses, as the generals would correlate with the house they were in. For example, if they were in the Cursed House, those students would either be under Quinn, Peter, or Helen. The groups of students were eventually told what house they belonged to, with House 2, 4 and 6 belonging to the Cursed House. Hearing this news, there were some students that were annoyed while others were indifferent as they realized it didn't matter too much. Groups 1, 3 and 5 belonged to the Earthborn House, while the last remaining groups 7, 8 and 9 belonged to the Greylash family. Now that all introductions are complete, it's time to meet your head generals in person. Any problems, concerns you want to raise, you need to talk to these people. They will help you carve your future, Oscar said as he left the stage. Soon, an announcer was being heard coming from the stage, and lights started to flicker in all sorts of directions as if a real concert was about to begin. First, introducing your head general of the first family from the Earthborn group, Samantha Reeves, the announcement said. Coming out to the stage, Samantha waved at the crowd below. She stomped with her feet along the way, and pieces of earth were lifted to the ground. Moving her hands, she joined the pieces of earth to create a large dragon-like sculpture. Seemed so real and so alive. Soon after, she started to swirl it around her body, and when her little show was done, she dropped it to the floor. Cheers from the students came out again, and those from the first group were especially pleased. Did you see how skillful she was using her earth ability? Yeah, she could carve and control the earth like it was a real dragon. It didn't even look to have any cracks in it or anything. How much control does she have? The students were amazed. This continued with each general of those in charge of the Earthborn group coming out, and each time they would display their powers in an amazing way. Next were the Greylash family, and they seemed to have done the same as well. Do we have to do something flashy? Quinn asked. Showboating wasn't really in his nature. I thought with you being closer to their age you would understand more. Helen replied. They need to be inspired and amazed. What better way to make them listen? By showing what hard work and dedication can lead to. It's also a way to show our group's power. Just think, what would you have wanted to see when you were at school? She said, and soon her name had been called up as well. Helen, seemingly walking onto stage as confident as ever, then raised her hands, and at the same time, several plants had risen from the ground in place. The camera then revealed from above that the plants had made a special love heart, while all the plants were different colors. To finish it off, she brought all the plants together, raising up a gigantic one behind her that looked like a serpent with a giant pink rose head. Ah! Girls started screaming. It's Helen from Daisy. Isn't she amazing? The next name that was to be called to the stage was Peter, and as he walked over with his hands in his pocket, he stared at them all for a while, and the crowd had gone silent. In a way, this act in itself was quite impressive, considering he was able to silence such a large number of people. Finally, he started to do something, as he raised a single arm in the air. Maybe I can get an idea of Peter? Quinn thought, but that idea was quickly chucked out of the window. Seeing Peter stand there giving a fierce look at the crowd, the students were wondering just what feat or show he would put on for the rest of them, and Quinn was as well. I guess he would show his impressive transformation ability and start selecting students from the crowds. Although then the other heads would know that was something he could do, but Nathan should know his ability already based on what happened last time. Quinn thought. Nathan already knew of Peter's ability to transform into others, because he had once been caught being disguised as a student that was supposedly dead, but when that dead student was found to be very much alive, Peter had a difficult time after that. However, what they had also witnessed was his incredible healing abilities, which was why back then Nathan, Duke, and True Dream thought they had witnessed a first of its kind. A human that could hold two abilities or more. For they had even given Peter the Earth Ability book to learn and had seen him display some of those skills as well. There were many theories of how this was possible. Perhaps Pure had successfully created a unique body, Peter could have had a unique body himself, or it could have been an ability like that of Vorden at the time. We may never find out now, Nathan thought. You have reached a position far too high, whereas previously you could have been forced to share your secrets, and your faction sent a clear message yesterday, including you. You are ready to fight back at any time. Finally, Peter seemed to be doing something as he held one of his hands up in the air, and soon he grabbed it with the other. Within seconds, a cracking sound was heard, and his arm had gone limp, flopping about. His facial expression never changed, even though he was now standing there with a broken arm, one he had broken himself. Some of the students couldn't look at the flapping arm anymore, imagining the pain it had to have caused, and were forced to look away. Does this guy feel no pain? I mean, could you break your own arm like that? He's crazy. Can't you see it in his eyes? I knew something like this was going to happen when he stepped on the stage. In mere seconds, though, the arm started to heal in front of everyone and was good as new. They had just witnessed a healing speed that seemed impossible in front of their very eyes. Now, for my next display, Peter said, positioning his hand into the form of a karate chop. Is he going to cut off his hand? Quinn thought as he imagined the horror. Peter, stop! Quinn shouted. It was heard from those on the stage, but it was too far for any of the students to hear. Not performing his second half of the trick, Peter started to walk off the stage, and a round of applause slowly started. Through his strange actions he had won the students over, and they were quite impressed. Satch, one of the head generals of Earthborn, looked at his fingers for a few seconds, and could remember the tight grip around them. He doesn't just have super healing abilities. Was he wearing beast gear underneath his clothes? Although that night it didn't look like anyone was wearing any beast gear, in his head it was the only thing that made sense. Finally, the last announcement was ready to be made, and Quinn knew it was his turn to do something. He was hoping for some inspiration from Peter's act, but that didn't inspire him at all. Please welcome your head general of the second group, Hardy F.L., the announcer said. Hearing this name, the students tossed and turned their heads to see if anyone in the crowd knew who they were. Although Peter hardly had any fame, there were a few that had seen him in the interbase military tournament. Everyone they had seen so far, at least one person had heard of their name, but for this person it wasn't the case at all. They thought maybe when they saw him, but when they saw him walk onto the stage, they were even more dumbfounded about who this person was. The students had done research into the Cursed faction. There was some public information available, and they knew that there were some faction leaders that had joined the Cursed, even those from the Bree family that had gone over to the Cursed side. They had fame and had made a name for themselves, so they were struggling to think why this person would be selected. While the students seemed to not care for who this person was, they started talking amongst each other. It was the last thing before the ceremony was to end, and they were excited to see their rooms and more, and since the last person didn't seem to be anyone of great importance, the chatting had started. However, the generals and sergeants that were all on stage were keeping a very close eye on him. After seeing what this person could do, even the Greylash family were concerned. After all, any human could become a possible threat in the future. Show us what you're going to do? Inu thought. Are you going to get them all to shut their mouths? to stop speaking like you did with us." Looking at the students, Quinn could see that not all of them were chatting with their new friends they had made. Not all of them looked confident. Some seemed frightened, nervous of their new school, and Quinn had even spotted Syl out there amongst them. These students reminded him of how he had felt. Helen's words played through his head. "Think what you would have liked to have seen when you were younger." With that, a smile spread across his face, and he knew what he would have wanted to see back then. School is a life-changing place. At such a young age, your actions now decide your future, but you are only young. How are you meant to know that now is the most crucial time of your lives? Or how are you meant to know what you want to do when you are older? Your goals, your friends, and the people around you will change as you grow up. These are things that you can change, and there might be some things you can't change. However, when I was in your position, standing where you were today, I was a level 1 student who had no ability. And now I am where I am today. I hope you all can see that if someone like me can do it, then all of you can as well, and I will be here to make that possible. As Quinn started to speak, the crowd got quiet listening to his words. His voice was being projected by special equipment so everyone out on the field could hear. A speech talking about how weak he was? The students were disappointed, to say the least. Does he not have any powers or anything that he can show? Is that why he wanted to talk about how weak he was? Maybe all the other generals showed him up, so he felt like he couldn't show his powers. Of course Quinn could have displayed his powers. He could have even shown his shadow powers and claimed he was a student of the cursed leader, Quinn. However, Quinn wanted to show that people in high positions of power shouldn't just have strong abilities. He wanted to put hope in those that didn't have a strong ability. Of course, after the students had been told all their lives that their abilities matter and the stronger ones were important, it would be hard to change this mindset. Quinn didn't mind all the words that were being spoken about him. It was his goal to change their mind. Soon, though, the sound of loud clapping could be heard. Single claps coming from one person, and it was coming from the side. "That was a great speech. Huh. Go on, best performance yet, I would say, compared to all these guys that just wanted to show off. That's a real teacher right there." Peter shouted loud and clear to everyone. Although Peter was doing this in support of Quinn, he also did it because he was genuinely touched by Quinn's words. Back then, he too was frightened, nervous, and felt like a path had already been predetermined for him. It felt like Quinn was speaking to him. Soon after, Helen was seen clapping as well, and the students slowly began to clap, but it wasn't an applaud but rather just out of habit. "Quinn, I wonder if you really can do what you say. It might be a lot harder than you think," Oscar thought, looking at the students' disgruntled faces. After introductions were complete, students were to return to their dorms to find out where they would be staying, and it was a chance for a lot of them to communicate with each other and get to know everyone better. In the meantime, Quinn was getting a briefing from Nathan about what classes he would be teaching and when his schedule would be. He was given all of this information on a tablet screen he could access. It's pretty rare for a head general to also be a teacher, but Oscar has said that if you need to attend to any duties outside, not just for you but the rest of your faction, just to inform us as soon as possible and we'll find a replacement. Nathan finished explaining. Looking at the schedule, Quinn noticed a couple of things. He had been put as a homeroom teacher, so he had his own class that he had to look after. On top of that, he was allowed to teach one subject of his choice, and before arriving he had chosen to teach the beast weapon class. Having attended the class in the past himself, and Leo being the one who had taught it, Quinn thought he could follow in his footsteps quite well. Due to him learning Chi, he realized teaching the process on how to activate a beast weapon was quite simple, and he could also teach things like hand-to-hand combat when one wouldn't have a weapon. Looking at the list of students Quinn had, he noticed a couple of things. The first was the fact that Syl and Chucky were in his class as requested. This was good because although Quinn wanted Syl to stop relying on him, it was important to take small steps. With someone as strong and unstable as Syl at times, it would also be good to keep an eye on the person, and he was sure Chucky wouldn't be enough to do that. The other thing that stood out, though, was the students' ability levels. Although the other students weren't able to see their power levels right off the bat, Quinn did have a list of information that had been given from their previous school. The main shock was, apart from Syl and Chucky, there were no ability level users in his class above that of level 3. There were even some level ones and even a student with no ability at all. Did they stop handing out the Earth books? Or did the student simply reject the offer? Quinn thought. However, his main concern was with the amount of low levels in his class. Back when he attended military school, there was quite an even spread in all of the classes. There were times when classes would have events against each other, and this would make it unfair. Is it a coincidence? It can't be, Quinn thought. At the same time, there was another person questioning Oscar's very decision. Standing by his desks was his personal assistant, Jane. Her old position was testing all the new students' power levels, and she had even done so with Quinn. She too had noticed that Oscar had done something with his class and had asked him the very same question. "Don't you think it will be interesting?" Oscar replied. Quinn, who was once a level 1, and Peter, both of them weak, had gained a sudden strength out of nowhere somehow. So what do you think would happen if we put him in a class full of low-level ability students? Do you think Quinn would be able to stand by and do nothing while the students in front of him are struggling with this world? We may even find out their secret, Oscar said, leaning back in his chair. It took the entire day for students to have a tour around the school, being shown their living quarters and where every place was meant to be. Luckily, if they couldn't remember everything, their watches also acted as a 3D holographic map that would pinpoint where they were and would tell them where to go if needed. After a full day of touring, it meant the next day it was time for the lessons to begin. Quinn had made way to his homeroom class, which was labeled as 2A. As the head general, he was technically in charge of all the classes labeled with a 2 at the front, but he was also the assigned homeroom teacher for 2A. Looking at the door, he could see the digital number staring back at him, 2A, and for the first time he would be teaching. For some reason it felt a little more nerve-wracking than compared to some dangers he would face. Opening up the door, the first thing Quinn could see in front of him was a levitating bucket of water, and in an instant it was chucked towards him. However, the water did nothing as it was splashed across the floor, and Quinn could be seen standing and holding the bucket. "I guess the students have decided to play a little prank on me? I guess I can forgive them since it is the first day and all," Quinn thought as he placed the bucket on the front of his desk. Some of the kids that were behind the prank were quite amazed. They had done that trick with their old teacher, but he would be hit nearly every single time. But they didn't even see Quinn move, and he was suddenly holding the bucket. "Did you see what happened?" Venus asked. "No, but maybe it has something to do with his ability that he didn't show," Swin replied. Swin and Venus were two boys who saw themselves as the troublemakers of the class. Unlike before, where students were sent to different campuses so they wouldn't know each other, now that everyone was part of the same gigantic school, there was more of a chance that one would know their classmates. This was true for both Swin and Venus. Of the two boys, one with long hair covering the front of his eyes, one would think he couldn't see through them, which was Swin, while the other, who had his hairline so far back, he might have not had any hair to begin with. Quinn started with the first task, which was to take the attendance from the register list, making sure everyone was present in class. There were roughly 50 students in the class, and he noticed while calling their names the students were awfully chatty and at the same time weren't really paying any attention. "This is nothing like when I attended," Quinn thought. Everyone was so strict and worried about what the other stronger students would do. Thinking about it, Quinn wondered if this had something to do with their behavior. "It would make sense," Vincent said. "Something similar has happened like this before when I was a leader. I believe this is a similar effect of what happens to some vampires in the pooling area. They don't care about school or rankings anymore because they are so far down the ladder. They have no hopes of ever climbing it. So they resort to pranks and messing around as they see no hope in their future." Although Quinn thought what Vincent said made sense, he also thought they all couldn't have thought this way, or possibly some of them just needed a little push. Would I have felt the same way if I had never opened that book? Quinn wondered. At that moment, a pen was sent flying towards Quinn, as he was looking down at his class register list. Out of instinct, as the attack moved towards him, he stopped it with two of his fingers holding it in place. "Okay, so we're done with the register here. Now whose pen does this belong to so I can return it to them?" Quinn asked with a short smile. The other students, for some reason, could feel something sinister coming behind this smile, and Swin, who was sitting next to Venus, had pulled away, making it obvious who it was. Now, before I send you off to your next lessons, here are a few things some of you need to do, Quinn said. You have to select what classes you would like to attend, and I just want to let everyone know that I will be the one teaching the beast weapons class. Some students were surprised by this, as they thought someone like Hardy would never teach a combat class. Just to show some of you what I can do, Quinn said, as he hurled the pen back towards Venus. It skimmed past his hair, and continued going forward until it hit the wall and was left there stuck in place. The other students started to rub their eyes, as this looked like something that wasn't possible, but they could see the pen there, stuck in the wall. I hope I can see some of you there, Quinn said. The introduction class continued for a while, and both Venus and Swin looked at each other. Hey, maybe we should give that beast lesson thing a try, Swin said. I think I might have this teacher thing down, Quinn thought with a smile. After the incident with the pen, there were less disturbances and Quinn was allowed to go through and explain everything that was needed. He hated to admit it, but sometimes force or a show of strength was one of the best deterrents. At least it was for the way things were now. Quinn went through the process of how school life would be for them and the different classes they could attend, explaining the benefits of each one and answering any questions the students had. Soon after, the students were to select what classes they would like to attend, and if their request was accepted, then their schedule that was linked to their watch would automatically update. After everyone had selected their classes based on the information Quinn had given, the sound for the morning class had gone off, and students were now free to head to their next lesson. Before you all leave, can I speak to Shiro please for a little bit? Quinn asked, and the other students soon left. However, as they walked past their desk, there were two students who had stopped to look at Quinn, and they had stars in their eyes. Mr. Hardy, Swin called out. That thing you did with the pen was amazing. Can we do something like that as well if we attend your class? Don't be stupid, Swin. That was obviously an ability, Venus argued. So do you mind telling us what your ability is? You hid it on the first day because you didn't want to show off, right? Quinn honestly didn't know how to deal with this. The two kids were leaning over his desk and couldn't stop staring at him, expecting some grand answer. The truth was, even if they attended his beast weapons class, those kids probably couldn't do something like that. He could do so just because of his strange vampiric strength. If you want to learn something like that, you will have to put in a lot of hard work, Quinn said with a serious face and his arms crossed, trying to give an impression of a teacher. That's amazing, Venus replied as the two of them started to head towards the exit. We'll see you at the beast weapons class then, they called out and waved goodbye. I guess inspiring some of them might be easier than I thought, Quinn said, quite happy based on the reaction of the two students. Once all the students had left though, Shiro was left behind. Shiro was a boy who had brown hair that stuck upwards with 3 large spikes, but from Quinn's first impression he didn't seem like a troublemaker. While in class, he didn't speak to anyone and he seemed to be diligently taking notes, but there was a reason why Quinn had called him off. Sitting down so the two of them were more comfortable, Quinn decided to throw the question out there. There's no need to be worried. You're not in trouble or anything, Quinn said, noticing Shiro's nervousness over having been asked to stay behind. I was just a little curious. It's actually rarer to have someone like you in the class than it is to have an original. I was wondering, didn't the military offer you the standard Earth book? Your file says you have no ability. Shiro was the one student in Quinn's class that had no ability, just like himself back then. I rejected their offer, Shiro replied politely. You don't have to tell me, but may I ask why? Quinn asked. There was silence for a few seconds, so Quinn decided to push it a bit further. The reason I'm asking is because I was the same as you. Throughout my whole school life I didn't have an ability, and it was only midway through the military that I gained mine. Quinn led, but it was almost the truth. It seemed like Quinn's little push had worked, since Shiro had answered. I need a better ability than that if I want to get somewhere, said Shiro. Not to offend you in the cursed faction, but I was hoping I could prove my way somehow so I could get the ability of the Greylash family. Now it made sense why he would reject the ability, but at this age, It was almost impossible to prove one's worth without having an ability in the first place. Without connections or showing promise, there would be no way for the Greylash family to recruit him. If he had an ability, at least he could join one of the factions belonging to the Greylash family, and as a reward they might award his next of kin with the ability. However, sadly it was unlikely that Shiro would ever get such an ability. I think I know the answer, but may I ask why? Quinn said. Because I need to become strong, and their ability is the strongest out there. Shiro replied, speaking to the boy and seeing the determination in his eyes. It reminded Quinn a lot like himself at his age. All right, you're free to go. But before you do, I just want to tell you something. Maybe there are other abilities out there that are stronger than the Greylash ability, so if you can't get that far, don't give up, Quinn said. From initial impressions, the boy was a good candidate to attempt to teach the shadow ability to. However, Quinn wasn't just going to teach him because he could. Quinn wanted someone who wished to join the cursed group. Right now, Shiro wasn't that person, but it didn't mean he would never be. At the moment, Quinn had no lessons, and he was struggling with what to do with his spare time. So he decided to meditate and focus on increasing his chi. Soon though, time started to pass by quickly, and the bell went off once again, signaling it was time for lunch. The food was provided by that of the school, but Quinn couldn't eat the food anyway. The only reason why he was actually heading to the canteen was to meet up with the others as they had agreed. The teachers' and students' canteen were separated, so Quinn wouldn't be able to see how Sil was doing. But based on his class, all he had seen Sil do during homeroom class was place his head on the desk and stay in the same position. When entering the canteen, Quinn could see that Fex, Peter and Helen were sitting together, so he decided to go ahead and join them on the round table. Don't tell me you're not eating as well, Helen said, as she saw Quinn sitting down with no tray of food. Are all the boys on a diet these days? It's going to make me feel shy if I'm the only one eating, she said. Each of the boys didn't really know how to answer that, and Quinn tried to change the topic straight away. So, how has your first lesson been? Quinn asked. The kids have been great with me, although they asked far too many questions about the faction, Helen replied, as she carefully ate her food, making sure none of it would spill as to embarrass herself. I guess even she has her cute side, Quinn thought. I didn't teach any lessons yet, Peter replied. I think they said I was just going to be an assistant anyway, which means I will just stand at the back unless someone needs me. In a way, the others thought it was a good thing that Peter wasn't the lead teacher. They hadn't been keeping an eye on him when he taught the Blade kids, but just assumed he had been doing well since none of them complained. However, after witnessing his performance from earlier, they were a little frightened as to what he would do. I had my class, Fex said, and it was actually quite interesting. It seems like a lot of girls had signed up, and well, they just kept asking me to personally teach them so many things, Fex said, as he pushed his hair back and had a cheeky smile on his face. Oh, I see. So you're taking advantage of these young girls just because you're quite the looker, said Helen. At this moment, Fex's face had gone bright red. He thought he was being quite sly, but he wasn't. Everyone knew he was bragging in his own way, but just didn't call him out on it, while Helen did. Hey, you have to remember, they're actually nearly the same age as me, and I'm not doing anything, Fex replied. Well, if you didn't think you were doing anything wrong, you wouldn't have gotten so defensive just now, would you? Helen replied again, and Fex had nothing to reply back to that. After that, the group continued to talk, and there was a relatively nice atmosphere between them all. For once, Quinn imagined his life as it was currently. Maybe being a teacher wasn't so bad of a choice for him. If there was no war going on, if there were no abilities and he had a better school life, perhaps this would have been a career choice for him. Quinn had one more registration to do with his homeroom class, and soon after, he would teach his beast weapons class in the afternoon. Upon returning to his classroom, he could see his students were there waiting. But some of the students were gathered around a few others, and when Quinn had entered they quickly left. What happened? Quinn asked. As he could see, several of his students were beaten and bruised, including the likes of Shiro, Venus, and Swin. Oh, this? Don't worry too much about it, Teach, Swin said, holding his eye and speaking through his busted-up lip. "Just kids being kids. We just got into an argument with one of the other classes, but don't worry about it." Seeing them like this had brought a wave of emotions and memories crashing down for Quinn. "Tell me, who did this to you now?" Quinn said, unable to control his anger and without realizing it. His eyes were glowing red as he gave this command.